Chapter 1, Go Back to the Old House. What? You three are moving back here? No, no matter what I say. Liao Guifang looked at the dusty father and son in front of her and said dissatisfiedly. It's just this one house. It looks spacious now, but once you move in and the two kids start making a fuss, there won't even be room to stand. I work so hard every day, and I have to clean the house and cook for the whole family. Do I still need to live? I have no right to interfere with you coming back to the village, but you can't live in my house. Green Water Village is located in the mountains of Guangnan Province. It is spring-like all year round and has beautiful scenery. Green Water Village probably looks like this. After Li Qingfeng, who was in his early 30s, failed in his business, his property was auctioned off, and even his remaining savings of tens of thousands of yuan were taken away by his wife. As a last resort, she had to bring her two young children back to her hometown, Lushui Village, to live with her eldest brother. But he didn't expect that on the first day after returning and telling his elder brother and sister-in-law about his experience, he was strongly opposed by his sister-in-law Liao Guifang. Why not? Li Qingfeng stood in the yard holding his 6-month-old daughter. He looked up at the two-story house and asked, Sister-in-law, let's be honest. When you got married and bought a car, I paid 50,000 yuan for you. It cost a total of 200,000 yuan to build this house, and I paid 150,000 yuan for you. Adding it all up, I paid 200,000 yuan for the car and the house. Now that I'm in trouble, I can't come back and stay for a while? Besides, we're not staying here for long. We've already said we're just looking for a place to stay first. I don't have a penny left, and I have 2 children. If you don't let us come back to live here, where can we go? Liao Guifang rolled her eyes when she heard this. That's your business, what does it have to do with me? Even if you live on the street with your children, we can't stop you. But you can't come back to live here. Her attitude was very tough and she refused to let her brother-in-law and his family of 3 move back in no matter what. Although Li Qingfeng did help pay 150,000 yuan when the house was first built. But at that time he didn't say that he would come back here to settle down after he fell into poverty. Humph, he said he would stay for a few days, but who knows if it's true. Once you are dependent on someone, it is not easy to get rid of them. She didn't want to do such a thankless job. Li Qinghe, who was standing by, looked at his wife with an angry face, and then looked at his younger brother who was born to the same mother as him. It feels like my left and right hands are fighting each other, and I don't know who to help. He was just about to speak when he was frightened by his wife's angry glare. I originally wanted to persuade my wife to let my brother's family of 3 live here first, but under my wife's authority, I compromised and said, how about letting Qingfeng and the others stay for 2 days? We can't sleep on the street with 2 children. Let them stay for 2 days, and then we can slowly think of a solution. Li Qingfeng looked at his elder brother, feeling helpless. I thought I never looked down on them when I was rich, so they shouldn't look down on me now that I'm down and out. Unexpectedly, it really fulfilled the ancient saying. Once the horse dies and the gold is gone, relatives become strangers. If you have money, everyone will flatter you. Without money, who are you? Liao Guifang was furious when she heard this, and immediately pointed at Li Qinghe's nose and cursed, if you dare to let them stay, I will leave and we will get divorced. The word divorce was like a tiger's guillotine, which frightened Li Qinghe so much that his neck stiffened and he dared not speak anymore. He looked at the aggressive Liao Guifang, and then at his weak elder brother. Li Qingfeng knew that even if he really settled down with his 2 children, he would probably not have a peaceful life in the future. So, he said coldly with a straight face, just do as my eldest brother said, let me stay with the children for 2 days. In these 2 days, I will go to clean up the old house at the end of the village. Once it is cleaned up, I will take the children to live in. Although the old house has long been dilapidated and uninhabitable, it is still a house after all. As long as it is cleaned up, it should be fine to live in it for a few days as a transition. Moreover, the old house is in a good location. Not only is it spacious, it is also close to mountains and water, making it a good place to raise children. But Liao Guifang still refused. No, not even for a day, you must find another place to stay today. Sister-in-law, are you sure you want to be so ruthless? I have already made a lot of concessions. If you still want to do this, then it's easy to deal with. Just return the 200,000 yuan I gave you. Upon hearing Li Qingfeng's words, Liao Guifang immediately screamed. Give it back? Why? You said it was a gift, not a loan. Why should we give it back to you? Li Qingfeng sneered, oh, then besides my eldest brother, who else can prove to you that I said this? Liao Guifang's face froze and she was suddenly speechless. There was no one else around when I gave the money. There were just 3 of them, plus Li Qingfeng's wife who ran away. If Li Qingfeng really wanted to take the money back, there was indeed no witness. The point is, the couple has no money and can't even take out $1,000. Seeing that Liao Guifang didn't say anything, Li Qingfeng continued, since the sister-in-law has no objection, then do as I say. Liao Guifang was unwilling but helpless and could only glare at Li Qinghe fiercely. Li Qinghe pursed his lips and said slowly, Qingfeng, let me tell you something. This old house is gone. Gone? Li Qingfeng was stunned. How could the old house be gone? Well, this. Li Qinghe secretly glanced at Liao Guifang before saying. The old house has been demolished. When people from the city came to exchange farmland 2 years ago, I flattened our old house and turned it into farmland to grow corn. The land is still mine, but I lost money. Cough cough. Liao Guifang coughed twice suddenly. Li Qinghe paused, then continued, I lost some money, not much, just enough to buy some fertilizer. Li Qingfeng looked at his elder brother in surprise. Brother, why didn't you discuss this with me? Li Qinghe said awkwardly, everyone else does this, and the old house is in such a state of disrepair anyway. Li Qingfeng took 2 deep breaths and said, forget it. In this case, I will go into the mountains tomorrow to cut some fir trees and build a wooden house to live in. At least it can keep out the wind and rain. He glanced at Liao Guifang and said, don't worry, as soon as the wooden house is built, I will take the 2 children away from here immediately. I will definitely not stay here. Hearing this, Liao Guifang's expression eased a little. Okay, since you said so, let's hurry up and build the wooden house tomorrow, don't procrastinate. Seeing that the problem had been solved, Li Qinghe also hurriedly said. Okay, let's eat first. Qingfeng, you must be exhausted after all the way back. Go to bed early after dinner so that you will have enough energy to build the cabin tomorrow. Li Qingfeng looked at his 6-month-old daughter Ziyu in his arms, then looked at his son Ziheng, who was not yet 5 years old, beside him. He nodded and said nothing more. The brothers' mother died early, and their father also passed away a few years ago. Originally there were 4 people in the family, but now only he and his eldest brother are left. When he was young, his father worked every day and had no time to take care of him, so it was his older brother who took care of him and took him out to play. The eldest brother is like a father. To Li Qingfeng, the eldest brother is not only an eldest brother, but also half a father and half a mother. So Li Qingfeng didn't want to make things difficult for his elder brother. Besides, Liao Guifang is difficult to get along with, and it would definitely be unhappy living together. Instead of disliking each other, it is better to turn a blind eye. Chapter 2, Adventures with the Golden Bug. At night, after everyone had gone to bed, Liao Guifang kicked Li Qinghe from under the quilt and whispered. Go and help him build the wooden house tomorrow. Li Qinghe didn't want to go. Whether it is going into the mountains to cut trees or building a wooden house, it is too tiring. He was rather lazy by nature, and usually did farm work like an old ox, needing Liao Guifang to whip him up before he would move. Asking him to build a wooden house was like asking him to die. Liao Guifang cursed, what? If you don't go and help, who knows how long it will take him to finish building it. You should come with us and help him finish the construction and move out quickly, or else the family of 3 will stay at our house and eat and drink for free. Got it. Li Qinghe closed his eyes and started snoring after a while. Pig. Liao Guifang cursed and turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next day everyone got up early. After breakfast, Liao Guifang changed her attitude from yesterday and enthusiastically took Ziyu from Li Qingfeng's arms, then took Ziheng's hand and said. Qingfeng, just go and do your work. I'll help you take care of the kids today. Do your best. Li Qingfeng did not care too much. He thanked him, gave some instructions, and then spoke to his son, asking him to take good care of his sister. Li Ziheng was not even 5 years old when his family suddenly fell into poverty and he was abandoned by his mother. This little heart of his had already endured a lot. He felt a little uncomfortable as he suddenly had to be separated from his father. In particular, he was a little afraid of this fierce aunt. Her bright eyes were suddenly filled with tears, but she still forced herself to stay calm and nodded, choking with sobs. Yeah, Dad, I'll take care of my sister. You come back soon. Li Qingfeng wiped his tears and smiled, silly boy, Dad will be back soon, don't cry, Dad is going to work. Qingfeng, stop wasting time and hurry up. Li Qinghe had already walked to the gate of the courtyard and urged. Li Qingfeng had no choice but to wipe the tears from his son's face again. After looking at his half-year-old daughter reluctantly, he quickly followed his eldest brother towards the old house. The old house is at the end of the village. The village has now been divided into two parts, and the entrance to the village is full of concrete buildings. At the end of the village are some well-preserved earthen brick and tile houses. As for the other part that was not well preserved, as Li Qing has said, it had been razed to the ground and replaced with farmland. Li Qingfeng's old house is at the very end of the village, built higher than the foot of the mountain. The house is backed by rolling hills to the north and a stream running from north to south to the east. Across the stream are the mountains to the east. Most of the end of the village can be seen from the south. To the west, it is adjacent to an old house belonging to another villager. The house was not demolished, but it was already in a dilapidated state. You can even see that many tiles have fallen off the roof and the beams are almost exposed. There are many dead grasses and vines with their roots cut off around the house, probably because the owner intended to repair it. But now, all that can be seen at Li Qingfeng's ancestral home are cornstalks pointing to the sky. There are also huge stone foundations piled on the ground, as well as tiles and mud bricks that have fallen to the ground and grown with weeds. Li Qing has stood on the foundation of the old house, pointed at the cornstalks in front of him and said, "Qingfeng, first pull out these cornstalks and level the ground, then go into the mountains and cut down trees." Li Qingfeng nodded, walked into the cornfield and started working. Perhaps it was because he hadn't done farm work for a long time, he felt exhausted after working for a while. "So I couldn't help but find a stone to sit down and rest." Seeing him like this, Li Qinghe frowned and shouted, "Qingfeng, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and work, otherwise when will the wooden house be built?" Li Qingfeng swallowed hard, nodded, and prepared to get up. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a golden insect crawling to his ankle. I was startled and subconsciously reached out to slap the bug. But I only saw the insect crawling into my trouser leg at an extremely fast speed. Then, there was a sharp pain in the knee. "Ah!" He screamed and fell to the ground with a bang. "Amen?" Li Qinghe straightened up and looked at Li Qingfeng, who had fallen to the ground with full of doubts. After watching for a while and seeing that Li Qingfeng was still motionless, he quickly threw away the hoe and ran over. Li Qingfeng had slowly opened his eyes at this time and sat up with a confused look on his face. "What's going on?" The moment I opened my eyes, I felt something was wrong. He was surprised to find that he could actually see the texture of the feathers of birds flying in the sky. You can also clearly see the pheasants hiding in the bushes on the mountain. Not only did his eyesight become better, but his hearing also became strong enough that he could hear the sound of fish spitting bubbles in the clear stream. He looked at his elder brother in disbelief and asked, "Brother, look at that bird's wings. Are there 3 colors?" As he spoke, he pointed to a small bird flying through the air. Li Qinghe looked up at the small black dot in the sky and frowned. "Qingfeng, what are you doing? Hurry up and get to work. How long will it take you to finish building the wooden house?" Li Qingfeng looked around and couldn't help but smile. Then he stood up, took the hoe, walked forward a few steps, and dug into the ground with all his might. With this stroke, the hoe was completely immersed in the hard soil. The wooden handle made a click and broke. A handle as thick as an arm. "Oh shit!" Li Qingfeng cried out secretly and looked at his hands in surprise, stunned. "What's going on? Why do I feel like there is endless power in my body?" He raised his head and looked blankly at the huge rocks piled on the ground nearby. "Walk over, bend down, hug, and stand up." The big rock moved. Li Qingfeng gently put the big stone that was less than 5 centimeters off the ground back. The stone must weigh at least 200 pounds, but he lifted it as easily as if it were a phone box. "It's incredible." Li Qingfeng was delighted. With this skill, what does it matter if I live in a wooden house in the future? Such a remote environment is more suitable for him to exert his current divine power. Suddenly he remembered something and turned back to look at the place where he had fainted. He saw a millipede shining with golden light in the sun. It waved its body at him, then turned its head and burrowed into the soil, disappearing. Golden myriapod. Li Qingfeng suppressed the joy in his heart and said nothing. After leveling the ground with my eldest brother, we went into the mountains together to cut down some small trees and carried them back. After cutting down the fir trees, they dug 4 deep pits on the flat ground and inserted 4 relatively sturdy woods to serve as the pillars of the wooden house. Once the pillars are fixed, the rest of the work is easy. The wooden house was originally planned to take at least 2 days to build, but the 2 brothers only took 1 day. Although this wooden house is a little different from what I imagined, it can still serve as a shelter from the rain. As for shelter from the wind, Li Qinghe pointed at the wooden house in front of him, which was actually a thatched shed, and said, "When you have time, you can cut some bamboo and build walls around the house. Then the cold wind won't be able to blow in." Li Qingfeng was thinking about the golden bugs and had no time to complain about the simplicity of the wooden house. He nodded. "Okay, I'll move in with the kids tomorrow morning." Chapter 3 All Belongings. Looking at the home with 4 pillars and a roof in front of him, Ziheng, who was less than 5 years old, felt that his little heart was greatly shocked. The home that Ziheng saw probably looked like this. "Dad, aren't we going home?" Looking up, his round little face was full of confusion. Li Qingfeng held his daughter and pulled his son into the hut. He looked up at the roof, which was first covered with a black plastic sheet and then with thatch, and smiled. Said, "Ziheng, from now on, this is our home." "Is this home?" Ziheng frowned, becoming even more confused. "Shouldn't a home be spacious and tidy? This place doesn't even have walls, how can it be a home? Shouldn't a home have a TV and a sofa? There's not even a bench here, how can this be a home?" Ziheng held his father's hand, looked around, and breathed in the fresh air with his straight and delicate nose. The air was filled not only with the scent of my sister's milk, but also with the scent of grass, soil, and stream water. Most importantly, there is the smell of Dad's sweat. Although he has never been here, as long as his father says this is home, then this is home. As long as Dad is here, this is his home. "Dad, there is so much mud in our house. Can I play in the mud?" Ziheng let go of his father's hand and ran happily towards a pile of mud outside the house. "Sure." Li Qingfeng responded with a smile and put down his luggage bag first. There is a blanket in the luggage bag. She opened the blanket on the floor, laid her little daughter on it, and gave her a plastic rattle. Although my daughter is only half a year old, she is chubby and weighs nearly 20 kilograms. This directly led to her delayed motor development. Not only could she not sit steadily, she had not even learned how to roll over. After putting his daughter down, he went to get another bulging snakeskin bag. There was a torn iron pot in the snakeskin bag. An aluminum pan flattened into an oval shape. A rusty kitchen knife. There was also a broken axe. The iron pot probably looks like this. These things were given by my sister-in-law. Li Qingfeng didn't dare to be picky. "I just watched my sister-in-law pick these things out of a pile of cardboard boxes and put them into a snakeskin bag, and then asked her for a lighter and 10 kilograms of rice. Now, these things are all his belongings." After picking these things up one by one, Li Qingfeng was about to turn around to work, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of something in the aluminum pot. I opened the lid and was stunned. There was actually a handful of banknotes inside. I quickly picked it up and counted it carefully. There were nearly 200 yuan. However, these are all loose bills, the largest denomination is only 5 yuan, and the smallest is a few 10-cent coins. Li Qingfeng held the money and took a deep breath. This aluminum pot was given to him by his eldest brother. When it was handed to him, his body seemed to be trembling slightly. I didn't take it seriously at the time, but now I understand that my brother's reaction was because he was afraid that the truth would be exposed and that he would be discovered by my sister-in-law. He exhaled heavily and finally put the money into his pocket. Then he picked up the half-broken axe and picked up the cornstalks that he had cut yesterday. Then they were tied into bundles and piled up on the open space. These cornstalks are good fuel. However, these cornstalks are not resistant to burning, so I still need to chop some firewood when I have time. The most important thing right now is to get the stove ready for cooking. He simply moved 2 large square stones and placed them side by side. Leave a space of 20 to 30 centimeters in the middle to form the stove. Another larger and more square stone was brought in and placed next to the stove to serve as a table. We have the stove and table, but we just need the bowls and chopsticks for eating. Fortunately, this is at the foot of the mountain, and there are mountains on the north and east sides, so it is not difficult to solve the problem of bowls and chopsticks. He walked to the foot of Dongshan Mountain across the stream and cut a bamboo. If you take off the bamboo tube, it becomes a bowl for eating. Bamboo bowl. In addition, you can break the bamboo, take out the bamboo strips and cut them into round shapes to make chopsticks. After finishing these things, it was time for lunch. Because there was not much rice and no vegetables, we could only cook some porridge. Cook the porridge in an oval aluminum pot, and then boil some water in an iron pot. The iron pot is cracked and I can only boil water at an angle. When the porridge was ready, she served it in a bamboo tube for her son to drink. When the water boiled, I quickly prepared milk powder for my daughter. Dad, don't you want to eat? Ziheng drank a bowl of porridge and saw that his father was still holding his sister and feeding her, so he asked anxiously. It was as if he was afraid that his father would starve. Without waiting for his father to answer, he quickly imitated the way his father had just worked. He carefully scooped a bamboo tube of rice porridge from the pot with a bamboo tube with a handle, put it in the bamboo tube bowl he had used, and then tiptoed to bring it to his father. Dad, you eat. His little hands were scalded red by the porridge, but he still held the bamboo tube tightly, not daring to let go. Thank you, Ziheng. Li Qingfeng took the bamboo tube and said distressfully, Does it hurt your hand? It hurts. The little face pouted with grievance, and he hid his little hands behind his butt and wiped them. Come, let Daddy blow you. Li Qingfeng put down the bamboo tube, held his daughter in one hand, and held his son's hand with the other. Fortunately, the porridge was not very hot, it just scalded my little hands red but no bubbles formed. He blew gently on the back of his son's hand, his expression so serious, as if he was helping to blow the dust off a rare treasure. Isn't this his rare treasure? His son and daughter are his rare treasures. In order to let the two babies have a good sleep tonight, after feeding my daughter and coaxing her to sleep, I continued to move the big stones in the homestead. Move the large stones into the middle of the hut and arrange them neatly to form a simple stone bed. The stone bed was too hard and could easily bump children into it, so we had to cut some grass and dry it to use as a cushion. There is no time to make a mat today, so I can only cut the grass and dry it in the yard. In addition, we have to find a place to take a shower. There is no need to worry about water, after all, this place is only 20 to 30 meters away from the stream. Originally, he wanted to ask his eldest brother for a basin or bucket to bathe the child, but when he saw the reluctant expression on his eldest sister-in-law's face when she gave him a lighter and rice, he didn't ask. After thinking about it, I dug a small hole near the wall of the yard and put a piece of black plastic sheet left over from yesterday on it. When the time comes, just heat the water and pour it in to simply wash your body. After taking a shower, tear off the plastic sheet and the water will slowly seep into the soil without having to pour it out. Of course, this is for bathing children. As for him, he can just go to the stream and take a cold bath. After finishing all these, I had to boil water for my daughter to take a bath before it got dark. After washing the daughter, I washed the son using the same water. Looking at the dark yellow bath water after his son took a bath, Li Qingfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought to myself, our conditions are now as good as those in Africa. Take a bath and then cook dinner. Dad, I want to eat meat. Ziheng held the white porridge and looked at his father pitifully with his big eyes that had the ability to brighten up. This morning I had rice soaked in boiled water at my uncle's house. I had white porridge at home for lunch. I thought that eating 2 white meals in a row would be the end of my miserable life, but I didn't expect that I would still have to eat white food at night. The white porridge was filled with rice oil and had almost lost its ability to reflect light in the dim night. Ziheng is very handsome, not only with delicate and smooth skin, but also with lively facial features. A pair of watery eyes are round and big, just like a doll's. Especially at this moment, when set off by the surrounding environment, it really has a bit of an elf flavor. Few people can stand his coquettish behavior. Only Li Qingfeng was immune. He paced back and forth in front of the hut holding his daughter. Perhaps because it was dark at night and the environment was unfamiliar, my daughter kept crying and couldn't be comforted. I became irritated because of this, and when I heard my son wanted to eat meat, I explained to him that he would have to wait 2 days before he could have meat. But Ziheng refused and kept clamoring to eat meat. Li Qingfeng explained for a long time, and seeing that Ziheng was still crying, he lectured him, I told you there is no meat now. Eat it if you want, or forget it if you don't want to. Ziheng was frightened by his father's scolding. He pursed his lips and swallowed a mouthful of porridge with difficulty. I tried hard to control my emotions and not cry, but the tears as big as beans still fell heavily into the rice porridge. Wow, Dad, don't be so loud, you scared me, wow. His son's crying made Li Qingfeng's heart soften instantly and he began to blame himself. The child is obviously so sensible, why do you still yell at him? He just wanted to eat some meat, what's wrong with that? What's wrong if a child under 5 years old wants to eat some meat? Chapter 4, Craving Meat. He walked forward holding his daughter, touched his son's head, and blamed himself. My dear baby, I'm sorry. Daddy was wrong. Daddy shouldn't be so loud. Daddy is a bad daddy. Daddy is sorry for you. Please stop crying, okay? Good dad. Ziheng tried to stop crying and corrected, Yes, good dad. Li Qingfeng hugged the two children tightly, looked firmly at the only remaining light in the southeast direction and said, Ziheng, trust daddy. Daddy will definitely let you eat meat, okay? Okay. Ziheng responded softly. Not long after dinner, it was completely dark. Li Qingfeng's cell phone still had 50% battery left, so he didn't dare use it carelessly. I could only turn on the screen of my mobile phone and urge my son to go to bed. The bed was a stone bed, with the clothes of the father and his two sons spread on it, which was barely enough for one night. The space where the two children sleep is padded a little thicker so that they can sleep more comfortably. Dad, it's so dark. Ziheng lay on the hard stone bed, a little scared. I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Li Qingfeng sat on it, put his daughter outside, covered her with a quilt, and then used a piece of clothing to raise the edge of the bed to prevent his daughter from falling off the bed. Wait until Dad brings back more firewood tomorrow. We can light a fire when we go to bed at night, and it won't be dark then. It's too late today, so let's go to bed first, okay? Li Qingfeng stretched out his left hand at shoulder level and let his daughter lie on his armpit. He placed his right hand in the arms of his son who was lying on his side, letting him sleep with his arms around his arm. Ziheng held his father's hand tightly and hummed, Dad, can we eat meat tomorrow? Sure, Dad will see if he can find some meat for you tomorrow. The dark night seemed to be filled with light. In the hazy vision, you can almost see the outline of the mountain and the swaying shadows of the trees. Ziheng closed his eyes peacefully and fell asleep soon after. In his bizarre dreams, there were roasted chicken, steamed fish, braised pork, and boiled shrimp. Suddenly, the roast chicken came alive. Steamed fish is alive. The shrimp is alive. Even the braised pork jumped towards him, opened its mouth wide, and bit his arm bite by bite. Bite his cheek. Even bit his scalp. Ah! He closed his eyes and waved his hands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The big mosquitoes in the mountains bounced off him instantly. Only a few brave and skilled ones were still sucking fresh blood from the delicate skin of the infants. This human with a big head was difficult to deal with, so several big mosquitoes immediately turned around and flew towards the sleeping baby outside. Li Qingfeng had just fallen asleep when his son kicked him and slapped him twice, waking him up all of a sudden. Because of his enhanced vision, the pitch-black night didn't affect him much, it was just not as bright as the day. He saw his son dancing with his eyes closed, his face and neck covered with mosquitoes as big as giant ones. The same thing happened to my daughter who was sleeping on the outside. There were 5 or 6 big mosquitoes lying on her little face. Damn it! Li Qingfeng cursed inwardly, then quickly grabbed the towel used to wipe his daughter's milk from the bedside and started waving it. The mosquitoes were hit by the wind and immediately buzzed away. That night, in order to let his son and daughter sleep more peacefully, Li Qingfeng hardly slept at all. But the strange thing was that even though he only slept for 2 or 3 hours last night, he didn't feel sleepy at all. Could it be that the golden bug not only enhanced his vision, hearing, and physical strength, but also his physique? Otherwise, in the past, I would not be able to survive with only 2 or 3 hours of sleep a night. That would be great if that were true. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could use his skills to give his son and daughter a good life. Because he was tortured by mosquitoes all night last night, Li Qingfeng cooked porridge to feed the children early this morning and then went to cut mugwort. Mugwort is everywhere, and you can easily get 2 large bundles just by cutting it. However, because his daughter was still young, Li Qingfeng could only do the cutting near the old house. As soon as his daughter cried, he had to stop what he was doing and go back to comfort her. It seemed like working back and forth like this took a long time, but in fact, only 2 bundles of mugwort were cut in the whole morning. After carrying the mugwort back to the yard, it has to be spread out to dry. While he was working cutting mugwort, Ziheng was playing with the mud on the site of the old house. This soil is not the yellow mud from the mountains, but black mud. After playing all morning, there was hardly a white spot on his face. It's okay, just wash it and it will be clean. Li Qingfeng washed his hands in the stream and then helped his son wash them. Ziheng rubbed his hands in the water and they became black. Dad, I'm hungry. Ziheng squatted by the stream, looked at the sparkling water under the sunlight and asked, Dad, when can we have meat to eat? Li Qingfeng stood up, looked at the surrounding mountains, then cast his gaze on the stream and said, Ziheng, let's have porridge at noon today, and Dad will cook fish for you in the evening, okay? Okay. Ziheng nodded vigorously, and his stomach seemed to be even hungrier. After lunch, Li Qingfeng fulfilled his promise and went to the creek in front of the door to fish. But now he had nothing, neither a fishing net nor a winnowing basket, so he could only catch fish with his bare hands. Although its vision and hearing have been super enhanced, its skill in catching fish has not been enhanced. Even though he saw the fish, when he reached out to grab it, the little fish disappeared with a swish of its tail as if it had been greased. After trying several times and failing to catch any fish, Li Qingfeng gave up. Because his daughter started crying again, he had to go back to comfort the child. And he needed some firewood to make a fire to keep warm at night, so he had to set aside more time to chop firewood. After coaxing his daughter, he cut some dry branches near the foot of the mountain and brought them back. I originally thought that since it was hot during the day, it wouldn't be too cold at night, but I found last night that the air would suddenly drop in temperature at night. Although it's not cold, it would be nice to have a fire. The fire not only provides light for the children, but also provides some warmth. We had dinner later tonight than last night. Because of the firelight, there was no need to rush to finish everything before night fell. Ziheng sat next to the fire, watching the orange-red flames jumping continuously. He felt a little excited, and his fear of the dark night was unconsciously reduced a little. However, when his father handed him another bowl of porridge in a bamboo tube, he couldn't help crying quietly. Crying bag. I ate white food all day yesterday and I will eat white food all day today. How could a 5-year-old child bear it? He is in the period of rapid growth and is also the most active. The energy consumption of his body far exceeds his own energy, and he needs to constantly replenish energy from the outside in order to sustain. But it's been 2 days. I haven't seen meat in 2 days. When we were at my uncle's house, we had chicken for dinner on the first night. On the second day, only vegetables were available for eating. I'm so hungry. I really want to eat meat. But the little guy didn't dare to cry or tell his father. I could only shed tears and gulp down the porridge. Chapter 5, Disaster. Li Qingfeng naturally knew that his son wanted to eat meat, but he had been busy cleaning the hut and taking care of his daughter these 2 days, and he really couldn't do it. Seeing his son silently shedding tears, he rubbed his little head distressfully and said, "Ziheng, drink the porridge first, and Daddy will make you some milk powder for your sister later, okay?" "Okay." Ziheng stopped crying when he heard there was milk powder to drink, and asked, "Dad, when can we eat meat?" Li Qingfeng thought about it and didn't dare to agree to him too easily, lest he break his promise again, so he could only say, "Dad promises you that when Dad gets our house better and has enough time, he will make some meat for you to eat, okay?" "Okay." Ziheng thought about the milk powder and gulped down 2 bamboo tubes of porridge. When preparing milk powder for his daughter at night, Li Qingfeng intentionally added an extra spoonful of milk powder, a total of 4 spoonfuls, and 210 milliliters of water. In the past, my daughter only drank about 150 milliliters. He thought that after his daughter had drunk her fill, the rest would be perfect for his son. But in the end, my daughter never stopped drinking and finished all the milk. Ziheng stood aside and watched eagerly, becoming more and more anxious the more he watched. After my sister drank up all the milk powder, she burst into tears. "Milk powder? I have no more milk powder to drink. Whoa, Daddy, why did you have to finish the milk for the baby?" "I have no more milk powder to drink." Whoa. Okay, don't cry. Daddy will make you some milk powder right away." Li Qingfeng comforted his son, put his daughter down, and went to make the milk powder. But looking at the limited amount of milk powder left, the hand holding the spoon couldn't help but tremble, and 1 spoonful of milk powder was broken into half a spoonful. Mix half a spoonful of milk powder with 100 milliliters of water. It will look white and should have enough milk flavor. Ziheng was not picky and was satisfied drinking the milk powder with only a faint milk flavor. At night, after his son and daughter fell asleep, Li Qingfeng added some firewood to the fire and then went to sleep. The hut is filled with mugwort tonight, so mosquitoes won't come. The stone bed was padded with thick dry straw, making it very soft to sleep on. There was also a fire in front of the hut to provide light and warmth, so the family had a good sleep. When I got up early in the morning, it was already bright. Li Qingfeng felt something was wrong as soon as he stood up. Why is the front of the hut bare? Not only was it bare, it was also pitch black, as if it had been burned by fire. He raised his head and followed the dark trace, and he felt terrible. The dilapidated earthen house next to his old residence was emitting wisps of green smoke. The dry vines that were originally clinging to the adobe house and the surrounding weeds had all been burned to ashes, and now the only things that were blazing were the beams and timbers inside the adobe house. Local old houses usually look like this. Not good. Li Qingfeng stood up suddenly, put on his shoes and ran towards the mud brick house. But just when he had run halfway, he saw the trembling earthen brick house collapse with a loud bang. "Oh, my house! While Li Qingfeng was stunned, a figure walked out from the other side of the earthen brick house. He is an old man about 50 years old. Li Qingfeng recognized the old man at first sight. The old man's name is Lu Qinglin. He is well known in the village for being henpecked, even worse than Li Qinghe. Seeing Lu Qinglin looking at the house and wailing, Li Qingfeng quickly ran forward and apologized. Uncle Qinglin, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I lit a fire last night to keep warm and light, but... What? Although Lu Qinglin is over 50 years old, he is still very strong. His face is dark and his hair is a little bald. He glared at Li Qingfeng and cursed, "It was you, bastard, who burned down my ancestral home." I'm sorry. Li Qingfeng could only keep saying sorry. In fact, before going to bed last night, he had cleared all the weeds within a 5-meter radius of the fire, and moved a lot of small stones to surround the fire. I thought this would be foolproof, but the flames still spread out, ignited the hay outside, and then burned all the way to Lu Qinglin's old house. Lu Qinglin waved his claws and was about to step forward to scratch Li Qingfeng. He cursed, "You son of a bitch, you burned down my ancestral home, I'll beat you to death." For rural people, the ancestral home is not just a house, but also a place of sustenance. It was also for this reason that when the village was exchanging arable land, many people did not want the tens of thousands of dollars given away for free. Uncle Qinglin, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Li Qingfeng grabbed the hand that was scratching his face and said sincerely. I'm so sorry, Uncle Qinglin, please don't get excited. Fuck, the ancestral home has been burned down, and you want me to stop getting excited? When Lu Qinglin thought about how he thought 30,000 yuan was too little and did not exchange his ancestral home for farmland when people from the city came to the village to exchange for farmland, and now it was burned down by that bastard Li Qingfeng, he was so angry that he almost fainted. $30,000. My ancestral home. My $30,000. Seeing that Li Qingfeng was holding his hand and couldn't move it at all, Lu Qinglin simply sat down on the ground and pounded the ground, wailing, "My money! Wrong! My ancestral home! My ancestors! I am so sorry for you." Seeing that Lu Qinglin's voice was a little hoarse from howling, Li Qingfeng was helpless. When the villagers learned that Lu Qinglin's old house had been burned down by Li Qingfeng, they all rushed to watch the fun. Among them, Li Qinghe and Liao Guifeng also came. However, they did not come here voluntarily, but were captured by Lu Qinglin's wife Huang Mingxiu. Huang Mingxiu is well known in the village for her fierceness. Not only did she control Lu Qinglin very well, but if anyone in the village provoked her, she would also curse their ancestors for 18 generations so much that they would be speechless and unable to raise their heads in the underworld. She is fair and plump, with a big belly that looks like a swimming ring. After chasing Li Qinghe and his wife to the crime scene, she put her hands on her hips and cursed. You damn bastards, you burned down my ancestral home. What do you think we should do? Zihang and Ziyu both woke up. Seeing so many people coming to their door all of a sudden, the brother and sister were a little confused. Suyu, who used to cry every morning when she woke up, stopped crying now. Zihang, who used to complain of being hungry every morning, no longer asked for breakfast. The brother and sister, one sitting on the stone bed and the other lying on the stone bed, looked at the crowd blankly and curiously. Li Qingfeng was in the wrong and could only endure Huang Mingxiu's abuse and said sincerely, "Aunt, please take a break and stop scolding. Scolding like this won't solve the problem. I burned down your ancestral home, and it was my fault. I apologize to you. I will pay the compensation if it's due, and I will never shirk my responsibility." Compensation? Pa! Huang Mingxiu cursed. What are you going to use to pay? Are you going to sell your son or daughter to pay? Can you afford it? Don't you see what kind of person you are? The shabby hut you live in is not even as good as my chicken coop. What are you going to use to pay? After scolding Li Qingfeng, he immediately turned to look at Li Qinghe and continued to scold. Li Qinghe, don't just stand there and watch without saying anything. Your brother burned down my ancestral home, and he can't afford to pay for it, so you pay for it. Otherwise, don't blame me for going to your house every day and eating and drinking for free. This was exactly why she had chased Li Qinghe and his wife here. Although Li Qingfeng was wealthy before, he is now down and out and has no place to live. Trying to get some money out of him is as difficult as asking a widow to give birth to a child. Therefore, the only way to make money is to rely on Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe's house is the most beautiful in the village, and he also has a car. If he refuses to pay, use his car as compensation. Thinking of this, Huang Mingxiu was too lazy to hide his true intentions and said bluntly, If you don't want to pay, just bring me your little blue car and we'll be even. Chapter 6 Compensation of 50,000. What? Liao Guifang yelled, you want my family to compensate you? You also want my car as compensation. What are you daydreaming about? Seeing that Liao Guifang dared to speak to him like that, Huang Mingxiu became a little excited. He just poured out all the dirty words that he had accumulated for a long time, scolding Liao Guifang until she had no power to fight back. Although Liao Guifang is not a pushover, she is obviously too young to face Huang Mingxiu. So, he simply took out the anger he had with Huang Mingxiu on Li Qingfeng, and cursed Li Qingfeng thoroughly. You are such a heartless person. You came back in such a miserable state. We provided you with food and shelter, but you still poke such a huge hole. Did your conscience get eaten by a dog? And you still want us to compensate you? Why don't you just die? What's the point of you living? Can't you just kill yourself? Why do you come back to harm us? Even a clay figure would have some anger. Seeing Liao Guifang's scolding getting more and more unpleasant, Li Qingfeng shouted. That's enough. Have you scolded me enough? The roar that was as powerful as a mountain and a river startled everyone. No one expected that Li Qingfeng, who had been quiet all this time, would shock people as soon as he opened his mouth. Huang Mingxiu stopped cursing. Liao Guifang also shut up. Lu Qinglin, who had been sitting on the ground pretending to cry heartbreakingly and saying sorry to his ancestors, stopped crying. Li Qingfeng glanced at everyone, pulled up Lu Qinglin who was sitting on the ground, and said in a deep voice. Everyone has their own responsibility. I, Li Qingfeng, will compensate for the mistakes I made myself, and will not implicate others. Uncle Qinglin, I burned down the house. I said I would pay compensation, and I will. But you can't keep making trouble like this. We need to have a good discussion, don't you think? Lu Qinglin was originally lying on the ground, but was suddenly picked up by Li Qingfeng. He was horrified. Is Li Qingfeng so strong? Lifting a person weighing over 100 pounds is like lifting a bucket? Bah, why am I comparing myself to a bucket? There is no suitable picture, so I'll make do with this. He looked at Li Qingfeng suspiciously, and seeing that Li Qingfeng had an extraordinary demeanor and great strength, he stopped crying and just said. Okay, as long as you are willing to compensate, we won't say anything. As he said this, he winked at his wife Huang Mingxiu. Huang Mingxiu understood what he meant and said, okay, since you want compensation, then I'll pay you 100,000. When Li Qingha heard this number, his head exploded and he was ready to go forward and argue. After all, exchanging a good house for farmland only cost 30,000 yuan in compensation. The ancestral home of Lu Qinglin's family was already in a very dilapidated state. Even if Li Qingfeng didn't burn it today, it would most likely collapse when it rained in the spring of next year. He actually asked for 100,000 right away? But before he could move, Liao Guifang grabbed his arm and whispered. It has nothing to do with us, so don't make trouble for yourself. Li Qinghe looked at his wife's fierce eyes and could only suppress the anger in his heart. Li Qingfeng smiled when he heard this, and, as the old saying goes, you should kill the living but not the familiar. You are treating me as an outsider. If you are not sincere in negotiating, then there is no need for us to say too much. I think you should call the police. Let the police make the judgment. I will pay whatever the judgment is. Hey, you bastard, you think 100,000 is too much, right? Huang Mingxiu put his hands on his waist and cursed. This is our ancestral home. It's not just a house, it's our ancestral property. It's feng shui. You burned the wishes left by our ancestors. It's already a bargain for you to pay you 100,000. That's fine. Li Qingfeng pointed to the foundation of his old house and said. Aunt, look, this is the foundation of the old house where my family has lived for 5 generations. If you blow it up, we'll be even. Li Qingfeng, are you being a scoundrel? Huang Mingxiu was so angry that he was shaking all over. I didn't expect that Li Qingfeng, who looked so righteous, was actually such a cunning person. Li Qingfeng said sternly, Aunt, I'm not being a scoundrel. I really want to negotiate compensation with you, but you insist on asking for too much. I have no choice but to do this. Seeing that the two could not reach an agreement, Lu Qinglin quickly stepped forward to play the good cop. Qingfeng, I see it's not easy for you to take care of 2 children. Since you are not willing to pay 100,000, then tell me, how much are you willing to pay? Li Qingfeng thought about it, stretched out his hand and said, 50,000, the maximum I can give you is 50,000. Generally speaking, such a shabby house can only be sold for around 30,000 yuan at most. Li Qingfeng was willing to pay 50,000 yuan because he was in the wrong, as he was the one who made the mistake first. The 50,000 yuan not only covers the house, but also part of it is compensation for mental damage. After all, the ancestral home is not an ordinary house. As Huang Mingxiu said, it is still a thought, a feng shui, and an ancestral property. If you sell it on your own initiative, then that's fine. But if it is burned by someone else, it is somewhat unlucky. 50,000 yuan may seem like a lot, but when you think about it carefully, it's just right. Lu Qinglin rolled his eyes and said unwillingly, 80,000. Just 50,000. Li Qingfeng said, Uncle Qinglin, you know how shabby your house is. Not to mention putting things in there and letting people live there, even if you raise a chicken there, it could be crushed to death at any time. I'm giving you 50,000 just for the sake of our fellow villagers, and I don't want to say too much. I'm sincere, so don't treat me as a fool, okay? Upon hearing this, Huang Mingxiu tugged at Lu Qinglin's clothes and nodded. Being able to exchange a shabby house for 50,000 is already a profit. Seeing this, Lu Qinglin felt distressed, but he still nodded and said, okay, 50,000 is 50,000, give it to me. A hand is extended, ready to take the money. Li Qingfeng grabbed Lu Qinglin's hand and smiled, Uncle Qinglin, I'll pay you back when I have money. What? Lu Qinglin shook off Li Qingfeng's hand, a surge of anger rising up. You are playing tricks on me. Why are you shouting when you have no money? Seeing that Lu Qinglin was about to lose control, Li Qingfeng quickly comforted him. Uncle Qinglin, give me 3 months. I will pay you back the 50,000 yuan within 3 months. 3 months? Lu Qinglin hesitated. Can you pay it off in 3 months? Yes. Li Qingfeng was still very confident. In fact, with his current abilities, it is not impossible for him to pay it off in 1 month. The main reason is that I don't want to say too much, in case people don't believe me. Okay, that's what you said. Lu Qinglin snorted coldly, if you can't pay it back by then, don't blame me for being ruthless. This time it was Huang Mingxiu's turn to play the bad guy. She changed her previous image of a shrew and said in a tone of deep understanding. Qingfeng, I know it's not easy for you to take care of 2 children, but since you promised to pay us back 50,000 within 3 months, you have to keep your word and don't make up a bunch of nonsense later. We are all from the same village. It would be bad for everyone if things got too ugly, don't you think? Aunt, don't worry. Li Qingfeng nodded and said, since I said I will pay it back within 3 months, I will definitely pay it back within 3 months. After Huang Mingxiu and Lu Qinglin got his guarantee, they stopped harassing him, cleaned up the burned old house, and left. When Liao Guifang saw that her family was not implicated in the incident, she quickly took Li Qingha home. When the villagers saw that there was nothing exciting to watch, they left. Li Qingfeng returned to the bedside, changed his daughter's diaper first, and then cooked porridge in boiled water. After feeding the children, I started to clean the yard. The yard was burned into a mess and it will take a while to clean up. Around noon, another man appeared in the yard. As soon as Li Qingfeng saw the man, his face, which was stained black by the grass ash, immediately smiled and walked towards him quickly. Fourth uncle, why are you here? My fourth uncle's real name is Li Fuan. He is the 4th child in the family and one of the few poor households in the village. He is dark and thin, not tall, only about 1.65 meters, and a little hunchbacked, which makes him look even shorter. He is already in his 50s, has no wife, no children, and is a lonely man. Qingfeng. Li Fuan stopped and looked around the surroundings, frowning, what's going on? I heard that you burned down Lu Qinglin's old house? Li Qingfeng scratched his head embarrassedly, it was a bit cold at night, and there was no light. The child was scared, so I lit a fire. You're a fool. Li Fuan cursed angrily, what are you thinking about? There are grass and trees everywhere around here, and you dare to light a fire all night to keep warm? Aren't you afraid that the flames will swallow you up? Having said that, he continued walking forward angrily. When he arrived in front of the thatched cottage, his expression immediately changed. This is Ziheng, come here, let fourth grandpa take a look. Ziheng was playing in the mud. When he saw a stranger coming, he stood up with some fear and looked at the stranger stiffly. Ziheng, hurry up and call fourth grandpa. Li Qingfeng walked over quickly, pulled Ziheng in front of fourth uncle and said, Fourth uncle, this child is a little shy. Li Fuan raised his hand and touched Ziheng's little head, and said with a smile, Ziheng, don't be afraid, look what fourth grandpa brought you. As he spoke, he raised the snakeskin bag in his hand. He looked around and couldn't help cursing, You don't even have a place to sit. I don't know how you live. Chapter 7 Smoked Bacon. Li Qingfeng quickly moved a square stone and placed it next to his uncle, laughing, "Uncle, please sit down. I've just been back for a few days, and I still haven't figured out a lot of things." "Humph, by the time you get your shit together, the kid will be starving." Li Fuan sat down, opened the snakeskin bag, looked up at Li Qingfeng, and said with disdain, "The child is awake, why are you still standing here? Go and get the child." Oh. Li Qingfeng was a little confused by his fourth uncle's occasional words of disdain, and quickly went to hug his daughter. Li Fuan sat on a rock, took out a bag of eggs from a snakeskin bag, spread them on the ground, and looked at Ziheng happily. "Ziheng, look, fourth grandpa brought you some eggs. Do you like them?" When Ziheng saw the eggs, his eyes widened. He just raised his hands and jumped up on the spot. Eggs. Go, don't step on it." Fourth uncle pushed him away and took out another bag of rice from the snakeskin bag. "There is still some rice here, not much, only more than 10 kilograms, enough for you to eat for a few days. When the government sends me rice next month, I will bring you some more." "Fourth uncle, keep it for yourself." How could Li Qingfeng accept his fourth uncle's things? He quickly held his daughter in his arms and refused. "I'm such a big person with hands and feet, are you afraid that I will starve to death? Don't eat it." Fourth uncle stuffed a small piece of smoked bacon into Ziheng's hand. "These things are for Ziheng, don't eat them. If you want to eat them, you can earn them yourself. It is already autumn now, and it is not easy to preserve last year's bacon until now." He usually couldn't bear to eat it, but occasionally when he was really hungry, he would cut a few ounces of it into thin slices and steam it with rice. The piece of bacon he sent to his nephews and grandchildren today was not big, only about half a pound, but it was his last piece of bacon. Local bacon. He patted Ziheng's hand and reminded him, "Ziheng, this bacon is delicious. In the evening, ask your father to cut it into thin slices. When the rice is almost cooked, put the meat slices in the rice and simmer it. It will be very fragrant." Ziheng didn't understand this. He just said this to Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng smiled and said, "Uncle Four, I understand." Li Fuan was too lazy to look at him. He stood up, teased his niece for a bit and left. "Uncle." Li Qingfeng followed him for a few steps. Looking at his bent back, he felt very uncomfortable and choked up. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Li Fuan was shocked, turned around and looked at Li Qingfeng and cursed. "You useless thing, is the sky going to fall? Even if it does, there will be someone taller to hold it up. You are only 30 years old, and you still have a long way to go. If you have time to talk nonsense here, why don't you think about doing something useful?" Seeing Li Qingfeng in such a miserable state, he hated it. "I hate God for being blind and I hate myself for being incompetent. If either of them can accomplish something, they can take care of this family of 3. But God doesn't care and he has no ability to do anything." Knowing that his nephews and grandchildren had fallen into such a state, the only thing he could do was to scrape out a little rice and meat from his teeth to help them. Other than that, nothing can be done. Li Fuan felt very uncomfortable. As I walked back, my back unconsciously bent a lot more. "Dad, I want to eat eggs." Ziheng couldn't take his eyes off the eggs and counted the eggs in the bag over and over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 9. 9 eggs. Li Qingfeng looked at the dozen eggs in the bag and agreed. "Okay, Dad will cook you an egg for lunch today, but I can't cook it for you in the evening, okay? You can only eat 1 egg a day." Ziheng nodded, not daring to ask for too much, otherwise it would be troublesome if there was not even an egg left. Heat up the porridge cooked in the morning and beat an egg into it. When Li Qingfeng scooped the porridge, he scooped all the eggs into his son's portion and drank the fishy-smelling white porridge himself. After lunch, Li Qingfeng went to move the earthen bricks from Lu Qinglin's old house and piled them around the thatched cottage to form an earthen brick wall about half a meter high. Although these earthen brick walls cannot block the wind, after all, they are only half a meter high, but they can serve as a shield so that the entire view of the hut cannot be seen by passers-by. Also, it can block some small animals and the like. Especially snakes. Although it is autumn now, there are still snakes in this warm spring-like mountain area. In addition to snakes, there are various animals in the mountains, such as pheasants, bamboo rats, and civets. These are common. Sometimes, if you are unlucky, you may encounter wild boars, clouded leopards, or other large animals with strong aggressiveness. It took an entire afternoon to build 4 half-meter high walls for the hut, leaving a 2-meter wide doorway on the south-facing wall. Ziheng was very happy as he saw his home becoming more and more like a house. He hid outside the wall, sometimes showing his head and sometimes hiding his head, playing hide and seek with his sister who was lying on the bed. Li Qingfeng was cooking at the stove outside. The stove has now been widened by him, and he moved a large stone next to the original stove, making 2 stoves together. One stove is for boiling water and the other is for cooking. This is the first meal I've had rice instead of porridge since moving here. A thin layer of bacon is placed on top of the rice, which gives it an aromatic aroma. Ziheng smelled the fragrance and ran over immediately. "Dad, can we eat now? I'm hungry." Li Qingfeng rubbed his head and smiled. "Wait a minute, the meat is not cooked yet, wash your hands first, and you can eat it later." Ziheng ran to the bathing puddle against the wall, looked at the yellow water, hesitated for a moment, and finally washed his hands. When he returned to the stove, his father had already prepared rice for him. He couldn't see the rice in the bamboo tube, he could only see the meat covering the bamboo tube. "It smells so good." He came forward, took a breath exaggeratedly, and said happily, "Dad, can we eat now? I want to eat." "Eat, eat." Li Qingfeng replied while making milk powder for his daughter. After getting his father's permission, Ziheng happily picked up the bamboo spoon his father made for him and started eating. But he couldn't bear to eat meat. He took the bamboo tube that his father usually used for eating and put it aside, picked out the meat slices from his own bamboo tube, and put them into his father's bamboo tube. Only after finishing the fragrant rice can you eat the meat happily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 9. 9 pieces of meat. He ate half of the meat and left the other half in his father's bamboo tube. He turned his head and looked at his father who was feeding his sister milk powder and said, "Dad, I don't want to eat it anymore. I'll leave it for you. Eat more." Li Qingfeng came over and saw that there was still a lot of meat in the bamboo tube. He asked, "Are you full? If not, can Daddy give you some more food?" "No." Ziheng shook his head, "I'm full." "Then you eat the meat." "I don't want to eat anymore." Ziheng got down from the high stone stool and walked to the side. "I'm full. I'll leave it for you." "You don't want to eat meat either?" Li Qingfeng was afraid that he still wanted to eat meat, so he asked again, "Are you really not going to eat it?" "If you don't eat it, Dad will eat it." "Well, I won't eat the food left for you." Ziheng answered again with certainty. His expression was indifferent, without any trace of nostalgia. He didn't even look back at the pieces of meat. He walked to the bed without looking back, climbed onto the bed, and started playing with his sister's toys. My sister was also lying on the bed. Seeing that he was really determined not to eat anymore, Li Qingfeng started eating his own dinner. However, he didn't eat the meat. Instead, he put the meat slices back on the rice. He is different from Ziheng. His body now has superpowers, so it won't be a problem if he doesn't eat this little bit of meat. But my son is different. My son is in the growing stage and needs a lot of nutrition. So I'll save the meat for my son to eat tomorrow. However, what Li Qingfeng did not expect was that when he woke up the next morning, he found that the slices of meat left over from last night had disappeared. Not only that, the rice originally placed in the aluminum pot was also knocked to the ground. Chapter 8 Fourth Uncle's House. Looking at the mess near the stove, Li Qingfeng was heartbroken. Damn it, it really is like when it rains it pours. Such good food was wasted like this. What the hell, which bastard did this? After looking around angrily, Li Qingfeng gradually calmed down. I thought to myself, this is most likely not the work of a human. After all, he had just returned to the village a few days ago, and apart from Lu Qinglin's family, he didn't seem to have any grudges with anyone. Although Lu Qinglin and his wife are not saints, they are not bad people either. This scene must be the work of mice. After calming down, he looked around carefully and saw mice sneaking around in some dark corners. His eyesight and hearing had been enhanced, so it was not difficult for him to follow the trail to find the mouse. But what if I found it? You can't try to pick the bacon out of the mouse's mouth again. Never mind, just remember this lesson. Next time I must cover it with wooden boards and press it down with stones. Without bacon and rice, I can only make some egg porridge for my son. Now that my son has eggs to eat, he doesn't have to worry about nutrition issues for the time being. But when he went to make milk powder for his daughter, he found that because his daughter's appetite had increased a lot, the milk powder that was originally only 1/3 left was now almost finished. Not only that, there are not many diapers left, and they can only last for 2 more days at most. It seems that I have to start making money. Li Qingfeng looked at his daughter who was sucking the bottle in his arms and thought, for the sake of the child, he had to get money quickly and could not delay any longer, otherwise he would have no money for his daughter's milk powder and diaper pads. After breakfast, she washed the clothes and took her 2 children back to her eldest brother's house. Li Qinghe was shocked when he saw Li Qingfeng coming back with 2 children, and hurriedly shouted, "Xingshan, why are you here?" Upon hearing this, Liao Guifang hurried out of the room and shouted, "Xinghe, are you ready? Drive quickly, the sooner you go, the sooner you can come back." As he said that, he came to the yard and saw Li Qingfeng, then he pretended to be surprised. "Hey, Qingfeng is here." Li Qingfeng smiled, called sister-in-law, and prepared to say something else. But Liao Guifang didn't even give him a chance to speak, and turned around and cursed into the house. "Li Haoqi, what are you hesitating about? Are you going to go shopping or not? Can you hurry up?" Okay. 8-year-old Li Haoqi ran out in brand new clothes and immediately shouted when he saw his uncle. "Uncle, we are going to town to eat snail noodles, are you coming?" Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, his mother pulled his arm and slapped him hard on the butt with her other hand. "I asked you to put on your clothes, why are you taking so long? Can't you be more efficient? You are already such a grown-up, but you still rely on us for everything, and you need me to scold and beat you before you obey." Liao Guifang beat her son and yelled at him, "What's the use of you? You're already such a grown-up, but you still have to rely on us for everything, you're a waste." Li Haoqi was beaten so badly that every cell in his body was struggling to escape, but his mother was too strong and he could not escape. He could only scream. Li Qinghe felt distressed when he saw this and kept trying to persuade her. The family of 3 made the already small yard into a mess. Li Qingfeng is not a fool. Looking at all these scenes, is there anything he doesn't understand? Even if he didn't understand, Liao Guifang's indirect criticism made him understand. He is not welcome here. So he picked up his daughter, took his son and turned around and left. After he walked a long way away, Liao Guifang stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. I almost let him rely on me again. Humph, now that I've moved out, you want to move back in? No way. Li Qinghe whispered, "Xingfeng is not such a person, maybe he just wants to borrow something." Upon hearing this, Liao Guifang gave him a murderous look. Li Qinghe shut up immediately. Li Qingfeng brought his 2 children here, actually he just wanted to borrow a flashlight. But Liao Guifang thought he was going to bring his 2 children back to live with them, so that is why all the chaos happened. Let us not talk about the fact that Li Qingfeng just came to borrow a flashlight. What if he really moved back here? The house cost 200,000 yuan to build, and he helped pay 150,000 yuan. Although the house is not his, with the 150,000 yuan, he can live there for a long time even if he lives in a hotel. It's a pity that once people have no money, they have no say. Li Qingfeng was too lazy to argue. Although he won the fight. But some things are meaningless even if you win the fight. If I win the fight, will I have to move in and face Liao Guifang's face all day long? It's better not to fight. Another reason is that Li Qingfeng always remembers the care his elder brother gave him when he was young. My mother died young and my father worked hard for many years. Ever since he could remember, he had always been following his eldest brother and being taken care of by him. His older brother, who was a few years older than him, still had a runny nose himself, but he had to wipe his nose all day long. He can't even put on his clothes, but I have to roll up his trouser legs and pull his sleeves all day long. This feeling cannot be erased by 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. Although the eldest brother seems to have changed now, he has not changed. He is still the same Li Qingfeng, still the same young man. Unable to borrow a flashlight from his eldest brother's house, Li Qingfeng turned around and went to his 4th uncle's house. My 4th uncle's house is a cement brick house. Cement bricks are very large cement bricks. One must weigh at least 30 or 40 kilograms. There are also 2 holes in the middle of each cement brick for arms to pass through. This type of cement brick house is built with government funds and is specifically for poor households who have no place to live. The 2-story villa next to my 4th uncle's house is Lu Qinglin's home. Li Qingfeng walked into the open courtyard with the 2 children, 4th uncle. Li Fuan walked out of the only door of the short cement brick house, looking a little happy. "Hey, Ziheng, come quickly, 4th grandpa just cooked a pot of sweet potatoes, come and try some." After saying that, he walked up to Ziyu and teased her twice, then quickly went to the corner of the yard, took out a bamboo broom and prepared to clean the yard. You said that Zihang is such a clean and pretty person. Would he feel uncomfortable in a place like this with chicken shit all over the floor? I have to clean it up quickly. Seeing that his fourth uncle was going to clean the yard, Li Qingfeng hurriedly said, "Fourth uncle, put it down, I'll do it." "Come on." Li Fuan stood up and looked at the tall and burly Li Qingfeng, then looked at Ziheng who was standing at the door and didn't dare to go in, put down the broom in his hand, and said, "Okay, come on if you want. Take this." He pointed at his grandniece in his nephew's arms, but couldn't tell her name. "What's your name?" "Ziyu." Li Qingfeng said. "Okay, give Tsuyu to me and I'll hold her, and then you help me clean up the yard." As Li Fuan spoke, he walked into the house, brought out 2 benches he had made by nailing wooden boards and placed them against the wall, and then brought out a pot of hot sweet potatoes and placed it against the wall. He pulled Ziheng to sit down, peeled a sweet potato for him first, then wiped his hands on his clothes, and then reached out to Li Qingfeng. "Come, hold Ziyu for me." Li Qingfeng hesitated for a moment, a little worried that his fourth uncle would not be able to hold his daughter. "After all, although my daughter is only half a year old, she already weighs almost 20 kilograms. Li Fuan saw his worry and said with some disdain, "When you were a child, you were stronger than her, and I carried you on my back and held you in my arms every day. Do you think I can't take care of children just because I don't have my own children?" "No, no." Li Qingfeng hurriedly put his daughter in his fourth uncle's arms. "I'm mainly worried that she will tire you out." Li Fuan hugged his niece tightly and waved his hand, "Hurry up and get to work." "Hey." Li Qingfeng hurriedly picked up the bamboo broom and started working. Fourth uncle's yard is big, but also very messy, with all kinds of junk. There were piles of cardboard covered in chicken droppings at the door of the chicken coop. There were bags of wood ash fluttering in the wind with their mouths open wide. There were logs of firewood piled up in a haphazard manner like the claws of a monster. There were also rotten shoes, crotchless pants, and briefs hung directly on the wood. Although Li Qingfeng is very strong, cleaning the yard requires energy rather than strength. But with the help of strength, it took 2 hours to tidy up the yard. Li Fuan was quite pleased to see that he had tidied up the messy yard so neatly. "Okay, I've been busy all morning, let's go cook something and fry 2 eggs. "Okay." Li Qingfeng washed his hands at the faucet in the yard and went into the house to prepare cooking. But when he saw the scene inside the house, he was shocked again. My fourth uncle's house was built by the government, so it only has 1 room. This room is both a kitchen, a living room, and a bedroom. The main gate is on the south side, and there is a simple cement stove against the wall on the left side when you enter the gate. There was a small wooden table and a small bench under the west window, and some messy things were piled against the north wall. On the east wall after entering the door is a bed with large cement bricks as legs and uneven wooden boards as bedboards. There was a dirty quilt and messy clothes on the bed. There are a lot of tattered shoes piled under the bed. Li Qingfeng is having a headache. This place is even messier than the yard outside. Pots, pans, and utensils are scattered everywhere, and clothes, shoes, and socks are scattered everywhere. What is even more outrageous is that some of the bowls contain food that was of unknown age and had already become moldy and dried out. Even the mold is old and dead. There are 2 socks in the corner that have become nests for cockroaches. The most outrageous thing was that a piece of meat was infested with maggots and a shoe without a sole under the bed. Li Qingfeng thought that his current living conditions were bad enough, but he didn't expect that there are always people better than you. The environment at fourth uncle's house is simply unmatched. Twice as exaggerated as this. Chapter 9: Going into the mountains alone. Alas, it seems that I have to clean up the cook first. Following fourth uncle's instructions, I cooked white rice, washed and chopped the cabbage in the corner, and stir-fried it with the eggs. Ziheng drooled as he looked at the eggs and ate 2 large bowls of rice. After finishing the second bowl of rice, he wanted to have a third bowl, but Li Qingfeng didn't give him any because he was afraid that he would upset his stomach. After lunch, Li Qingfeng couldn't bear to leave, so he helped his fourth uncle clean up the house again. It took another 3 hours to clean up. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when the house was cleaned up. During this time, Li Qingfeng went back home twice to feed his daughter milk powder and change her diaper. Seeing that everything inside and outside the house had been cleaned up, Li Fuan ordered again, "Catch and kill the biggest hen. We will eat it tonight." "Uncle, this is not good." Li Qingfeng looked at the hen, which was still full of energy, and felt a little reluctant. "If we don't kill it, it can lay a few more eggs. Today is not a festival or New Year, there is no need to kill the chicken. Just kill me when I tell you to. Why are you so long-winded?" Li Fuan cursed, turned his head and looked at Ziheng beside him. His expression changed instantly, and he asked with a smile, Zihang, shall we eat chicken legs tonight? Zihang swallowed madly and nodded impatiently, okay. I was afraid it would be too late and fourth grandpa would change his mind. Seeing that he couldn't convince his fourth uncle, Li Qingfeng had no choice but to kill the chicken according to his uncle's instructions. A big pot of chicken soup was stewed in the evening. Li Qingfeng and Li Fuan each drank 2 big bowls of soup. Only Zihang kept eating meat and almost vomited. Eat slowly. Li Fuan said that he had bad teeth, so he just ate 2 pieces of meat casually, and most of the rest went into the stomachs of his nephews and grandchildren. He turned his head to look at his niece who was sleeping peacefully on the chair, then looked back at the father and son who were eating happily. He felt so happy that he couldn't help laughing. When Li Qingfeng heard his fourth uncle laughing, he suddenly raised his head and looked at him. But the fourth uncle's expression changed instantly, and he scolded, how can you be a father? How can you let your child starve like this? After that, he picked up a chicken wing and put it in Zihang's bowl. Zihang, eat slowly, all this meat is yours, no one is going to snatch it from you. Zihang was currently biting into a huge and delicious chicken leg. One bite and the juice overflows. It smells very good. Chicken drumstick. But looking at the chicken wings in the bowl, I unconsciously increased the speed at which I ate the meat. When I came out of my fourth uncle's house, it was already getting dark. Li Qingfeng took the children back home, first built a fire in the yard to provide lighting for the children, and then boiled water for the 2 children to take a bath. By the time he settled the 2 children, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The daughter had fallen asleep on the stone bed, but the son was still awake. Zihang sat on the stone bed, looked at his busy father and asked, Dad, when will you go to bed? Li Qingfeng took the flashlight and snakeskin bag borrowed from his fourth uncle's house, walked to the bedside, and looked at his son seriously. Zihang, Dad has to go to the mountains to work, you stay at home and look after your sister, okay? No. Zihang wanted to cry, I'm scared. When a 5-year-old child hears that his father is leaving him in the dark night, his instinctive reaction is fear. So no matter how Li Qingfeng tried to coax him, he just said, Dad, I'm scared. After coaxing his son for a few minutes, seeing that his son was still the same, Li Qingfeng angrily scolded him, what are you afraid of? When Dad was your age, he could do everything. After he scolded her, Zihang's eyes became more moist and his expression looked more aggrieved. Seeing this, Li Qingfeng took 2 deep breaths and felt a little guilty. Is it too much to ask a 5-year-old child to face the night bravely? So he took his son's hand, looked into his eyes, and softened his tone. Zihang, don't be afraid. Daddy won't be far away. He's right next to you. You can't see Daddy, but Daddy can see you. If you are really scared or miss Daddy, just shout for Daddy loudly and Daddy will be back soon, okay? Dad, I want to go with you. Zihang held his father's hand tightly, tears still flowing down his face. I want to go too. You can't go with Dad. Li Qingfeng explained patiently, if you go with Dad, who will take care of the baby? She is your baby, right? You love the baby, right? Then take the baby with you. Zihang cried. No. Li Qingfeng refused. Zihang, listen to Daddy and stay home to look after your sister. Daddy will be back soon. If Daddy doesn't go to work, we won't have money. Without money, we can't buy toys, new clothes, or meat. Without money, you can't buy eggs or chicken legs. Zihang's tears stopped. He rubbed his eyes and asked, isn't it that I can only eat porridge every day? Yes. Li Qingfeng asked him, do you want to eat eggs or chicken legs? Zihang nodded vigorously, I do. Then let Dad go to work, and you stay at home to look after your sister, okay? Okay. Zihang nodded again. Li Qingfeng then let go of his hand, rubbed his head, turned around and left. Seeing his father's back disappearing into the darkness, Zihang could no longer hold back his tears, but he still kept his mouth tightly closed and did not cry out. Stars twinkle in the dark night sky, and the mountain breeze blows on your face, mixed with the coolness of autumn water and the fishy smell of mud and rocks. Li Qingfeng strode into the mountains with his head held high, without needing to turn on the flashlight. Because his eyesight has been enhanced, he can move freely even in the pitch-black night as if walking on flat ground. If he had just turned around and looked intently in the direction of the thatched hut, he would have seen his son and daughter, but he didn't do that. He was afraid that he would be soft-hearted and give up going into the mountains because of seeing the tears on the child's face. But he had to go into the mountains tonight. It is not only to make money to repay Lu Qinglin's 50,000 yuan, but also to let the children live a better and better life. When he reached a puddle in the mountain stream, he looked intently at the puddle and saw a stone frog foraging for food on a rock next to the puddle. Stone frog. The stone frog is a wild frog. The biggest difference between it and the artificially farmed bullfrog is that bullfrogs cost about 10 yuan per catty, while the cheapest stone frog costs 200 yuan per catty. The purpose of Li Qingfeng's trip tonight is to find stone frogs. As long as you can catch the stone frog, you can sell it for a lot of money. After determining the location of the stone frog, he immediately turned on the flashlight and shone it at the fat stone frog. The stone frog was still jumping, but when the flashlight shone on it, it was as if it had been cast under a spell and it just lay there motionless. At this time, Li Qingfeng quickly walked over, grabbed the stone frog, and threw it into the snakeskin bag. The first stone frog was captured so easily. Although the stone frog is a wild animal, its athletic ability and reaction ability should be much stronger than those of farmed frogs. However, due to the contrast in light intensity, after being exposed to a strong flashlight, the stone frog's visual nervous system can no longer capture the image of the object. At this time, it will temporarily lose its visual sense, so it dare not act rashly and can only lie still. The natural result of lying there is that you will be caught by humans, put into a snakeskin bag and become a commodity to be exchanged for money. Li Qingfeng followed this method and walked into the mountains along the mountain stream. He concentrated his attention on the surroundings of the mountain stream, and when he saw a stone frog, he shone his flashlight on it and then caught it. After staying in the mountains for about 2 hours, Li Qingfeng had captured more than 10 stone frogs. He looked at the stone frog in the bag, hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but look towards the direction of the thatched hut. When his sight passed through numerous obstacles and stopped at the thatched hut, he saw a scene that made him heartbroken. Chapter 10 Dry Pot Stone Frog. I saw that my daughter, who was originally sleeping soundly, had woken up. She was waving her arms and legs in the air, crying non-stop, her face red, and coughing non-stop. Sitting next to her was Ziheng. Ziheng himself was also crying so hard that he was out of breath, but he still used one hand to wipe his tears, and with the other hand he kept patting his sister's chest, crying, "Whoa, baby, don't cry, whoa. Don't cry, whoa. Dad. Whoa, come back soon, whoa." Ziheng looked at the darkness around him, feeling extremely scared. Especially since his sister kept crying, he was at a loss as to what to do and he could only cry along with her. Dad once said that as long as you call him loudly, he will come back. So he cried and shouted, "Dad! Dad! Whoa! When will you come back? Whoa! Come back soon! Whoa!" Crying bag. The cries echoed in the valley, one after another, almost breaking Li Qingfeng's heart. He was already running back as fast as he could, but after all, he had walked into the mountains, and it would take some time even if he ran back. When he finally saw the light of the fire in front of the hut, he could no longer hold back and shouted loudly, "Li Ziheng, don't be afraid, Dad is back. Dad will be home soon." His voice resounded through the sky like a huge bell, passing through the dense woods and heading straight for the hut. Ziheng was startled when he heard the voice, and his tense nerves suddenly relaxed. He cried out even louder, "Dad! Dad! Dad is here!" Li Qingfeng finally rushed back. As soon as he put down the snakeskin bag, he immediately went forward to hug his daughter who was crying hoarsely, and then hugged his son and comforted him, "Don't be afraid, Dad is back. Dad has caught a lot of big frogs. When we sell the big frogs tomorrow, we will have money." "Wow, Dad, I just kept crying, why didn't you come back?" Ziheng hugged his father's waist tightly, tears streaming down his face. "Isn't Dad back now?" Li Qingfeng rubbed his son's hair and said with a smile, "Don't cry, lie down on the bed quickly. I'll sleep with you after Daddy takes a bath. Be good, or Daddy won't buy you meat tomorrow." Ziheng hugged his father and cried for a while, and his panicked heart was finally calmed down. He wiped his tears and climbed onto the bed and lay down obediently. Li Qingfeng fed his daughter milk powder and smelled her butt. When he found no bad smell, he carried her and walked around twice. The little baby was probably tired of crying. After finishing his milk, he lay in his father's arms and fell asleep soon after. Li Qingfeng carefully put her on the bed and told his son, who hadn't closed his eyes yet, "Ziheng, watch over the baby and don't wake her up. Daddy will be back soon after taking a bath." Ziheng was a little nervous. "Dad, how long will you be gone?" "In a moment." Li Qingfeng turned around and added a piece of wood to the fire to make it burn more vigorously and brighter. He picked up his clothes and walked towards the stream, saying, "Ziheng, look, Dad is taking a bath here and will be back soon." Ziheng just sat on the bed, watching his father bathing in the stream in the night from afar. His eyes were very sleepy, but he forced himself to stay awake and not close his eyes. He is afraid. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, his father would disappear again. The broken family left an indelible scar in his little heart. Maybe it will take a very long time, many years, before he is not as afraid of being abandoned as he is now. Although he knew that his father would not abandon him, just as he had never thought that his mother would abandon him. Many things in this world may never be realized according to people's inner thoughts. For safety reasons, he could only look at his father. Watching Dad take a bath, watching Dad get dressed, watching Dad walk back, watching Dad lie down between him and his sister, holding his sister in one hand and him in the other. In his father's arms, he finally closed his eyes peacefully and fell into a deep sleep. When Li Qingfeng woke up early in the morning, the first thing he did was to see the stone frog. He put the stone frog in a snakeskin bag, tied the mouth of the bag with a vine, and placed it in a newly dug puddle by the stream. The stone frog is fine. He quickly cooked breakfast, took care of the two children's activities, ate breakfast together, and then took the snakeskin bag to his eldest brother's house. He had to take these stone frogs to town to sell them today, so he had to borrow a car from his eldest brother. No matter what his elder brother and sister-in-law said today, he had to ask and must borrow the car. When the father and his two sons walked into the yard, Liao Guifang was chasing Li Qinghe to go to work in the fields. As soon as he saw the three people, he felt as if he had seen the god of plague. He wanted to hide, but it was too late. Li Qinghe was stunned when he saw the father and his two sons coming. Qingfeng? It's so early, where are you going? Liao Guifang said nothing, turned around and locked the door. Li Qingfeng asked Ziheng to call for help before he said, "Brother, I caught some stone frogs last night." Stone frog? Li Qinghe's eyes lit up and he walked quickly towards the father and his two sons. Liao Guifang had just locked the door, but when she heard the word stone frog, she quickly unlocked it, turned around and said with a smile, "Stone frog? Qingfeng, did you catch any stone frogs last night? How many?" Having said that, without waiting for Li Qingfeng to finish his words, he walked forward, opened the snakeskin bag and looked inside. When they saw that there were more than 10 stone frogs in the bag, the couple's eyes lit up. "Qingfeng, why did you catch so many stone frogs?" Li Qinghe was overjoyed. He quickly put down the hoe in his hand, looked at the stone frog in the bag again, and said happily, "With so many stone frogs, we can have many meals. Qingfeng, how about we make a stone frog hot pot tonight?" The stone frog hot pot is too fishy and not tasty. Liao Guifang pushed Li Qinghe, "If you want to eat it, eat the dry pot stone frog, that's the most delicious." Li Qinghe smiled cheerfully, "There are so many stone frogs, let's have one for dry pot and one for hot pot." Ziheng listened to the two of them talking back and forth and swallowed. "That's right." Liao Guifang was very happy. "You don't have to go dig sweet potatoes later. Go to the mountains to dig some yams and wild ginger. The yams can be cooked with stone frogs in hot pot, and the wild ginger can be cooked with stone frogs in dry pot. Oh, by the way, dig 2 winter bamboo shoots. The winter bamboo shoots haven't come out yet. They're too hard to dig. I won't dig them." Li Qinghe refused. "Just digging yams is tiring enough. If I don't dig, I'll just dig some yams and some wild ginger." "Oh, whatever you want." Liao Guifang was too lazy to talk to him anymore, and hurriedly pulled Ziheng into the house. "Ziheng, let's eat an apple first, and then wait for Brother Haoqi to come back from school and let him take you out to play." When Ziheng heard that there were apples to eat, he couldn't help swallowing. Li Qingfeng stood there holding his daughter without making any other moves. "It was not until I saw my eldest brother picking up his hoe and preparing to go into the mountains to dig yam, and my eldest sister-in-law pulling Ziheng into the house, that I found an opportunity to speak. Brother, sister-in-law, this stone frog is not for eating. I plan to take it to town to sell it." Chapter 11, Strange Guests. "What?" The couple stopped at the same time and turned to look at Li Qingfeng, who was standing in the middle of the yard. Liao Guifang even shook off Li Ziheng's hand, cast an incredulous look at Li Qingfeng, and asked sharply, "You said these stone frogs are not for eating? Are you going to take them to the town to sell for money?" "Qingfeng, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but how much can these stone frogs be exchanged for? You might as well eat them yourself." After being glared at by Liao Guifang, Li Qinghe walked back and laughed dryly. Other people will eat it after buying it anyway, why don't we eat it ourselves?" "Yes." Liao Guifang agreed hastily, "Others are willing to spend money to buy them to eat, so we should be even more willing to eat the ones we catch ourselves. After all, the money earned from selling them will be wasted, so we might as well cook them and eat them, at least we can satisfy our cravings." Isn't it a good way to satisfy your craving? This stone frog can be sold for 200 yuan per catty. If you buy it with money, it will be even more expensive. She couldn't bear to buy it, but she wanted to eat it. But Li Qinghai is a coward. He usually has to be scolded before he can do his work. It is impossible for him to go into the mountains to catch stone frogs in the middle of the night. So when she heard in the village that someone from a certain family went into the mountains to catch stone frogs and gave the whole family a big meal, she felt a little disappointed. The men in other people's families are men, and the men in her family are also men, but why is the gap so big? Li Qingfeng couldn't help laughing when he heard what Liao Guifang said. Sister-in-law is really considerate of me. She knows that I drink white porridge and eat wild vegetables every day, so she wants me to eat some stone frog meat to improve my condition, right? Sister-in-law, I appreciate your kindness. But now I have 2 children and can't even solve the problem of food and clothing. I really don't have the face to eat such a luxurious thing. If sister-in-law wants to eat it, it's easy. Let my brother go into the mountains tonight, and he will definitely be able to catch stone frogs. Liao Guifang snorted and laughed, but said nothing. Seeing that his wife was silent, Li Qingha urged her, then hurry up and sell it. Don't waste time, or the frog will die and the price will be reduced by half. Li Qingfeng nodded. I want to go there quickly, but I don't have a car. I have 2 children with me, so it's not easy to walk there, so I want to borrow a car from you, big brother. Okay then. Li Qingha just agreed when he heard Liao Guifang suddenly coughing. When he looked up, he saw Liao Guifang staring at him. What's the matter? I heard that cars can't be lent out casually. Otherwise, who will be responsible if an accident occurs? Li Qingha glanced at Liao Guifang timidly and said with embarrassment, That's right, Xingfeng, it's not that I don't want to lend it to you, but what if you run into someone else? Otherwise, you should take the 2 children to the outside intersection and take a ride. That's how it should be. Liao Guifang continued, It's not far anyway, only 3 or 4 kilometers, it will take an hour or so to walk there, and then you can take a bus to town for 3 yuan. 3 or 4 kilometers is not far? Li Qingfeng wanted to laugh. She could really say that. It's at least 3 kilometers of mountain road from here to the outside intersection. How can I walk there with 2 children? It's not that he was afraid of being tired, but he was afraid that the 2 children couldn't bear it. Just imagine, the autumn is so hot, and letting 2 children be exposed to the scorching sun for a long time, not to mention feeling dizzy, their skin will definitely be sunburned. Especially for my youngest daughter, who is only half a year old, I am afraid that prolonged exposure to the sun may be bad for her eyes. Thinking of this, Li Qingfeng said without letting anyone refuse, Brother, you must lend me your car today. Think about it, I am walking with 2 children from here to the outside intersection, which is more than 3 kilometers of mountain road. If the villagers see me, what will they say about you? You probably don't want others to poke you in the back, right? This sentence seemed to be spoken to Li Qingha, but it was actually spoken to Liao Guifang. After hearing this, Liao Guifang's expression eased a little and she said nothing more. People need dignity and trees need bark, she understands this truth. Seeing this, Li Qingha hurriedly said, Hey, Xingfeng, what are you talking about? I didn't say I wouldn't lend it to you. I just wanted you to be careful. Liao Guifang rolled her eyes and said, You can borrow my car, but my car is out of gas, so I can only borrow a motorcycle. Li Qingha was stunned, and said to Li Qingfeng helplessly, Xingfeng, you see, the weather is so hot, it's actually more comfortable to ride a motorcycle, blow the natural wind, it's cool and healthy. Having said that, he immediately went into the house and got the motorcycle key. Li Qingfeng didn't act aggressively. He took the motorcycle keys with a sincere look on his face. Thank you, brother. Hey, what are you thanking me for? Brothers don't say thank you. Li Qingha waved his hand, I'm going to work. Liao Guifang turned around and locked the door again. Li Qingfeng turned the front of the motorcycle parked in the yard, let Zihang stand on the pedal, and carried his daughter on a sling. He twisted the accelerator, roared out of the yard, and drove towards the town. The village is nearly 15 kilometers away from the town, and it takes about 20 minutes to ride a bike. The main reason is that there are children on the bike, so it is not easy to ride too fast and you can only move slowly. When we arrived in the town, we went straight to the only house in the town that bought game. This man is a man in his 50s named Pan Zhangmin, and he has been engaged in purchasing game for more than 30 years. His home is right next to the township vegetable market, and for safety reasons, he did not hang up a sign saying wild game purchase. But even if there is no sign hanging outside, people from nearby villages who catch game will bring it here to sell. Because his family is the only game purchasing point in the town. Li Qingfeng stopped his motorcycle at the door and walked into the courtyard with Ziheng. Boss, are you still buying stone frogs? When Li Qingfeng was a teenager, he followed his father here to sell stone frogs. Pan Zhangmin was cleaning up the traces of game left in the yard yesterday, preparing to greet a new day, but unexpectedly, he welcomed a strange guest shortly after opening the door. The man was very tall and mighty, but he was holding a child who looked only 6 or 7 years old. It was hard to tell whether it was a boy or a girl. In addition, he was carrying a baby who was estimated to be less than 1 year old on his back. This man's face is both majestic and elegant, like a pine or cypress, strong and firm but with flexible branches, or like mountain streams, which look elegant and graceful but can flow thousands of miles. Probably like this. How could such a person walk into the small courtyard that specializes in purchasing wild game? Pan Zhangmin muttered to himself, then stood up and replied, "How many did you collect?" Li Qingfeng did not answer, but asked, "How much per pound?" 200. Pan Zhangmin raised 2 fingers and walked towards the father and his 2 sons. Li Qingfeng then handed over the snakeskin bag in his hand and smiled, "Boss, take a look, it's all here." "So many?" After taking the snakeskin bag, Pan Zhangmin looked at the stone frog in the bag with some surprise. It was the first time that he received so many large stone frogs from one person at one time. Looking at a dozen lively stone frogs, Pan Zhangmin even wondered for a moment if he had seen a ghost. First of all, the image of the visitor was very different from the other mountain people who came to sell stone frogs. Another thing is that this stone frog is really weird. Not only are there a lot of them, but each one is also very large. Other mountain people came to sell stone frogs. Even if someone could occasionally catch a dozen stone frogs, the sizes were uneven and most of them were small. He had heard a story about a hunter before. It was said that the hunter had hunted all his life, killed countless lives, and finally died at the hands of a tiger spirit that had transformed from a tiger into a human form. Could it be that I collected too many stone frogs, and these stone frogs became spirits and came to seek revenge on me? He looked at the father and his 2 sons in the yard suspiciously. Boss Pan. At this moment, another man carrying a snakeskin bag walked into the courtyard. Chapter 12 Income 1000 Yuan. Seeing that the visitor was an old acquaintance, Pan Zhangmin relaxed and hurriedly greeted him, "Chun Gui, you are here. Did you go into the mountains to catch stone frogs again last night?" "Yes, we caught a few." The man named Chun Gui walked in, but his eyes were always on Li Qingfeng. When he came to Li Qingfeng's side and saw his profile clearly, he was surprised and said, "Qingfeng? It's really you. I thought I was seeing things just now." Li Qingfeng then turned around to look at the man. Seeing that it was a man in his 50s from the village, he nodded and responded, "Uncle Chungui, what a coincidence." When Pan Zhangmin saw that Chungui knew the man from before, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, "I was really overthinking it just now. It was probably because I tried too hard to find a prostitute in the county town last night, and I was a little confused. It's broad daylight, there's no monster or demon there. You're just scaring yourself." Seeing that Li Qingfeng was also carrying a snakeskin bag, Chungui was curious, "Qingfeng, are you here to sell stone frogs too?" "Yes." Li Qingfeng nodded without saying anything more. Chungui is a typical villain. When the villagers raised funds to build the village, he did not contribute a penny and even slandered the village chief behind the scenes, accusing him of embezzling the funds. Later, seeing that the village chief had withstood the pressure and built the village better and better, he started to take small actions, pulling out the redbud saplings in the village today and stepping on the newly sprouted sunflowers tomorrow. 7 or 8 out of 10 villagers hate him to the core, and the remaining 2 or 3 are either as malignant as he is, or are his relatives. Li Qingfeng didn't want to have too much interaction with such people, so he just responded politely without saying anything else. "So you two know each other? Are you from the same village?" Pan Zhangmin looked at the 2 of them with a smile, thinking that the difference in their appearance was quite huge. "Yes, we are from the same village." Chungui walked up to Li Qingfeng and opened his snakeskin bag, looking inside. He was surprised to see more than 10 stone frogs in the bag. "Qingfeng, how did you catch so many stone frogs? Where did you catch them?" "It's in the mountains." Li Qingfeng replied briefly. Pan Zhangmin saw that Li Qingfeng didn't want to say too much, and thought he was afraid that others would share his wealth, so he hurriedly said, "Come, let me see how much your stone frog weighs." As he said this, he took out an electronic scale, weighed Li Qingfeng's stone frog and the snakeskin bag together, and then subtracted the weight of the snakeskin bag. 5 pounds and 3 ounces. Pan Zhangmin deducted the weight and reported a number, 200 per pound, that's 1,060 yuan. Upon hearing this number, Ochungui, who was chatting away on the side, dilated his pupils visibly, opened his mouth slightly, and was filled with surprise. Damn, Li Qingfeng is so lucky? He actually caught so many stone frogs at once. Or did he catch so many by catching several times? Ochungui was full of doubts. After Li Qingfeng took the money and left, he started discussing with Pan Zhangmin, "Boss Pan, do you think these stone frogs are gathered together over the past few days to get so many? Otherwise, how could he catch so many stone frogs in one night?" Pan Zhangmin carefully looked at the stone frogs that had been put into the cage and shook his head. Looking at the spirits of these stone frogs, they must have been caught last night. Stone frogs that were caught a few days ago don't look so spirited. That's crazy. Ochungui was a little jealous. I often go to the mountains, but I've never tried to catch so many stone frogs at once. He has only been in the mountains for one night, his luck is too good. In his opinion, Li Qingfeng was able to catch these stone frogs by luck. After all, he relied on luck to catch stone frogs in the mountains. When you are lucky, you can catch 2 more, but when you are unlucky, you can't catch any. God is so unfair. Why doesn't he share some of this good luck with him? It would be great if he could catch so many stone frogs in one night. 1,000 a day, that's more than 300,000 a year. Ha, just thinking about it makes me happy. Li Qingfeng excitedly left Pan Zhangmin's yard with about 1,000 yuan in his hand, stood on the street holding his son's hand, and looked at people coming and going. It took him a while to come back to his senses. This is the first time he made money with his superpowers. The excitement is beyond words, just like a beggar seeing a treasure bowl, or like a fish returning to the sea. Although he didn't know what the future would be like, he knew that with his skills, he could definitely give his children a better life and turn things around. Li Qingfeng took his son and walked into a maternity and baby store next to the entrance of the vegetable market. "Boss, do you want milk powder or diapers?" The owner of the maternity and baby store was a young woman in her 30s, also holding a baby in her arms. Whenever she sees a customer like Li Qingfeng who brings a baby, she will show 100% enthusiasm. Even though she had a headache because of the unattended baby in her arms, as long as she saw a customer who would most likely shop in the store, no matter how annoyed she felt, she would always show the most polite and enthusiastic smile on her face. Li Qingfeng looked around the small store at the various goods on display and pointed to the milk powder on the top shelf. That was the brand his daughter was drinking. "How much is that stage 2 milk powder?" "That one costs more than 300. The female boss looked up at the milk powder on the shelf and replied hesitantly, 320. "If you want it, just give me 300. That thing is a big brand, very expensive, and has never been easy to sell, so it has been put aside." Li Qingfeng nodded, walked to the other side of the store, pointed at the diapers on the top floor and asked, "Madam Boss, how much do you sell these diapers for?" "This one." The female boss took another look at the diapers in the green box and laughed. "That one costs 250, a large size, 184 diapers." After saying that, he looked Li Qingfeng up and down and saw that his clothes were covered with dirt. Although the child next to him was pretty, her clothes were not necessarily white and new. He couldn't help but think that he was most likely wrong this time, as this guy didn't look like he was very rich. So, he may not be willing to buy milk powder and diapers that cost more than 300 yuan and 200 yuan. Thinking of this, the female boss quickly took out a can of milk powder from the bottom layer and introduced it. "Boss, what do you think of this? This is only about 100 yuan. And the diapers are also 100 yuan a box." Li Qingfeng looked at the milk powder in the female boss's hand, and then saw diapers in the direction she pointed. There was some hesitation in my heart. According to the current economic conditions, can I buy some cheaper milk powder and diapers for my daughter? After all, I have to buy a solar lamp and some other things later. But what if I buy milk powder and diapers that are too cheap and my daughter can't get used to them? He looked at his son, then turned back to look at his daughter on his back, and said firmly, "No, just help me get the expensive ones, both milk powder and diapers." As soon as these words were spoken, the female boss suddenly felt that she was really overwhelmed by her children. How could she doubt that such a super dad would not be willing to buy expensive things for his children? A grown man carrying a baby on his back and holding another baby in his hands, isn't he a super dad? She quickly and enthusiastically took the milk powder and diapers, and also gave a silicone bowl and silicone spoon for the baby to eat complimentary food. While the female boss was packing things, Li Qingfeng saw his son next to him staring at the steamed bun shop next to the maternity and baby store with his big rolling eyes. He followed his son's gaze towards the bun shop, and saw white buns steaming in the steamer at the door of the shop, blatantly tempting passers-by. Steamed stuffed bun. Chapter 13, Ungrateful Wolf. Zihang looked at the tempting bun, swallowed hard, and then looked up at his father. He wanted to ask for some buns, but when he thought about how he was alone at home taking care of his sister last night, he didn't dare to say anything. It costs money to buy buns. And Dad's money can only be earned at night. If Dad spends all his money after eating the buns, will he have to leave me and my sister and go into the mountains to work every night from now on? Thinking of this, no matter how fragrant the buns were, he forced himself to resist the urge to eat them. Li Qingfeng knew that his son wanted to eat buns, but he just didn't buy them. It's not that I think a bun that costs $1 each is a luxury, I just don't want my son to develop this habit. And he always felt that the food outside was not as hygienic as the food he made himself. After leaving the maternity and baby store with her son, she went on to buy a lot of things. For example, solar lamps that can charge mobile phones, thermos bottles, flashlights, eggs, pork, toothpaste and toothbrushes, paper towels and other daily necessities that are essential and inexpensive. Among them, the solar lamp is the most expensive, costing 300 yuan. Solar lights. However, it would be much more convenient to have this solar lamp. At least the children would not be so scared at night. Li Qingfeng returned to his eldest brother's house in the village with a lot of things. He parked his motorcycle in the yard, walked to the front door of the house, and greeted his eldest brother and sister-in-law who were having lunch in the living room. "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm back. I've parked the car for you and filled it with gas. A bottle of oil costs about 10 yuan and is about 2 liters. This oil is usually sold in street shops." The shop owner bought large barrels of gasoline himself, and then packaged them into bottles in plastic bottles to sell. A bottle of oil used to cost 10 yuan but now costs 18 yuan. Liao Guifang hurriedly pushed the vegetables on the plate so that the cabbage hearts covered the sausage. Li Qinghe stood up and asked, "You came back so soon, how much did you sell it for?" "Just $1,000. Li Qingfeng did not hide it. After all, Chengui was there, and the town was so small that even if someone wanted to hide it, they couldn't. Furthermore, he also wanted to prove one thing to his elder brother. That is, even if I, Li Qingfeng, really have nothing, I will never drag anyone down. I can support 2 kids by myself. Li Qinghe was actually happy when he heard this. But he didn't dare show it. Moreover, Liao Guifang in the room coughed twice, and he immediately swallowed back the words, "Have you had lunch? If not, let's eat together," which were already on the tip of his tongue. Ziheng didn't dare to look at his aunt who was eating inside. He just held his father's hand tightly and looked at his uncle. However, he could clearly hear the sound of his aunt chewing and smell the smell of meat in the air. "It smells so good." He was very hungry. "I ate little in the morning, and by noon now my stomach has been growling several times." He swallowed hard and unconsciously exerted force on his father's small hand. When Li Qingfeng realized that his son was almost unable to hold on and was about to ask for food, he quickly returned the car keys to his eldest brother, then left with the child and the bags of things. Li Qinghe stared blankly at Li Qingfeng as he walked out of the yard with his head held high. It took him a while to come back to his senses. Liao Guifang rolled her eyes at him and scolded him, "Why don't you eat quickly? What are you looking at? If you keep looking, he won't share any of the things he bought with you." When this was mentioned, Liao Guifang became even angrier and started to curse. What an ungrateful person! He made so much money from selling stone frogs, but he couldn't even afford to buy us 2 kilograms of fruit. Did he forget who took him in when he came back from poverty a few days ago? Who let his father and his 2 sons eat and drink for free for several days? I've never seen such a heartless person. Li Qinghe, I tell you, if he comes to borrow a car again tomorrow, don't lend it to him. If you dare to lend it to him, I will never forgive you. Li Qinghe returned to his seat listlessly and sat down. He hesitated for a while before saying, "When I bought the car, he gave me 50,000 yuan. If I don't lend it to him, what happened to $50,000? Liao Guifang was furious. She slammed her chopsticks on the table and spat out her rice while cursing. "Is 50,000 yuan a lot? What can you do with 50,000 yuan? I tell you, if you feel sorry for him, you can go back to the old house with him and live together. I will never stop you." Li Qinghe didn't dare to say anything else, so he quickly shut up and concentrated on eating. Li Qingfeng returned home and put his daughter down to relax. The little girl has been staying on her father's back from the time she left home in the morning until now when she returned home. She was strangled by the tight straps and could hardly move. She felt very uncomfortable. As soon as her father put her down, she immediately twisted her body happily, waving her limbs to the sky, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Just as she twisted for a while, her father picked her up high again, with her back facing up, buried his face in her butt and sniffed hard. After smelling a foul odor, Li Qingfeng quickly put his daughter back on the bed. Ziheng shouted behind him, "Dad, I'm hungry, I want to eat." As soon as Li Qingfeng put his daughter down, he went to get the new diaper pad he had just bought. He had no time to cook. "Wait a minute, I'll cook for you after Daddy changes the baby's diaper, okay?" "No." Ziheng got angry, "I'm hungry. I want to eat. Be obedient." Li Qingfeng pushed him away and returned to the bed. "Dad, I want to eat." Ziheng yelled and even sat down on the ground. Seeing that he was about to lose control of his emotions, Li Qingfeng hurriedly changed his daughter's diaper while pretending to grimace and said, "Hurry up and get up." "Can you get up?" "You won't get up, right? If you don't get up, I will throw the baby shit on you." As he spoke, he quickly took off his daughter's pants, opened the diaper, and sure enough, he saw a pile of yellow feces. "Because my daughter has been drinking milk powder, her feces have not yet formed and are directly adsorbed on the surface of the diaper." He grabbed his daughter's little feet with one hand and lifted her butt up, then used his other hand to quickly close the open diaper. In this way, the poop in the diaper would be wrapped up, and when his daughter's butt was put down, it would not be pressed back into the poop, but directly pressed on the clean outside of the diaper. At this time, use a wet tissue to wipe off the remaining poop on my daughter's butt. When her butt is wiped clean without any residue, pull out the diaper from under her butt, fold it in half again, wrap the soiled wet wipes in it, then tighten the Velcro on both sides and roll up the diaper to stick it tightly. These things sound complicated, but for a super dad, they can be done in the blink of an eye. He deliberately showed a fierce expression, pointed the rolled-up diaper in his hand at his son, and threatened. "Get up? Can you get up? If you don't, I'm going to throw the baby shit on you." When Ziheng saw his father's gesture, he jumped up instantly and laughed, come on, throw it." Li Qingfeng immediately raised his hand and made a fake gesture. When Ziheng saw his father was really going to throw the ball at him, he nimbly dodged to the side. "Ha, you missed." Chapter 14 Telling Tales. Li Qingfeng smiled, threw the diaper into the plastic bag filled with garbage, and turned around to help his daughter put on her pants. "My daughter hasn't eaten since she left home in the morning, so she must be hungrier than my son." However, it took about half an hour to boil water and feed his daughter, which was too long. He was afraid that his son would be starving, so he carried his daughter on his back and boiled water and cooked rice. He also washed an egg and put it in the shell into the rice to cook. By the time the water boils, the rice is almost cooked. First wash the bottle with hot water, then prepare the milk powder and set it aside. Then clean the newly bought thermos and pour the remaining boiling water into it to keep it warm. After finishing all this, the rice was cooked and the milk was cold. Li Qingfeng found the bowl given by the maternity and baby store, washed it, filled a bowl of rice for his son, and took the egg out of the rice. Ziheng was instantly excited when he saw the boiled eggs. He quickly ran over and grabbed his father's big hand, stopping him from cracking the eggs. "I'll crack them. I'll crack them." Li Qingfeng gave him the egg and let him play with it, while he put his daughter down and went back to breastfeeding. Life seems dull, but it is so fulfilling. Ziheng took the egg and knocked it hard against the stone table. The round egg cracked and dented instantly, revealing the pure white egg white inside, and a unique aroma of egg burst out. "It smells so good." Ziheng was reluctant to eat up the small egg in one bite. After peeling off the broken eggshell bit by bit, he carefully scraped off a little soybean-sized egg white from the egg with his two front teeth. Then he used his father's newly bought silicone spoon to scoop a large spoonful of rice into his mouth, chewing and swallowing the tiny bit of egg white. He was able to eat 2 bowls of rice with just 1 boiled egg, and at the end there was still half an egg white and an intact yolk left. He put down the spoon, held the egg in his dirty little hands and walked over to his father who was still feeding his sister. He took out the yolk and stuffed it into his father's mouth without saying anything. "Dad, this is for you." Li Qingfeng opened his mouth and immediately smelled the fragrance of the eggs. "Wrong." He frowned and asked, "You didn't wash your hands, did you?" "If you don't wash your hands, there will be viruses and bacteria." "Washed." Ziheng shouted, ran back to put down the eggs, and then trotted to the stream to wash his hands. "I washed my mouth, but I didn't actually wash it." Li Qingfeng remembered that his son peed as soon as he got home. "The eggs don't seem to be as fragrant anymore. However, I have already eaten it, I can't spit it out. Dad, I want to poop." Ziheng came back from washing his hands and shouted to his dad again, "I want to poop." "Take a shit?" Li Qingfeng looked around at the bare ground with some embarrassment, and wanted to let his son find a corner to do it. But when I think about it carefully, I feel that it is not appropriate. Urinating and defecating anywhere is not a good habit. So he picked up his daughter, picked up the flashlight on the bedside table and said, "Come on, I'll take you to the toilet at fourth grandpa's house. They have moved here for several days, but have not defecated so far. Because I had been drinking plain porridge before, I urinated a lot but had no bowel movements. So he never thought about building a toilet or something. It was not until Ziheng said he wanted to take a shit that he realized that this simple home also needed a toilet for civilized use. I took the child to my fourth uncle's house. As soon as I arrived at the gate, I heard a voice coming from Lu Qinglin's house in the next yard. I went to sell stone frogs this morning and ran into Li Qingfeng. He actually caught 5 kilograms of stone frogs. How do you think he caught them? He sold them for 1,000 yuan. This sound. Li Qingfeng stopped and looked intently towards the yard next door. When my eyes passed through the wall, I saw Oh Chungue, who I met in the town this morning. Oh Chungue actually ran to Lu Qinglin's house to tell him about this. Li Qingfeng frowned and walked into his fourth uncle's yard, letting Ziheng go to the toilet alone to relieve himself, and then he carried his daughter into his fourth uncle's house. "Uncle, I got the flashlight back for you." Li Qingfeng walked into the room and saw his uncle taking a nap in broad daylight. He was puzzled and asked, "Uncle, why are you sleeping in the daytime?" Li Fuan stood up and stretched. "What can I do if I don't sleep? I want to watch TV but there is no TV, and I don't know how to use my phone. What can I do if I don't sleep?" Seeing that his fourth uncle was in his 50s, Li Qingfeng wanted to say that he could do something within his ability, but when he thought that he had nothing at the moment and was not as good as his fourth uncle who lived in a poor family, he really couldn't open his mouth to preach to his fourth uncle. He put the flashlight and half a pound of pork on the small table. "Uncle, I'll put the flashlight here for you, and half a pound of pork." "Why did you buy meat for me?" Li Fuan was not willing to take anything from Li Qingfeng. He rushed over, grabbed the pork on the table and stuffed it into Li Qingfeng's hand. "You have 3 mouths to feed. Keep it for yourself. I have everything here." Li Qingfeng did not take it, but blocked fourth uncle's hand and said, "Fourth uncle, don't say so much. It's just half a pound of pork, not much. If you don't take it, how can I ask you for help in the future?" Li Fuan then stopped what he was doing, holding the plastic bag a little awkwardly. "Okay, I'll take it this time, but don't waste this money in the future, otherwise when will your life get better?" "Dad, I'm done pooping." Ziheng shouted loudly in the toilet in the corner of the yard. Li Qingfeng smiled and walked out of the yard. "Wipe your butt after you poop, and remember to flush the toilet." After a while, Ziheng walked out of the bathroom while touching his little penis. Li Qingfeng turned around and said to his fourth uncle, "Fourth uncle, I'll go back first." "Go ahead." Li Fuan picked up a broom and a rag, watched the father and his 2 sons leave the yard, and then hurried into the bathroom to clean up. Ziheng came from the city and likes cleanliness. He would definitely not be used to squatting in this dirty toilet. Li Fuan himself was not clean and had no regard for hygiene, but in order to prevent Ziheng from disliking this place, he still started to work and began to sweep the floor, clean the toilet bowl, and wipe the walls. He even ripped out the spider webs under the roof. Li Qingfeng took the children back home and began to prepare the toilet. Building a toilet does not require any technical skills. You just need to dig a pit, then place a few sturdy wooden boards side by side on the pit, leaving a 10-centimeter wide gap in the middle of the boards. Finally, you have to fence off the pit toilet to prevent your naked butt from being seen by passers-by. These tasks are all physical work and are no problem for Li Qingfeng. It's a bit troublesome to work and coax my daughter at the same time. Fortunately, the little girl seems to have gotten used to the current free-range lifestyle and isn't as crybaby as before. Li Qingfeng cut open a snakeskin bag and spread it on the flat ground, placed his daughter on the bag, and started to work. First, they dug a pit about half a meter long, wide and high, then dug out the soil and threw it far away to prevent it from being washed back into the pit by rain. After digging the hole, look for wooden boards. If there are not enough wooden boards, use wood to make up for it. In short, just make it strong. If it's not strong, if you're constipated and use force when going to the toilet, won't the board break and you fall down? Perhaps many people would feel that such toilets are not humane enough and are not suitable for today's era. But the current economic conditions do not allow it. If conditions permit, Li Qingfeng also knows how to build a toilet or a septic tank. Since you don't have the conditions right now, there's no need to be picky. Having a toilet is good enough. Like some lazy people in the village, they eat the poverty alleviation subsidies from the government, but do nothing all day long. They don't even dig a toilet. They just do their defecation and urination in the corner outside the house. Chapter 15. The lights were taken away. After digging the pit toilet, Li Qingfeng cut 2 bamboos from the bamboo grove at the foot of the mountain opposite the stream. Use bamboo as pillars around the pit, then cut some thatch and fix it on the pillars with bamboo strips. A decent toilet was ready. After finishing the finishing work, Li Qingfeng immediately asked Ziheng to squat on the wooden board and try it out. The size of the gap between the wooden boards is just right, not too wide for Ziheng to stand steadily, nor too narrow for the poop to fall on the boards. Just as Li Qingfeng was admiring the perfect handmade work with great pride, an uninvited guest came into the yard. Lu Qinglin stood in the courtyard with a stern face and asked, "Qingfeng, I heard that you went to town to sell stone frogs today? And you sold them for more than 1,000 yuan? Li Qingfeng knew why Lu Qinglin came, and hurriedly picked up his crying daughter and walked over to tease her. "Uncle Qinglin, do you have clairvoyance or super hearing? How did you get the news so quickly? Who told you?" He wanted to liven up the atmosphere and ease Lu Qinglin's emotions. Unexpectedly, Lu Qinglin's expression became more serious and his voice became louder. "Don't worry about who said that. It's only natural to pay back debts. Now that you have money, you should pay me back first, as much as you have." Lu Qinglin was not originally in a hurry to ask Li Qingfeng to pay back the money, but after Ochungue's analysis, he still came angrily at the urging of his wife. Ochungue said that Li Qingfeng now has neither a house nor a job in the village, and he can run away at any time. So you have to keep an eye on it, and if there is 1,000 yuan, let him pay back 1,000 first. Otherwise, if he gets angry one day and runs away with the child, you won't even have the $1,000 left. After listening to Ochungue's instigation, Lu Qinglin, who had no opinion to begin with, became extremely anxious. "After my wife comes home, I discuss it with her and then come to collect the debt." Li Qingfeng naturally knew that Ochungue was behind this, but he did not expose it, nor did he bother to mention it. He just said politely, "Uncle Qinglin, I'm so sorry. It's only natural to pay back a debt. I understand this. I will definitely pay you back the $50,000 within the agreed time. But today I really can't help it. Because I only made $1,000 from selling stone frogs today, and I used it all to buy things." "You bought something?" Lu Qinglin screamed, "You actually used my money to buy something? That's my money." Li Qingfeng looked apologetic. "Uncle Qinglin, I'm so sorry. I thought we had made it clear at the beginning that as long as I paid back the money within 3 months, I didn't expect you to be so anxious. Look, I am taking care of 2 children by myself. The younger one is only 6 months old. Milk powder and diapers are necessities. I sold the stone frog today, and bought a can of milk powder and a box of diapers for my daughter. These 2 alone cost me 500 or 600 yuan, and I also bought some other things. I have already spent all the money from selling the stone frogs. But don't worry, I will pay you back as soon as I have enough money." Lu Qinglin looked at the little boy standing beside him and looking at him timidly, then looked at the baby girl in Li Qingfeng's arms, and felt pity. He wanted to let it go, but at this moment Ochungue sent him another message. Still saying the same things. Tell him not to be soft-hearted, otherwise it will be troublesome if Li Qingfeng runs away. After reading the message, he recalled the solemn promises he had made to his wife and Ochungue. He said that he would definitely be able to get the money back from Li Qingfeng today. "I have already made such a boast. If I back down now, I will be laughed at by my wife and Ochungue when I get home." He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care. Anyway, you have to pay me back 1,000 yuan today." As he said this, he looked around and saw milk powder and diapers piled under the hut. He immediately rushed over, picked them up, and threatened, "It's okay if you don't pay me back today. I'll move these things back to pay off the debt first, and I'll pay you back when you have money." As he said this, he picked up his things and was about to leave. When Li Qingfeng saw Lu Qinglin picking up his daughter's milk powder and diapers, his expression immediately changed. "Put it down." The shout frightened Lu Qinglin so much that his heart trembled. He looked at Li Qingfeng sideways and said, "I won't let go. Either you pay me back, or I'll move these things away to pay off the debt. These are my daughter's things, I ask you to put them down. I won't let go, what can you do?" Although Lu Qinglin was a little scared, he still gritted his teeth and put on a fearless look. "You want to slow down?" Li Qingfeng's voice had a hint of coldness. Lu Qinglin was scared. He remembered that Li Qingfeng had lifted him up with one hand before. He swallowed and slowly put the things down. But he couldn't just go back empty-handed. If I go back like this, won't I become a laughing stock? After thinking for a while, he immediately sat down on the ground, pounded his hands on the ground, and cried out, "Oh, God, I owe you a debt and don't pay it back. Is there any justice in the world? How am I going to live? If I go back like this, my wife will definitely scold me to death. Good God!" Li Qingfeng took a deep breath and felt a headache when he looked at Lu Qinglin sitting on the ground. How come there are such difficult people? If you talk softly to him, he will use force. If you deal with him forcefully, he'll throw a tantrum. This Lu Qinglin is simply a dogskin plaster. Li Qingfeng was so upset by Lu Qinglin's howling that he could not help but yell, "Okay, shut up." Lu Qinglin paused, glanced at Li Qingfeng, and continued to howl in a pretentious manner. Li Qingfeng asked him impatiently, "What do you want in exchange for leaving?" Hearing this, Lu Qinglin immediately stopped talking and replied, "When I came here just now, I told my wife that I must bring some money home from you today. If you don't have money, you have to give me something valuable to take back, otherwise I won't be able to explain myself." Li Qingfeng was speechless. After looking at the hut, he pointed at the solar lamp hanging under the hut and said, "Take the solar lamp away and get out of here. Don't cry in front of me." Hearing this, Lu Qinglin looked at the solar lamp with some disdain. That thing is only worth 200 or 300 yuan. How can it be as valuable as a milk powder diaper pad? I don't want it. Hey, are you still being picky? Li Qingfeng laughed angrily, "Uncle Qinglin, I am not negotiating with you. You can either go home empty-handed today, or take the solar lamp away. You choose one." Having said that, without waiting for Lu Qinglin to reply, he carried his daughter to the side. Lu Qinglin sneered twice and picked up the powdered milk diaper on the ground. "I don't want that broken thing, I want the powdered milk diaper." But just as he finished speaking, he saw Li Qingfeng grabbing a corner of the big rock with one hand, lifting it up gently, and walking towards him. Oh shit! Lu Qinglin was startled and jumped back suddenly. The thing in his hand fell instantly. Li Qingfeng held the big stone in one hand and walked past Lu Qinglin. "Uncle Qinglin, I'll help you get the light." Lu Qinglin looked up at the big rock, swallowed his saliva, and nodded woodenly, "Okay." Although the big rock doesn't look very big, it is not small either. At least 100 pounds. Li Qingfeng actually lifted a stone weighing over 100 kilograms with one hand. I only weigh over 100 pounds. Lu Qinglin shook his legs and felt a little weak. Fortunately, he didn't lie on the ground just now, otherwise Li Qingfeng would have picked him up like a chicken and thrown him out, and all the bones in his body would have been broken. It's all because of that bastard O Chungue. He instigated me to come and collect the debt. Lu Qinglin hated O Chungue to death at this moment. He was afraid that if he angered Li Qingfeng would crush him to death like an ant. Li Qingfeng carried the big stone to the hut and put it down gently. Then he stood on the big rock, took down the solar lamp and handed it to Lu Qinglin. Lu Qinglin didn't dare to stay for long and ran away immediately with the lamp. Watching Lu Qinglin's back getting farther and farther away, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. This Lu Qinglin is not a bad person, but he is definitely an idiot. Just a few words of provocation from others can make him come and collect the debt without any regard for the consequences. If he meets a ruthless guy, he will not have an easy time. But, having said that, the worst person is O Chungue. He does evil things behind people's backs and does shameful things. He can instigate Lu Qinglin to come and collect the debt today. Tomorrow we can instigate Lu Qinglin to cause trouble. After thinking about it, I decided that in order to avoid being caught by others, it would be better to take the initiative to pay back the money. Besides, as the saying goes, being debt-free is a relief. Although the current days are a bit difficult, as long as we can get through these few days, everything will be fine once it is sorted out. At this moment, Ziheng came forward, tugged at his palm, raised his little head and asked him, "Dad, don't we have any lights anymore?" Dad was very happy when he bought the lamp because he no longer had to be afraid of the dark at night. Now seeing that the light is gone, he is very sad because he may have to grope in darkness again at night. Li Qingfeng smiled at him and said, "It's okay. Even without the lights, we still have fire. When it gets dark, Dad will light 2 fires, which will definitely be brighter than the lights." Okay? Ziheng then smiled and nodded, "Okay." At night, Li Qingfeng actually lit 2 fires. The enchantingly dancing flames emitted a brilliant light in the dark night, which was actually brighter than a lamp. Ziheng looked at his father who was cooking by the fire and asked in a baby voice. Dad, I'm hungry, can I eat? Wait a minute, the eggs are not cooked yet. Today's dinner includes pork and eggs. Cut the pork into thin slices and cook it in the water until it boils. When the pork slices are almost cooked, add an egg. Li Qingfeng helped his son scoop rice while admonishing him. After dinner, you stay at home and look after your sister. Daddy still has to go to the mountains to work. Okay? Not good. Ziheng sat on the stone and shook his head vigorously. I'm scared. Don't worry. Dad will be back soon, just like he did last night. Although Li Qingfeng was reluctant to leave his two children at home, there was nothing he could do. This was life and you had to pay for something in order to gain something. He patiently advised his son, tell Dad, do you want to eat meat? As he said this, he put a piece of pork into his son's bowl. Ziheng looked at the meat and said stubbornly, I don't want to. If he said he wanted to, his father would leave him and go into the mountains to work, so he had to say he didn't want to. Really? Li Qingfeng took the meat out of his bowl again. If you don't want to, then Daddy will eat all the meat himself. Not good. Seeing that his father was trying to take his meat away, Ziheng grabbed his father's chopsticks. My meat, mine. Li Qingfeng put the meat back. You want to eat meat, right? If you want to eat meat, you have to let your dad work. If you don't work, you won't have money to buy meat, understand? Ziheng stared at the meat in the bowl for a long time, then looked up and asked his father pitifully. Then if I call you, you will come back, right? Yes. As long as you call Dad, he will come back soon. But you can't call Dad right after he leaves, okay? Take a nap first. When you wake up, Dad might have come back. Li Qingfeng thought it would be better to let his son fall asleep first. But the problem is, this child won't sleep when you want him to, and he talks a lot. Chapter 16 Home is replaced. Just like now, when he is eating, he is talking while eating, and his little mouth never stops. Dad, is pork poisonous? Can I eat pork? What about eggs? Are eggs poisonous? Can I eat eggs? Just because Li Qingfeng had told him before that spicy strips are poisonous and cannot be eaten, he later loved to ask similar questions. After confirming that pork and eggs were not poisonous and could be eaten, he still did not give up and asked, Dad, is rice poisonous? Can I eat rice? Li Qingfeng nodded, you can eat, of course you can eat quickly, or Dad won't wait for you. No. Seeing that most of the rice in his father's bowl had disappeared, Ziheng became anxious and quickly scooped a large spoonful of rice into his mouth, whimpering, Dad, wait for me, wait for me. Ziheng's bad habit is that he doesn't allow others to eat faster than him. However, he is also talkative and says more than 10 sentences for every mouthful of food. Normally a bowl of rice could be finished in 5 minutes, but he could actually take half an hour to finish it. After dinner, I took the two children for a walk in the yard to help them digest the food, and then put them to bed. Li Qingfeng rocked his daughter while playing rock-paper-scissors with his son. After his daughter fell asleep, he gently put her back on the bed and then told his son, just lie down and don't cry, okay? Otherwise, if you wake the baby up, Dad won't be able to make money. If you don't make money, you can't buy meat, okay? If you don't make enough money, you can't buy toys or cars, right? Ziheng was covered with a thin blanket, with only half of his head showing. Yes. Li Qingfeng stroked his hair and said, when Dad makes a lot of money, I will buy you the biggest dinosaur, okay? Is it a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Right. Li Qingfeng first added firewood to the fire, then picked up the newly bought flashlight and snakeskin bag, waved to his son, and quickly disappeared into the night. Ziheng looked at the jumping flames, and his big eyes seemed to be flashing with light. His hand came out from under the blanket and gently grasped his sister's hand. The warm touch brought a little comfort to his frightened heart. As long as I behave myself, my dad will buy me dinosaurs and toys, he thought. Therefore, his love for dinosaurs and his begging for toys became another bright light in the darkness, bringing some peace to his panicked heart. The darkness of the night is not just darkness, but also the fear of the realm of ignorance. Li Qingfeng is not as young and courageous as his son, so even though he is ignorant of many things in this world, he is not afraid. Compared with the food and clothing of our children, those so-called demons and monsters seem insignificant. He strode into the forest and walked along the stream into the mountains. The village is surrounded by mountains, and each mountain has a stream. Most of these mountain streams seep out from a position higher than the mountainside or near the top of the mountain, then flow all the way down to merge with other mountain streams. Moreover, these mountains are different from those mountains that protrude straight from the ground like bamboo shoots. The mountains here are connected to each other, winding and undulating with soft lines. More importantly, each of these mountains is extremely large. Even for someone with supernatural powers like Li Qingfeng, it would take about half an hour to walk from the foot of the mountain to the top, not to mention walking around the foot of the mountain, which would take even more time. Because the shortest straight line distance from the foot of the mountain on this side to the foot of the mountain on the other side is 1 kilometer. Straight line distance. The mountains in the village are not only big, but also numerous. Even the old men who have lived in this village for 70 or 80 years and still have the strength to move around in a small part of the mountains behind the village. The higher and larger mountains that you go deeper into can be said to be uninhabited areas with no human habitation. Naturally, Li Qingfeng only caught stone frogs in the Beishan and Dongshan mountains near his home. The stock of stone frogs in these mountains alone is enough for him to survive for a few days. Although villagers also catch stone frogs, they rely entirely on their mortal eyes, and sometimes they may not be able to find the stone frogs even when they are in the cracks of the rocks at their feet. This is also the reason why Changui felt jealous when he saw Li Qingfeng caught more than 10 stone frogs. For ordinary people like them, it would be good enough to catch 4 or 5 stone frogs in one night. 4 or 5 stone frogs, the bigger ones weighing about 2 kilograms, would cost about 400 yuan. Of course, this is when you are lucky. When you are unlucky, you really can't catch even a stone frog. When I'm lucky enough, I've caught more than 10 of them. But that would truly be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Qingfeng is different. He has extraordinary strength, vision, and hearing. He can identify the location of the stone frog by hearing even with his eyes closed. I also caught more than 10 stone frogs tonight, and I picked all the big ones. Those small ones might as well be allowed to grow a little longer. I returned home carrying the stone frog, but I didn't hear my son crying. Li Qingfeng was relieved because he would look back from time to time and see his son and daughter sleeping soundly in bed. After putting the stone frog away, he tiptoed to the bedside to check on his son and daughter. He found that his daughter was sleeping soundly, but his son was sleeping in a daze, with both eyes half open and half closed, and his cheeks were full of tear marks. His little hand tightly grasped his sister's hand and never let go. Li Qingfeng sighed with concern, covered his son and daughter with blankets, and then went to the stream to take a bath and sleep. It was already midnight when Zihang woke up. He sat up subconsciously and cried, "Dad, please come back soon." Tears came instantly. The faint firelight was still flickering, and the familiar figure came into view beside me. Dad was lying between him and his sister, with one hand placed across his sister's head and the other hand tightly holding his arm. "Dad!" He called softly, immediately snuggled into his father's armpit, touched his father's chest, and closed his eyes with peace of mind. I really hope moments like this can last longer. But time always flows abnormally fast in dreams. It was as if I had just closed my eyes, and when I opened them the next moment, the sky was already dark. When Zihang was picked up by his father, his sister was already ready. She lay obediently on her father's back, smiling at him with a pair of clear eyes with distinct black and white. The mouth is sometimes flattened into a line and sometimes bent into a hook. Every time her mouth curved into a hook, her little body would jump vigorously and she would look very excited. She liked her father's broad and thick back very much, just as Zihang liked her father's arms very much. After dinner, the brother and sister, one sitting on their father's back and the other holding their father's hand, walked towards the rising sun. The morning sunshine is so gentle. The warm and yellow light illuminates the stream in porphyrin with an orange-yellow hue. Flocks of birds flew from the mountains on the other side of the stream to the mountains on this side. They are also colorful and very beautiful. Zihang looked around at everything that was not yet familiar to him. The home where he grew up seemed to be gradually replaced. Wherever Dad is, there is home. Now in his eyes, that house is just a house. Although there is no proper house here, it is already a home. Chapter 17. Life is really hard. Li Qingfeng brought his children to his eldest brother's house again with only one purpose, to borrow a car. "Do you want to borrow a car again?" Liao Guifang looked at the father and his 2 sons with disgust and asked, "You guys are going to town again?" "Yes." Li Qingfeng nodded. "I caught some stone frogs last night and plan to take them to town to sell." "Is that so?" Liao Guifang glanced at the snakeskin bag in Li Qingfeng's hand, feeling a little embarrassed. "That's troublesome. I need to ride a motorcycle today to go into the mountains to dig sweet potatoes." "It will be more convenient to ride a motorcycle. The mountain roads around the village have been repaired by the villagers and are very wide and flat. Although cars cannot be driven on them, motorcycles can, but it is a bit technically challenging. Especially the main road leading to the mountains behind the village. From the end of the village, about 3 or 4 kilometers of mountain road, that is, the mountain road built next to the foot of the mountain, have all been repaired and made very flat. This road is not too difficult even for a woman to drive a motorcycle. There are mountain walls on the inside of the road and paddy fields on the outside. Most of the villagers have paddy fields, so the roads are built so well. However, most of the paddy fields there are no longer used to grow rice, but instead to grow crops such as sweet potatoes, peanuts, and corn. Because the daylight hours there are short, growing rice takes a lot of time. If rice is planted in the paddy fields outside the village, 2 crops can be grown in a year, but only 1 crop can be grown inside. It was also reasonable for Liao Guifang to say that she wanted to drive a motorcycle into the mountains. Because some people in the village actually drive motorcycles into the mountains. Of course, you can only drive to the foot of the mountain. It is impossible to drive to the middle of the mountain. Li Qingfeng did not doubt it and said, "In that case, sister-in-law, why don't you lend me your car?" Liao Guifang smiled and said, "Okay, I'll get you the key." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Li Qingfeng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his sister-in-law would agree to lend him the car so easily. "Didn't I finally borrow the motorcycle yesterday after much persuasion? Why are you so easy to talk to today?" After a while, Liao Guifang took out the car keys and handed them to Li Qingfeng. "Be careful." "Don't worry, sister-in-law." Li Qingfeng took the car keys. Although he was confused, he quickly put his daughter down and placed her in the safety seat in the back seat. This safety seat should have been used by Li Haoqi when he was a child, but it has never been removed. Perfect, now is the perfect seat for Tsuyu. After putting his daughter down and letting his son sit and watch, Li Qingfeng quickly got into the driver's seat and started the car. Liao Guifang, who was outside the car, watched Li Qingfeng in a panic and found it very funny. However, there was no expression on her face. Until Li Qingfeng opened the car door again and got out, he asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Sister-in-law, the car won't start, what's going on?" Liao Guifang then revealed an embarrassed expression, "Is that so?" "I don't know. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until your brother comes back to find out. I don't know much about cars." Although Liao Guifang looked embarrassed and confused, a gloating smile inadvertently flashed in her eyes. After seeing this, is there anything Li Qingfeng doesn't understand? Liao Guifang never thought of lending him the car from the beginning to the end. "Ha ha." Li Qingfeng laughed. He smiled at Liao Guifang and said, "It's okay, sister-in-law. If the car can't be driven, I can walk there." After saying that, Li Qingfeng turned around, picked up his daughter and put her back on his back, then took his son, picked up the snakeskin bag and left. Watching the father and his 2 sons leave the house, Liao Guifang should have been proud, but somehow she felt a little uneasy. Who cares? Liao Guifang thought, what does it have to do with me if the car breaks down and I can't lend it to you? If you want to go, you can go. What does it have to do with me? Although it was the car key that was broken rather than the car, she deliberately took the broken key out. But if she doesn't tell, who would know? Li Qingfeng walked on the village road with his children in the increasingly hot autumn day. The village road is paved with cement, with lush grass and trees on both sides. Since the wave of migrant workers began in the early 2000s, villagers have only planted rice for 1 season. So at this time, there was no trace of rice in the paddy fields outside the village road, only new seedlings emerged from the tall rice rafts. These second spring seedlings will eventually rot and die in the severe winter cold because no one takes care of them. When the tiller turns the soil in the spring of the following year, they will be buried in the ground together with the rice stalks and become fertilizer. Li Qingfeng looked at the scenery on both sides of the village road and did not feel tired. Instead, he felt very relaxed. Because his body has been strengthened, he can walk easily even if he is carrying a 200-pound fat man, let alone a 20-pound baby. However, Ziheng's situation was worse. Sweat had soaked his hair, and his originally fair face was now red. "Dad, I can't walk anymore." After walking for more than a kilometer, Ziheng held his father's hand, looked up with a look of grievance. In fact, Li Qingfeng could have picked up his son and walked with him, but he wanted to exercise his son, so he deliberately did not pick him up, but let him walk with him for more than a kilometer. At the moment, there is still more than a kilometer to the intersection outside. He squatted down, looked into his son's eyes and asked, "Are you really unable to walk anymore? Can you walk a little longer? If you walk a little longer, Dad will carry you and walk with him, okay?" "Not good." Ziheng was so tired that his feet were almost numb. He had never walked so much before. And we were walking under the scorching sun. Hold on a little longer. Li Qingfeng encouraged him. Do you see there's a big rock over there? Walk over there and Dad will carry you, okay? Ziheng looked at the big rock his father pointed at, and it seemed that it was not too far away from him, so he nodded, okay. Li Qingfeng continued walking with his son. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, we finally arrived next to the big rock. Ziheng almost fell to the ground, holding his father's hand. His legs went limp. Dad, I really can't walk anymore. It's okay, Dad will hold you. Li Qingfeng tied the snakeskin bag to the strap around his waist, reached out with both hands, and hugged his son to his chest. Ziheng spread his legs and rode on his father's belly, with a pair of strong hands holding his buttocks steadily. He leaned his hot, red face on his father's shoulder, just enough to see his sister on his back. Hey, hey! He tried to make his sister laugh on purpose. Sure enough, my sister jumped up and laughed along with him, her mouth wide open. My sister's little face is also rosy, making her look even cuter and prettier. Sister! He forgot his tiredness and shouted deliberately. The younger sister, who had just stopped laughing, was startled by the sound and laughed a low-pitched hee-hee again. Sister! Sister! Seeing his sister laughing because of him, Ziheng became more excited and called his sister again and again. His sister also cooperated with him, letting out louder and more excited laughter. The two children clung to their father, one in front and one behind, and burst into laughter. Those who whizzed past Li Qingfeng on motorcycles would subconsciously turn their heads to look in the rearview mirror. Maybe life is really hard, but this is from an outsider's perspective. Li Qingfeng never felt that such a life was bitter. In his opinion, as long as his two children are healthy and happy, even if he has to live in a thatched hut and live such a life for the rest of his life, it will be sweet. However, just because he thinks it's sweet, the child may not find it sweet when he grows up, so he still needs to work hard. Brother Feng. Just as Li Qingfeng was walking out with his head held high with two children hanging on his back, a car suddenly stopped beside him. Chapter 18 Cause and Effect. The car window rolled down, and a man in his 20s wearing black-framed glasses leaned over and looked out of the passenger window. Brother Feng, where are you going? Li Qingfeng looked closely and saw that it was Tang Xing, who used to follow him to catch snakes when they were kids. He was very surprised. Tang Xing? Tang Xing is 4 or 5 years younger than Li Qingfeng and has just graduated from college 2 years ago. He is tall and thin, not as tall as Li Qingfeng, and looks to be about 1.7 meters tall. Maybe because he often does farm work, the exposed skin on his cheeks, neck, arms, etc. is all wheat-colored. He has a shaved head, wears glasses, and has no stubble. He looks both energetic and gentle. He parked the car on the side of the road, got out, walked around to Li Qingfeng's side, and opened the door directly. Brother Feng, get in the car. Li Qingfeng looked at his car and praised him. You are a good kid. You bought a car at such a young age. Hee hee, my parents bought it for me. Tang Xing scratched his head embarrassedly. Li Qingfeng first put his son in the back seat, then with the help of Tang Xing, he untied his daughter from his back, put away the baby carrier, and sat in the back seat holding his daughter. Brother Feng, where are you going? Tang Xing started the car again, glanced at the father and his two sons in the back seat through the rearview mirror, and asked. I'm going to town. That's a coincidence. I'm going to town too. You're going shopping? Li Qingfeng has been back for many days, but he has not been asking around for news about the village, so he doesn't know much about the current situation in the village. I work in the township government. Tang Xing didn't mean to brag at all, he just informed him and said, I will get off work at 12 noon. If you can wait for me then, I can still take you back. Although Tang Xing hasn't seen Li Qingfeng for many years, he always remembers the kindness that Brother Feng showed him when he was a child. That's too much trouble. Li Qingfeng didn't want to trouble him. I can just walk back. You go about your business and don't worry about me. Brother Feng, what are you talking about? Tang Xing said bluntly, let's not talk about trouble. I remember when I was a child, my parents went to work in other places and I lived with my grandmother. Every time I went to school in another village, you took me there and brought me back after school. I have always remembered this kindness. When my grandmother was alive, she often told me to remember this kindness. There used to be a primary school in the village, but it was later cancelled because there were too few students. The children in the village had to go to other villages to study, whether it was kindergarten or primary school. The mountain road is more than 3 kilometers long. Even if a 6 or 7-year-old child can walk, adults will not feel comfortable letting them walk alone. So most parents pick up their children on motorcycles. However, when Li Qingfeng was in school, there were not many motorcycles and human traffickers were not so rampant, so the children had to walk more than 3 kilometers of mountain roads to go to school by themselves. Those who are younger, like Tang Xing, will go with their older brothers and sisters or their relatives' older brothers and sisters. But Tang Xing is an only child and has no brothers or sisters, so he can only be picked up and dropped off by his elderly grandmother. Once when it was raining, Li Qingfeng saw Tang Xing and his grandmother walking slowly in the middle of the mountain path on their way to school, each holding an umbrella. Especially Grandma Tang Xing, who is old and a little hunchbacked, and she can't walk as fast as little kid Tang Xing. It was raining again, and the road, which had not yet been paved with cement, was wet and slippery. Li Qingfeng, who was originally walking behind, quickly caught up and told Tang Xing's grandmother to hand Tang Xing over to him. He would take Tang Xing to school and go home after school. From then on, Tang Xing followed Li Qingfeng until Li Qingfeng graduated from elementary school. Grandma Tang Xing loved to talk about this matter when she was alive, and her face was moved every time she mentioned Li Qingfeng. It is said that Li Qingfeng is a rare good person. Recalling the past, both of them couldn't help but sigh at the passing of time. In the blink of an eye, the little kid has grown up and can even drive a car. Tang Xing felt that God was really blind, allowing Brother Feng to suffer such a disaster. The news of Li Qingfeng's current poverty and his wife's escape had long been a hot topic in the village. However, Tang Xing was busy with work and only heard about these things in the past 2 days. I had been planning to visit Brother Feng on the weekend, but I didn't expect to meet him today. Brother Feng, do you remember that when we were little, you took me to catch snakes and scared me so much that I almost wet my pants? Tang Xing said happily. At that time, Li Qingfeng would sell the snakes he caught to people in other villages, and each snake could be sold for a few dollars. A few dollars at that time was very valuable and could buy a lot of delicious food. Brother Feng took him to the grocery store to spend some money, buying a bag of spicy chips for 1 cent each, and then they hid in the woods next to the village temple and ate them secretly before going home. It was so spicy that not a single lip was unswollen. The most uncomfortable thing was that my butt was swollen when I went to the toilet the next day. Li Qingfeng laughed along. Of course I remember. I used to catch snakes and sell them for snacks, but now I catch these wild game and sell them for a living. Don't you think it's ironic? Brother Feng, don't say that. Tang Xing not only didn't feel it was ironic, but also said with envy, look at you, you caught more than a dozen stone frogs in one night, and you can sell them for thousands of yuan, which is much better than me. If I could be as lucky as you, I wouldn't go to work and endure that, I would go home and farm directly. Both of them felt that their current situation was quite miserable and envied each other's lives. Little do we know that everything is cause and effect. When Tang Xing was young, his parents left him and his mother to work outside. They did not return home for many years. They were tired of being exploited and looked down upon after working hard outside. They knew that the only way for poor people to move up a social ladder was to study hard. Among them, the iron rice bowl provided by the government is the most secure, so Tang Xing has been urged to take the civil service exam. Li Qingfeng's father raised 2 sons by himself. His life was difficult and he let his sons do whatever they wanted. He left almost no savings for his 2 sons and did not urge them to study hard. So once Li Qingfeng returned to his hometown in poverty, he really had nothing and had to start everything from scratch. Although it had a different fate, who could guarantee that the golden bug would not be affected by cause and effect? The two kept talking about interesting things from their childhood and soon arrived at the town. Tang Xing let Li Qingfeng and his 2 sons get off the car in front of the government gate. They added each other on WeChat and Tang Xing told Li Qingfeng to wait for him to get off work. After Li Qingfeng agreed, he carried his daughter on his back and took his son to the market where wild game was purchased. Today, someone is already selling stone frogs in Pan Zhengmin's yard. As soon as Li Qingfeng walked in, he saw Oh Chungue. When Oh Chungue heard the noise, he turned around and saw Li Qingfeng. Qingfeng, what a coincidence, I meet you again. Uncle Chungue, what a coincidence. Li Qingfeng smiled, walked in, and handed the snakeskin bag to Pan Zhengmin. Boss, weigh it and see how many pounds it is. Pan Zhengmin took the bag and opened it. His face was instantly filled with surprise. Handsome boy, that's great. I got a dozen stone frogs yesterday, and today I got another dozen. You're really lucky. Upon hearing this, Oh Chungue leaned over to take a look. When he saw that there were more than a dozen fat and big stone frogs in the snakeskin bag, the fire of jealousy in his heart was suddenly ignited. Damn, how come Li Qingfeng, this green-haired turtle, has such good luck? He caught more than a dozen stone frogs the night before yesterday, and more than a dozen last night? What kind of god did he pray to? Chapter 19 Zihang's Fear. Oh Chungue was grumbling in his heart, and was already trembling with jealousy, but he still said with a smile, Qingfeng, you are so lucky, can you take me into the mountains tonight? Let me also have a taste of what it feels like to catch more than 10 stone frogs in a day. Li Qingfeng smiled and politely declined, Uncle Chungue, you were such a joker. I just got lucky. It was just a coincidence. In terms of experience, I don't even have 1/10 of yours. Oh Chungue said calmly, don't flatter me. If I were really as good as you say, I wouldn't have caught 2 stone frogs for just over 100 yuan last night. He stretched out his hand, shook the banknotes in his hand, and pretended to be helpless. More than 100 is not a small number. More than 100 a day, that's tens of thousands a year. Li Qingfeng continued to maintain this attitude. Anyway, I will neither refuse you nor agree to you. If it were someone else, Li Qingfeng might really take him along to catch stone frogs because they were from the same village. But this Oh Chungue is not like that. Not to mention that he had a bad character to begin with, the fact that he had reported to Lu Qinglin was enough to make Li Qingfeng hate him. If he hadn't gone to tell Lu Qinglin about it, Lu Qinglin wouldn't have come to his house yesterday and taken away the solar lamp he had just bought. Oh Chungue saw that Li Qingfeng kept avoiding the question and wondered what he didn't understand. People just don't want to take him with them. He kept an awkward smile and said flattering words, but he was thinking in his heart, Li Qingfeng, you idiot, just wait for me, don't think I can't do anything to you. Although Li Qingfeng could roughly guess what Oh Chungue was thinking, he didn't care at all. After Pan Zhangmin weighed the stone frog and paid the money, he took his children and left the yard. The money today is a little more than yesterday, about 1,200 yuan. Standing outside the gate of the courtyard, looking at the money in his hand, Li Qingfeng thought, leave 1,000 yuan to give back to Lu Qinglin, and the remaining 200 can be used to buy some more things. In this case, Lu Qinglin had nothing to say. Besides, it's still early, so I can go get a haircut first. Not only he had to shave, but his son and daughter also had to shave. Thinking of this, I felt something was wrong. It would cost at least 40 or 50 yuan to shave the hair of 3 people, so it would be better to buy an electric clipper and shave your hair yourself, at least you can save some money. So, I took my son to the only supermarket in town to take a look. Before he took a step, an old man on the side of the road called out to him, Boss, would you like to buy some bamboo shoots? Li Qingfeng turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s looking at him happily. There was a snakeskin bag spread out at the uncle's feet, with more than 10 bamboo shoots piled on the bag. Looking at these bamboo shoots that are as tender as white jade and the red mud on the roots, you can tell that such fresh and tender bamboo shoots that can be dug up in this season must be winter bamboo shoots. Seeing these familiar winter bamboo shoots, Li Qingfeng casually asked, how much are they? The boss raised his index finger and said enthusiastically, 10 yuan a pound. Expensive. Too expensive. Pork is only more than 10 yuan per pound. Li Qingfeng shook his head without even thinking, next time. After taking his children to the only small supermarket in town, Li Qingfeng discovered that electric clippers cost more than 200 yuan. Of course, there are cheaper ones, too, costing only 40 or 50 yuan. However, this kind of electric clipper that costs 40 or 50 yuan is for adults. My daughter's hair is so soft that this electric clipper is completely incapable of shaving it. There are special electric clippers for babies, which are more expensive than those for adults. Generally speaking, you can buy electric clippers for babies for around 100 yuan, but in mountainous areas like this, things are rather expensive. Something that originally cost more than 100 yuan may become dozens of yuan more expensive after it circulates here. After staying in front of the supermarket shelves for a while and finding that the only suitable electric clipper here cost more than 200 yuan, Li Qingfeng decided to go to the barber shop for a haircut. When I arrived at the barber shop, I asked about the prices. A haircut for an adult is 15 yuan, and for a child is 10 yuan. A haircut for a baby is more expensive, at 20 yuan. The owner of the barbershop was a bald uncle wearing a pair of reading glasses. After looking up and down at the father and his 2 sons who had just come in, he said, if you all want a haircut, then it'll be 40 yuan. I'll give you a 5 yuan discount. Okay. Li Qingfeng didn't say anything more and immediately asked Zihang to sit on the chair and let the boss shave his hair. But Zihang refused to go. He pulled his father's clothes and lay on the floor, shouting, I won't go. I want to go home. I won't go. Be obedient, Zihang. Shave your hair so it will be easier to wash at night. Li Qingfeng said softly, listen to daddy, okay? No, 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 no. Ziheng sat on the ground, twisting his body, shaking his arms, looking reluctant. I don't want to shave my hair, I want to go home. Can you be more obedient? Seeing his son being unreasonable, Li Qingfeng was a little angry. Hurry up and get up. Whoa, whoa, I don't want to shave my hair. Ziheng's tears fell, instantly soaking his long black eyelashes. Seeing his son crying over such a small matter, Li Qingfeng finally lost control of his anger and grabbed his son's arm and lifted him up. Get up! You are so old and still lying on the floor. How can you behave like that? Hurry up and sit on it. Let the boss shave your hair. Whoa, I don't want to, I don't want to. Ziheng rubbed his wet eyes and cried, you are a bad father. Whoa, I don't want to shave my hair, I'm afraid. Whoa, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Li Qingfeng asked. I'm afraid of bleeding, whoa. Ziheng rushed over and hugged his father's thighs and cried, I'm afraid of bleeding, whoa, it will bleed soon, whoa. Bleeding? Li Qingfeng's heart softened, and he remembered that his son had suffered a serious head injury when he was a child. That happened when Ziheng was a little over 1 year old. He was playing at home with his mother, but his mother was busy playing with her mobile phone and did not notice that young Ziheng crawled from the floor to the sofa, then from the sofa to the coffee table next to it, and finally fell off the coffee table. Originally, it should be fine if he fell from a coffee table which was more than half a meter high, but as luck would have it, Ziheng's mother's makeup box was placed on the ground. Ziheng's head hit the corner of the solid wooden makeup box, breaking it immediately and causing a lot of bleeding. Although Ziheng was only 1 year old when this happened and should not have formed any memory of it, he would cry loudly every time he had his hair shaved at home and was unwilling to wash his hair. This behavior continues to this day. Thinking of this, Li Qingfeng blamed himself again. He squatted down, pulled his son over and comforted him softly, Ziheng, listen to daddy and trust daddy. It won't bleed, and it will be done soon. After shaving your hair, you don't have to wash it anymore, okay? Wow, I'm scared. Ziheng sobbed, I'm scared. Be brave, don't be afraid. Li Qingfeng raised his hand to wipe away his son's tears and encouraged him, you are a big brother now, you should be brave, okay? Only when you are brave, your sister will learn from you and be brave too. Ziheng stopped sobbing, looked at his father with his bright eyes, and asked seriously, is my sister brave? Li Qingfeng smiled and rubbed his head, sister is brave, brother is brave too, okay? Good. The barbershop owner standing nearby smiled like an auntie, your child is so sensible. If he were my grandson, he wouldn't have changed so quickly without a beating. Seeing Ziheng bravely sitting on the barber chair, Li Qingfeng smiled and said, yes, sometimes he is very disobedient, and sometimes he is very obedient. Children are like this. They will become sensible when they grow up. Chapter 20, A Yard Full of Flowers and Plants. After Ziheng finished cutting his hair, it was Ziyu's turn, and finally it was Li Qingfeng's turn. When Li Qingfeng was getting his hair cut, the person who helped hold the child was the owner of the barbershop, a woman in her 50s who looked kind and very amiable. She hugged Suyu and tried to make her laugh, but Suyu just stared at her blankly, his expression gradually falling, his originally straight lips turned into an arch shape, and his eyes became wet. Wow. In the end, all the boss lady's efforts were in vain with Suyu's crying. The boss scolded, oh, what's wrong with you? You can't even hold a child properly. Ha, that's not the case. Li Qingfeng squinted at Suyu in the mirror and said with a smile, it's not the boss lady's fault, it's my daughter who is like this. She has to look at me, otherwise she will cry if a stranger hugs her. Seeing that the baby was crying more and more sadly and louder, the boss had no choice but to stand on the chair and turn around so that the baby's father would turn his face towards the baby. Li Qingfeng turned around and immediately teased his daughter, baby, look look at daddy here, daddy is here, Hagul, ouch, baby wake up. The lively and funny voices coupled with the rich expressions made the boss and his wife couldn't help but smile. Parents like this are rare nowadays, especially dads. Not to mention other families, just take their family as an example. Their disappointing son always holds his mobile phone and watches it whenever he has free time. It is impossible to ask him to coax and entertain the child like this. Instead, the old couple not only have to run this ancestral barbershop to make a living, but also have to help their son take care of their grandson. Their son, who has all his limbs and all his strength, is either lazily calling his friends to go out and play, or lying on the sofa playing with his mobile phone. He always ignores his own son. Suyu, who was originally crying her heart out, shook her head left and right as if conditioned reflex when she heard her father's voice, looking for the warm arms in the hazy scene. When the most familiar figure appeared in her shaking sight, her crying stopped abruptly. Her originally extremely aggrieved little face was covered with a sweet smile again, and she grinned and laughed. However, when she realized that the figure was still very far away from her, and she tried to laugh several times, but he still didn't come to hug her, her mouth flattened again and her eyes became wet again. Then there was another wah sound, and a louder cry sounded. "Li Ziheng, can you please stop looking at your phone?" Li Qingfeng shouted to his son who was sitting next to him looking at his phone, "Go comfort the baby quickly, your baby is crying." Ziheng finally turned his eyes away from the phone he hadn't seen for a long time and turned to look at his sister. Seeing his sister crying with tears and snot streaming down her face, he reluctantly put down his phone and ran to comfort her. "Oh, baby is awake, Huger." Ziheng imitated the tone of voice his father used to coax the baby, hugged the baby tightly, and shouted out the commands that seemed to be infused with magic, but he did not get a satisfactory result. "My sister is still crying. If this one doesn't work, try another one." He raised his hands, stood on tiptoe, and hopped and sang, "I have a little donkey that I never ride. One day, I felt like riding it to go to the market. I had a little whip in my hand and was feeling very proud. I don't know how I tripped and got covered in mud." Suyu looked at her brother jumping around, stunned for a moment, and finally forgot to cry. On this side, the boss also quickened his work and finally finished shaving Li Qingfeng's hair. When she picked up her daughter again, her small hands pulled Li Qingfeng's neck hard, as if she was angry with him for taking so long to hug her. Although this little kid looks young and ignorant, he does have a temper. When I came out of the barber shop, it was almost 12 o'clock. After buying some things, Li Qingfeng was hesitating whether to call Tang Xing, but Tang Xing was one step ahead of him and called him. "Hey, brother Feng, I'm at the government gate. Where are you? I'll pick you up." "No, no." Li Qingfeng carried his daughter on his back and held his son's hand. He looked around and saw that there were no cars coming, so he quickly crossed the street. "I'll be there soon." "Okay." Arriving at the government gate, Li Qingfeng saw Tang Xing waiting by the car, and hurried over. "Tang Xing, come on, I'll treat you to some noodles." "What noodles are you eating?" Tang Xing opened the car door, carried Ziheng into the car, and then stood directly behind Li Qingfeng to help Li Qingfeng put his daughter down. "Hurry up and get in the car. We'll eat when we get back." Li Qingfeng felt a little embarrassed. "I'm so sorry to bother you. I said I'd treat you to a meal, but you didn't go." "Brother Feng, you are looking down on me, Tang Xing, by saying this." After getting in the car, Tang Xing looked at the three of them in the rearview mirror and said, "There's no point in having such a pretentious relationship between us. In a word, you are my brother, and I will always be the Tang Xing who follows you around, and no one can change that." As the sound of the car's accelerator sounded, Li Qingfeng's hearty laughter also rang out. Who would have thought that his little help back then would bring him so much goodwill when he is down and out now? Tang Xing's kindness is even more profound than that of his brother Li Qinghe. Sometimes, relationships between people need to be consolidated and maintained by blood ties, but sometimes, even people who are not related by blood can have a good relationship. After returning to the village, Tang Xing wanted to drive directly to Li Qingfeng's house, but Li Qingfeng refused, saying that he had something else to do, and got off the car at the entrance of the village. Tang Xing is also busy. He will go home for lunch later and then go to other villages to visit poor households. After the two parted, Li Qingfeng brought the child directly to his fourth uncle's house. After he went into the house and greeted his fourth uncle, he walked towards Lu Qinglin's house next door. Lu Qinglin's house is a two-story concrete building. The yard is not big, only about 2 meters wide and more than 20 meters long. When Li Qingfeng was standing at the gate of the yard with his child, he looked inside and saw the yard full of flowers. Now it is mid-October, and the orange climbing trumpet creepers clinging to the wall at the gate of the courtyard are blooming beautifully. The flower ball made up of 5 or 6 walnut-sized flowers swayed in the wind at the end of the thin vines. Under the trumpet creeper, there is a small pool covering an area of about 2 square meters, divided into 2 levels. The higher level of the pool is round and filled with water. A faucet is flowing water into the round pool. The low pool is fan-shaped, and a low wall made of pebbles connects the circular pool to the wall that fixes the courtyard gate, forming a small fan-shaped pool. There are many stones of different shapes in the small pond, and several colorful goldfish swimming around in it. A huge hydrangea is planted at the tip of the fan-shaped pool. But now the hydrangeas are already showing signs of withering, and even their leaves are almost turning yellow. Looking further inside, you can also see red roses, blue snowflakes, pink orchids, and orange-red woody trumpet creepers. Li Qingfeng was quite surprised by the flowers all over the yard. Lu Qinglin and his wife Huang Mingxiu don't seem to be such interesting people. Especially Huang Mingxiu, she doesn't look like the kind of person who is obsessed with flowers and plants. Chapter 21 Why Don't You Die? After walking into the yard with full of doubts, Li Qingfeng called out, Uncle Qinglin, are you home? Who is it? Lu Qinglin walked out of the living room and frowned when he saw it was Li Qingfeng. Why is this guy here? Uncle Qinglin, this is for you. Li Qingfeng didn't even go into the house. He took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Lu Qinglin. I went to the town to sell stone frogs today. I'll pay you back 1,000 yuan first. When Lu Qinglin saw the red banknotes, his eyes lit up immediately and he took it immediately. Oh, you are really good, you made another 1,000, awesome. Li Qingfeng smiled and said, I'll return you 1,000 now, so there will be 49,000 left. Okay. Lu Qinglin counted the money one by one without even raising his head. At this time, a girl walked out of the house. Brother Qingfeng, come in and sit for a while. Li Qingfeng looked at the girl in surprise, and after a while he said in amazement, Xiaoye? You have grown so big? I remember the last time I saw you, you were still studying. The last time we met was 10 years ago, when Lu Xiaoye was still in junior high school. At that time, Lu Xiaoye was short, fat and dark, and her nickname in the village was Fat You. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the black girl has grown into a graceful young lady. She has not only grown taller, but also thinner. However, she is still a little dark. However, this little bit of darkness cannot completely conceal her beauty. Especially those big eyes with clear black and white, as dazzling as two bright obsidians. What is even more valuable is that her face is clean and flawless. Although her skin is wheat-colored, it has no spots or acne marks. It is so clean that it looks as if it has been smoothed by a mobile phone beautification function. If the full score for beauty is 10, then Xiaoye, with her bare face, would definitely score above 8. This is when she has not undergone any decoration. If she dresses up, she will be even more beautiful. Li Qingfeng was just surprised and had no other thoughts. After all, you are in your 30s, and she is just a girl in her early 20s. How can you have the nerve to have other thoughts? I stopped studying after graduating from junior high school. Lu Xiaoye said a little embarrassedly, with an evasive look in her eyes. Nowadays, there are college students everywhere. All the friends who went to school with her have gone to college, but she has not. She still feels somewhat inferior inside. It doesn't matter if you don't go. Li Qingfeng saw her embarrassment and deliberately laughed. Look at me, I didn't go either. But don't learn from me, ha. 1,000 yuan. Lu Qinglin waved the banknotes and said with satisfaction, I still owe 49,000 yuan. Hurry up and pay it back. Okay. Li Qingfeng nodded and looked at Xiaoye again. Xiaoye, don't think too much. It's really okay that you didn't go to college. Look at your yard, it's so beautiful, it must be you who did it. Let me tell you, your skills are almost catching up with those gardeners who graduated from college. TSK, her? Lu Qinglin looked at the yard with disdain. She made a mess of the yard. It's so ugly. The smile that Lu Xiaoye had just revealed froze. Dad, I want to go home. Ziheng shook his father's hand, his big eyes full of fatigue. I'm so hungry and sleepy. Uncle Qinglin, I'll go back first. Xiaoye. Li Qingfeng looked at the lonely Xiaoye and smiled. She is really beautiful. Don't listen to your father. Xiaoye nodded and smiled. This smile outshined all the flowers in the yard. As people grow older, their bodies become increasingly polluted, and their spirits are affected by external factors, gradually moving away from the purity of their youth. However, there really is a kind of person in this world who is not affected by age and who retains the purity of a child for 10 years. Lu Xiaoye is such a person. Li Qingfeng had seen countless people in the big city, but he had never seen a girl as pure as a child at Xiaoye's age. Maybe, mountains really are nourishing. Li Qingfeng and the child had just walked out of the yard a short distance when Xiaoye's voice came from behind him again. Brother Qingfeng, wait a moment. Turning around, he saw Xiaoye running towards him, holding the solar lamp that Lu Qinglin had taken away. I'll give this back to you. Lu Xiaoye caught up with him panting, handed over the solar lamp with both hands, and said a little embarrassedly, Brother Qingfeng, my father is actually a kind person, but he has no opinion of his own and is easily manipulated by others. Don't bother with him. After that, he took out a box of milk from his pocket and stuffed it into Ziheng's pocket. Here you go, handsome boy. Xiaoye, give the lamp back to me, what does your father say? Li Qingfeng knew that this was definitely not Lu Qinglin's idea. It must have been Xiaoye who took the initiative to return the lamp. If that's the case, Lu Xiaoye might be scolded when she returns home later. After all, her mother Huang Mingxiu is not a good person. It's okay, brother Qingfeng, don't worry, my dad won't scold me. Lu Xiaoye smiled sweetly and rubbed Ziheng's head. Let's go. Thank you, Xiaoye. Li Qingfeng shouted at her back as she walked back quickly. Lu Xiaoye waved her hand, turned into the yard and disappeared. When Lu Qinglin saw his daughter give the solar lamp hanging in the yard to Li Qingfeng without saying a word, his face looked very unhappy. What are you doing? Why did you send the lamp back to Li Qingfeng? Lu Qinglin said unhappily when he saw his daughter coming back. You didn't bring it back, so what does it have to do with you? Lu Xiaoye stopped a little uneasily. Dad, since brother Qingfeng has sent the money, it is reasonable to return the lamp to him. After saying that, he looked timidly towards the door of the main house. At this moment, Huang Mingxiu's fat and fair figure appeared at the door, scaring Xiaoye. Huang Mingxiu walked out with a gloomy face and said, "You are a traitor. Your father brought the lamp back and you gave it away. Is there something wrong with your brain? You just give away something worth hundreds of dollars? That originally belonged to someone else." Lu Xiaoye whispered softly. Who would have thought that just this one truthful statement would directly ignite Huang Mingxiu's anger? She raised her finger and pointed at her daughter's nose, and cursed with a ferocious face, "You ungrateful wolf, you actually speak for outsiders. Why don't you just die? Can you just die? I won't even look at you if you die. Useless thing." Lu Xiaoye lowered her eyes without saying anything, then turned around and went back to her room. Outside the room, in the yard, the mother's scolding never stopped, and was still coming in intermittently through the window. She sat in front of the dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror, trying to force a smile. Just let them curse you, it's no big deal, don't take it seriously. Wait until next spring. Wait until the weather warms up tomorrow, spring. At that time, you can curse more happily. But, by that time, I may never hear your scolding again. At that time, perhaps it will be a farewell forever. Chapter 22, Fried Pork with Bamboo Sticks. After returning home, Li Qingfeng hung up the solar lamp that he had lost and found again. Ziheng grabbed the milk and looked up and asked him, "Dad, can I have some milk?" "Drink it," Li Qingfeng put his daughter down and urged her while making the milk powder. "But don't drink it all. Save some for the evening, okay?" "I know." Ziheng agreed readily. But after a while, the sound of the milk carton being emptied was heard from inside. Li Qingfeng frowned when he heard this. "Ziheng, didn't I tell you to save some for the evening? How come you drank it all in one go?" Ziheng grabbed the empty milk carton, grinned with satisfaction, and said nothing. He felt like he hadn't had milk for a long time. As soon as the milk is sucked into the mouth, it is like the desert encountering a rainy day. You just regret that there is not enough milk. How can you control the hunger in your heart and leave some milk? Li Qingfeng didn't blame him, but he was afraid that he would drink too much milk at once and would have no stomach for food later. Therefore, during lunch, he was reminded, "Dad prepared a bowl of rice and an egg for you. If you can't finish it, don't eat it. Dad will help you eat it later, okay?" "I know." Ziheng stared at the eggs and moved his butt onto the stone. Hand washing. At the command, he jumped off the stone and ran to the stream to wash his hands. After washing his hands, he immediately ran back and sat on the stone. Li Qingfeng looked at his agile movements and smiled with some satisfaction. The advantage of living in the countryside is probably that you can exercise your body. Originally, my son's motor nerves were not well developed, because he could walk without crawling when he was a child, so his balance and other motor abilities were slightly inferior to those of his peers. I remember that during the spring kindergarten physical examination, his motor skills were assessed as only average, and the evaluation recommended that he should exercise more. At that time, he was a little anxious, afraid that his son would fall behind others, but he was too busy with work to take care of his son. Now seeing his son jumping up and down like a little monkey, the stone in his heart finally fell. Ziheng not only improved his athletic ability, but also his eating ability improved a lot. I just drank a big bottle of milk, and now I have eaten a full bowl of rice and a poached egg. He raised the bowl and shouted to his father, "Dad, I'm done." Li Qingfeng took a look and smiled, "Great, put the bowl down, Dad will help you wash it later." "No, I want to wash it myself. The teacher said that we should do our own things by ourselves." Maybe because he drank milk today, the little guy was in a particularly good mood. He even said he wanted to wash the dishes by himself and said he should do his own things. Li Qingfeng did not interfere with him and let him go to the stream to wash the dishes by himself. At the same time, he thought of another problem, that is, his son should have been in kindergarten, but because of a sudden change in his family, he had to stop going to kindergarten temporarily and return to his hometown. Although there is a kindergarten in my hometown, I don't have the spare money and no way to send him there right now. After all, sometimes I still have to rely on him to help look after my daughter. Otherwise, I have to work and take care of my daughter by myself, and I really can't do it all. But these are only temporary. Li Qingfeng thought that after the Chinese New Year, when he had some money, he would let Ziheng go to kindergarten. Although one may not learn much in a rural kindergarten, since everyone else goes there but Ziheng doesn't, I am afraid that Ziheng will not fit in when he goes to primary school. As the saying goes, no matter how hard the life is, we must not let our children suffer, and no matter how poor the life is, we must not let our education suffer. We should also work hard to create for our children what other children have. Ziheng is very well behaved when he is well behaved. Not only can he wash the dishes by himself, but he can also take off his wet shoes and socks by himself. Seeing that his shoes and socks were wet, Li Qingfeng scolded him and then quickly went to the other side of the stream to cut a few bamboo branches and made them into a broom to clean the yard. Because Ziheng only has one pair of shoes, he has to go barefoot when they get wet. It doesn't matter if he goes barefoot, but I'm afraid that his little feet will be hurt by the sand and rubble in the yard. And after cleaning the yard, not only can Ziheng play barefoot in it, but Ziyu can also spread a snakeskin bag on a clean place and put it down to play by herself. Li Qingfeng, who had his hands free, took the opportunity to cut the pork fat he bought today into pieces and put it into the newly bought iron pot to boil the lard. The newly bought iron pot today is used for cooking, and the cracked iron pot is used for cooking rice. If I go to sell stone frogs again tomorrow, I will also have to buy an aluminum pot and a basin and bucket for bathing my children. In addition to these, there are many other things to buy, such as quilts, clothes, shoes, socks, bowls and chopsticks for eating, etc. I bought 2 big items today, one is an iron pot and the other is a small aluminum pot. After the lard is fried, pour it into a small aluminum pot for storage. Cover the lid and put stones on it, and even a rat as big as a fist won't be able to steal the oil. Ziheng played with his sister for a while, then smelled the aroma of meat in the air and felt hungry again. Dad, I want to eat. He looked at the pork sizzling in the pot and didn't say that he wanted to eat meat, but instead said that he wanted to eat rice. I've even eaten the rice, would you be so embarrassed not to help me get some pork to go with the rice? Li Qingfeng saw through his thoughts and waved his hand at him. Go away, this lard residue is too hot and can't be eaten yet. Dad will boil water and meat for you tonight. No, I want to eat something delicious. The little guy stood behind his father, staring at the fragrant meat in the iron pot, swallowing his saliva. I told you this is very hot, you can't eat it. I'll cook you some meat slices in the evening. Not good. Ziheng sat down on the ground, twisted his body, swung his arms and shouted, I want to eat delicious food. Meat slices are also delicious. Li Qingfeng had a headache, can I cook some meat slices for you later? This is too hot to eat. No. I want to eat something hot. Ziheng yelled. You want something hot to eat? Come on, eat. Li Qingfeng ignored his son's threat to give up and directly picked up a piece of fried golden and crispy pork lard from the pot and put it into his son's mouth. Eat it quickly, let it burn your mouth, burn your throat, and make you cough. Then I'll take you to get an injection and let the doctor give you a shot in the butt. No. Ziheng quickly stood up and ran away. I don't want to burn my mouth, I don't want the injection. Then are you still eating? No more. This round of competition between father and son ended with Ziheng's defeat. Unwilling to give up, he secretly ran to provoke his sister again. He deliberately held his sister's small body with his hands and shouted into her ear, Baby! Wow! Suyu was so frightened that her whole body trembled and she burst into tears. Li Qingfeng threw down the bamboo shovel in his hand, picked up a thin bamboo stick beside him and ran after his son. Li Ziheng, stop right there. It was not yet dark, the lard was not yet ready, and the boiled pork slices were not yet served, but I did have a meal of stir-fried pork with bamboo shreds. Ziheng screamed and cried when his father spanked him. Suyu stared at him in a daze for a while, but when she saw her brother crying so sadly, she grinned and laughed. The louder her brother cried, the happier she laughed. Chapter 23 Who should I listen to? After beating up Ziheng, Li Qingfeng continued to fry lard. While he was frying lard, people in the village WeChat group were quietly discussing about him. Although the village is not big, with only 5 or 600 people, there are quite a few WeChat groups. There are several surnames in the village, and each surname has its own group. Of course, the village first has a general group, which is created by the village chief. It has more than 400 members, and almost every villager who can use WeChat on their mobile phone has joined this group. In addition to this general group, each surname in the village also has its own group. Among them, the most people have the surname Tang, and the WeChat group named Tang's Big Family has the largest number of people, with more than 100 people. The remaining 4 representative groups, namely the Li family, the Lu family, the O family group and the Wang family group, have a population ranging from dozens to 100. Almost everyone in these scattered small groups was talking about how Li Qingfeng had walked to the town this morning carrying his daughter on his back and pulling his son. This matter had been brewing in face-to-face conversations among villagers since this morning, and it was not until the afternoon that it was circulated on mobile phones. I heard that Li Qingfeng carried his daughter on his back and walked out holding his son's hand this morning. Is that true? Asked an uninformed villager. It's true. I saw it all. But I was on a motorcycle and had people with me. I couldn't take them. Oh my, it's such a young age now, and you still let such a young child walk such a long way, and the most important thing is that she is carrying such a young child on her back. It's so pitiful. I heard that he went to ask his eldest brother to borrow a car, but his eldest brother didn't lend it to him. I heard that, too. When Li Qingfeng went to borrow a car today, his eldest brother was not there, only his eldest sister-in-law was at home. Li Qinghai is useless at home. He is such a coward and listens to his wife and everything. If my wife dared to do this to my brother, I would send her back to her parents' home. You don't even have a wife. It's the same whether you have a wife or not. When Li Qinghe built his house, Li Qingfeng gave him 150,000 yuan. Everyone knows this. When he bought a car, he also gave him 50,000 yuan. Now he won't let him live in the house, and he won't even lend him a car. This kind of person is so heartless. You really have no conscience. If you had a conscience, you wouldn't even ignore your own fourth uncle. What happened to his fourth uncle? Last time, his fourth uncle fell down, and he asked Li Qinghe to take him to the hospital. But Li Qinghe listened to his wife and said that this wasn't just his fourth uncle, and he would only go if he called other people to take him together, otherwise he wouldn't go. My God, there are all kinds of people. I remember that when they were young, they often went to his fourth uncle's house for dinner. Whenever his fourth uncle killed a chicken, he would call them to eat together. Yes, his fourth uncle is useless, but he has nothing to say about the 2 brothers. Similar conversations exist in every group. The content may be different, but the general meaning is the same. Everyone said that Li Qinghe was ungrateful and a loser. He was so completely controlled by Liao Guifang that he ignored his own blood brother. Li Fuan heard the villagers discussing this matter under the big banyan tree in the village when he went out for a walk in the afternoon. Although he is thin and a little hunchbacked, he still looks quite domineering when he glares with his eyes wide open and his eyebrows raised. He kicked open the gate of Li Qinghe's house, and the stainless steel door slammed against the walls on both sides, making a sharp clanging sound. Li Haoqi, who had just returned from school, trotted out of the living room and looked towards the gate with some fear. Seeing that the person coming was fourth grandpa, a smile immediately bloomed on the little face. Fourth grandpa, you are here. Li Fuan was stunned. When he saw his smiling nephew, his rage suddenly cooled down like he had fallen into the Pacific Ocean. He could only raise a puff of black smoke and asked with a gloomy face, "Where are your parents?" "He's inside." Haoqi trotted back to the living room door and called out happily, "Dad, Mom, fourth grandpa is here." Li Qinghe came out to greet him, "Fourth uncle, you are here." "Humph, if I hadn't come, I wouldn't know what a good thing you've done." Li Fuan's plan was to kick the gate open, then raise his hand and slap Li Qinghe away, but he didn't expect to miss Haoqi. Haoqi is at home, so of course he can't hit anyone. Besides, although Li Qinghe is a bastard, Haoqi is a good boy. Ah? Li Qinghe was a little puzzled. "Fourth uncle, what's wrong with you? Who offended you?" Liao Guifang sat on the sofa in the living room, listening carefully to the noise outside. As long as there was nothing big going on, she would not bother to go out to see Li Fuan. She felt sick when she saw Li Fuan's dirty appearance. "What's wrong?" Li Fuan suppressed his anger, glanced at Haoqi, took 2 deep breaths, and then said in a forced calm tone, "Qinghe, let me ask you, what did your father say most often when he was alive?" Li Qinghe scratched his head, looking somewhat sad. "Dad always told me that I should never quarrel with Qingfeng at any time. He said that Qingfeng was smarter than me, and as long as I didn't quarrel with him, Qingfeng would always take care of me. Since you remember, why are you like this now? Li Fuan asked, and then said earnestly. Qinghe, your mother passed away early, and your father is gone too. Now besides Haoqi, you only have Qingfeng as your blood brother in this world. Qinghe, even animals know to take care of each other. Qingfeng is your brother. How can you be so cruel as to watch him suffer and remain indifferent? Uncle. Li Qinghe's face was a little hot. I was not at home this morning. I don't know. I'm not just talking about this morning. Li Fuan looked up at the tall and luxurious house in the garden and shook his head. Qinghe, if you still have a conscience, you shouldn't do things so ruthlessly. Fourth uncle. Li Qinghe was speechless and racked his brains but could not come up with an answer. Li Fuan waved his hand, sighed, and turned away. After watching him leave, Li Qinghe returned to the living room with a serious expression. Liao Guifang glanced at him and said, "Bah, you are taking advantage of your age and think you are so great that you even come to our house to lecture us. You are such an ungrateful old man. Why do you say that about fourth uncle?" Li Qinghe saw Haoqi following in and scolded, "The children are all here. What will they think if you say that?" "What do you think?" Liao Guifang was furious. She stood up with her hands on her hips and glared at Li Qinghe. "What do you mean? Am I wrong? Our family is already having a hard time, and he still wants us to help that loser Li Qingfeng. Then who will help our family? I'm telling you, Li Qinghe, if you dare to secretly give your brother something from home, I will divorce you." How could I do that? Li Qinghe was in a panic. "You know me, how could I do such a thing without your permission?" "You're smart." Liao Guifang opened her mobile phone and looked at the messages in the group, her face looking very ugly. "These bastards, I'm still in the group, yet you speak ill of me so blatantly, I'll curse you to death." Liao Guifang immediately sat back on the sofa, straightened her back and typed with both hands. Haoqi looked at his father and mother, puzzled. Didn't the teacher say that brothers should get along well with each other? Then why don't parents seem to get along with uncle? So should I listen to my teacher or my parents? Chapter 24, Sneaky Shadows. Haoqi didn't understand this profound question, but Ziheng understood it very well. His love for his sister is like a surging river. Especially when the bright solar lights cast their light in the yard, the warm bonfire danced under the starry night sky, the mountain breeze was cool, insects fluttered around, and my sister looked up at the bright stars. He sat nearby, waving a branch gently to drive away the insects that wanted to pounce on his sister. "Dad." Ziheng turned around and looked at his father who was making milk powder. "Can that bug bite people?" "Yes, don't touch them." Li Qingfeng washed the bottle and poured 100 milliliters of warm water into the thermos. Then scoop 2 level spoons of milk powder from the milk powder can and pour it on the water. The highly water-soluble milk powder collapsed on its own after a short while. Tighten the lid and shake gently. The milk powder evenly dispersed and dissolved in the water without any clumps. Every time at this moment, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It really is true that you get what you pay for. He picked up his daughter from the snakeskin bag on the ground, let her sit on his lap and started feeding her. While feeding, I wanted to use my supervision to see if there were any large stone frogs in the surrounding mountain streams. However, I didn't see any stone frogs, but I saw a sneaky shadow. Behind a large rock beside the slope leading down from the yard, a thin figure was leaning against the rock, with half of his head sticking out from the top of the rock, looking at the high yard with a pair of bright little eyes. The yard was bright, and you could see a lively child swaying around, and a tall man holding a baby and gently shaking his legs. The sound of the baby sucking on the bottle happily, accompanied by the sound of the stream nearby, makes people feel a little sleepy involuntarily. Chungue yawned with his mouth wide open, cursing in his heart, "Damn it, why hasn't Li Qingfeng gone into the mountain yet? I've been waiting for more than half an hour." As soon as Li Qingfeng entered the mountains, he followed him. He wanted to see how Li Qingfeng managed to catch more than a dozen stone frogs every night. No matter whether he is using instruments or doing supernatural things, as long as he is discovered, I can follow his example, and then the daily income of 1,000 yuan will be mine. Thinking of this, Chungue forced himself to stay alert, rubbed his eyes, and continued to monitor Li Qingfeng. After seeing the figure hiding in the darkness clearly, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but sneer. "I didn't expect Chungue to come here. It seems that he was jealous because I caught more than 10 stone frogs in 2 consecutive days. In that case, let him stay there and we can take a day off tonight and not go into the mountains." After making up his mind, Li Qingfeng no longer let his daughter eat too fast, but let her eat naturally, neither urging her nor deliberately slowing down. Suyu has a bad habit. When she is breastfeeding, if there is any unusual noise around her, she will let go of the pacifier and turn her head to look left and right. It just so happened that Ziheng used a branch to hit the insects that were about to put out the fire, and after hitting them, they let out a hearty and crisp laugh. As soon as he smiled, Suyu turned her head away suddenly, stared at him for a while, then turned back again and continued to suck milk. Ziheng laughed again, and she turned her head sharply again, looked for a while, and then turned back to suck milk. I repeated this process over and over again, and it took me half an hour to finish drinking 100 milliliters of milk. Feeling that the bottle in his palm had cooled down, Li Qingfeng put the bottle down, held up his daughter, and said to his son, Ziheng, there is still some milk powder here, do you want some? Drink. Ziheng immediately threw away the branch, ran over quickly, picked up the bottle beside him, and asked, Dad, who drank this? My sister drank it. Can I drink it then? Can. Are you having snot? No. Is there any saliva? No. Then I drank it. Drink it. Can you finish your drink? Can. Is it poisonous? No. Baby, is she still drinking? Li Qingfeng couldn't help it, no more drinking, no more drinking. Are you going to drink or not? If you want to drink, then drink. Why are you talking so much? Ziheng closed his mouth and looked at the milk powder. After a while, he raised his head, opened his mouth, held up the bottle and asked again, Daddy, can I drink like this? No. Li Qingfeng was startled and said hurriedly, Don't suck the pacifier, unscrew it and drink from it. Is that so? After unscrewing the nipple, Ziheng still held up the bottle and asked. Right. Is there any saliva? Li Qingfeng. Take a deep breath. Give it back to me. He stood up and pretended to grab the bottle. Ziheng ran while holding the bottle and laughing. After he ran far away, he stood in the hazy night, raised his head and gulped down the sweet milk powder. Ah! It tastes so good. It's just a little too little. It would be nice if there were a little more. However, he is now satisfied to be able to drink the leftover milk powder from his sister. After resting for a while and peeing, he climbed onto the bed easily. Dad, can I do it on the bed? Li Qingfeng looked at him speechlessly. You are so old, why are you still clattering on the bed? What if you step on your sister? Data means using pillows as guns, imitating the plot of the 8th Route Army fighting the Jap devils. When he used to sleep on a Simmons mattress at home, he always liked to climb onto the bed, hold up a pillow, and shoot at the imaginary Japanese devils in the air, while his mouth made a series of did sounds like a machine gun. It's a bit like playing house. The only difference is that other people as playing house is cooking and making tea, while his playing house is beating the Jap devils. Sometimes when the battle was at its most intense, he would imitate the 8th Route Army's grenade-throwing movements, waving one hand and throwing an air grenade, then he would bounce off the bed with a awe and fall heavily on the soft mattress, shouting, I've been shot. No, I want to did. Ziheng stood on the stone bed and picked up the pillow his father had tied with clothes, looking like a general. Whatever you want. Li Qingfeng was too lazy to pay attention to him. After feeding his daughter, he had to change her diaper and wet a towel to clean her butt. This can not only save wet wipes, but also prevent my daughter from getting eczema on her butt. After getting his father's permission, Ziheng immediately entered into a fighting state. The flickering firelight and the solar lights made the hut extremely bright, and his interest reached its peak. He held up a pillow and fired a series of machine gun sounds at the pillar, at his father walking around, and at his sister who was smiling at him. Oh, Chun Gui wanted to curse. It's already 9 o'clock, why haven't you entered the mountain yet? Could it be that the bastard Li Qingfeng discovered me? That's impossible. I came here in the dark without even turning on the flashlight, and I almost fell into the river. I finally got here, lurking the whole time, without making any sound, so Li Qingfeng couldn't have found me. In this case, let's continue to wait. We have been waiting for more than an hour. We can't give up now and lose all our efforts. I don't believe he won't go into the mountain. Chapter 25. What are you doing today? As I waited, my eyelids began to droop unconsciously. But Oh Chun-Gui didn't dare to sleep, and couldn't sleep. The opportunity to make a fortune is right in front of you, and you can't miss it due to a momentary negligence. He pinched his thigh hard, almost crying due to the pain, but no sound came out. Although he could no longer see the figures of Li Qingfeng and his two sons, the lights and fires in the yard were still bright, and he could still faintly hear Li Qingfeng's voice. I guess Li Qingfeng hasn't managed to coax the child yet. After he has coaxed the child, he will definitely go into the mountains to catch stone frogs. Strengthening his belief, Chungue pinched his eyelids again and continued to guard with all his energy. Li Qingfeng focused and saw that Chungue was still guarding the big rock, and he couldn't help but laugh. After taking a look at the two children who had already fallen asleep, he simply threw back the quilt and crawled in to have an early nap himself. Akiu! Chungue sneezed, his body tilted, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Huh? I actually fell asleep? Chungue was shocked and quickly sat up and opened his cell phone. Oh shit, it's already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Damn, I've been guarding for most of the night, but there's no movement from Li Qingfeng. I'm so angry. He had forced himself to stay awake until 11 o'clock, thinking that Li Qingfeng would go into the mountains after coaxing the child, but he didn't expect that this idiot would not set out. We have been guarding for so long, we can't give up halfway, we have to keep guarding. But as he kept watching, he really couldn't bear it anymore and accidentally fell asleep. That's not a big deal, since Li Qingfeng didn't go into the mountains tonight anyway. The problem was that he now found himself feeling cold all over and sneezing uncontrollably. Afraid that the sneeze would wake Li Qingfeng up and alert the enemy, he could only cover his mouth, turn on the flashlight, and quickly run back home. When I got home, the sneezing continued. I took a hot bath and took some cold medicine, which gave me some relief. But it is only a temporary relief. After waking up from a nap in bed, Chungue found that he was still cold, so he took his temperature with a thermometer. My goodness, the temperature is as high as 40 degrees. There was no choice but to ride a motorcycle to a small clinic in the village outside to get in for. There is a small clinic in the village outside. There is only one female doctor in the clinic. Because there was no competition and the female doctor had little vision, she only prescribed expensive medicines for the villagers. She would prescribe 1 or 2 boxes at a time and never open the medicines before giving them to the villagers. It is said that she once prescribed cooling patches for people and sold one for 15 yuan. It's just outrageous. The same goes for potions. I only use expensive potions. Almost all the villagers from several nearby natural villages said that she was cruel. But sometimes there is no choice, even if you know she has a bad heart, you still have to go to her. Just like Chungue at this moment, he was already dizzy from fever and had no strength to drive to the town's health center. In this case, you can only come to this small clinic. Of course, Chungue also has his own little plans. Both he and the female doctor have the surname O, so they are relatives going back several generations. He thought that with this relationship, Li Juan would definitely not treat him as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. But in fact, he was really overthinking it. Oh boy, someone finally shows up. When Li Juan saw Chungue walk in with an unusual expression, she was overjoyed and her eyes immediately lit up. There had been no visitors to her small clinic for half a month, and finally someone came this time. She received Chungue warmly, poured him water and chatted with him, which made Chungue more confident that he would not be ripped off. It was not until Li Juan gave him bottle after bottle of medicine that he began to feel a little panicked. Li Juan was so happy changing the medicine and packing the herbs, and she looked like she wanted to empty the clinic, which really scared him. He asked hesitantly, Li Juan, how much? Not much. Li Juan, who was in her 40s, smiled brightly at him, it's just over 300 yuan. We are all family, so just give me 300 yuan. Phew. Chungue almost vomited blood. Damn, you charge me so much money for a cold or fever. If it's more serious, wouldn't I go bankrupt? But the medicine has been injected, and the boxes of medicine have been packed and the orders have been issued. You can't just refuse to pay. There was no choice but to pay the money with tears in my eyes. Chungue is a person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. If someone who is poorer than him and has a lower social status than him were to rip him off like this, he would definitely be furious. But Li Juan's family was wealthy, and she was a doctor, as well as the resident doctor in several nearby villages. He could not and dared not offend her. Therefore, this feeling of humiliation could only be transferred to Li Qingfeng. It's all the fault of that bastard Li Qingfeng. If he had gone into the mountains last night and I had followed him, I wouldn't have caught a cold and had a fever, and I wouldn't have wasted this money. Damn it, I ended up losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. That bastard Li Qingfeng didn't even go into the mountain. If he had known, he would have stopped guarding until 9 o'clock. I originally wanted to learn from Li Qingfeng and make a fortune, but now I have not only failed to learn from him, but also made no money, and even had to pay 300 yuan for medical expenses. Oh Chungue was so angry that he was shaking all over. He couldn't even hold the handlebars of the motorcycle properly and almost fell into the ditch. Li Qingfeng never thought that he would make enemies for no reason without doing anything. When he woke up in the morning, he sneezed a few times. Because it was a bit cold last night, in order to prevent the children from catching cold, I had to fold the only blanket and cover them. I rubbed my nose, looked at the two children sleeping soundly, and thought that I would have to put buying quilts on the agenda in the next few days. This is how it is in this mountainous area. It is extremely hot under the scorching sun during the day, but when the mountain breeze blows at night, the temperature drops sharply. But fortunately, his body was in excellent condition and he was fine after sneezing a few times. It's time to get up, and it's time to make breakfast. When Ziheng woke up, his father was already feeding the baby milk powder, and there were 2 boiled eggs on the stone table. He ran outside to pee, then grabbed an egg and asked, "Dad, who is this egg for?" "Here's some food for you. Give me something to eat." "Right. Will the baby eat it?" "The baby can't eat it. The baby doesn't have teeth yet." "How many should I eat?" "Eat 1, you can only eat 1, and save 1 for lunch." "Are those eggs poisonous?" Li Qingfeng. After asking all the necessary questions, he took the egg and started tapping it on the stone table. The eggs cracked and the fragrant egg smell filled the air. My mouth is watering already. "Dad, are we going to buy meat today?" After finishing his meal, Ziheng ran over to tease his sister and asked a question that concerned him. "Not going today." Li Qingfeng put his daughter down and began to clean up the mess after breakfast. "Why not go?" "I want to buy pork." Ziheng shouted unwillingly. "Not today." The decisive answer made Ziheng want to sit on the floor. He twisted his body and asked in a long voice, "If we don't go to buy meat, what are we going to do?" This question really stumped Li Qingfeng. "Yes, if we are not going to the town to sell stone frogs, then what should we do today?" "You can't go to the mountains to catch stone frogs in broad daylight. It's not that you can't catch stone frogs during the day, but it takes a lot of effort to catch stone frogs during the day, which is far less efficient than catching them at night." Chapter 26 Li Fuchong's Industry. He stood straight, with his hands on his hips, by the stove, looking at the mountains with lush green trees under the bright sunshine and gentle breeze. "If we don't catch stone frogs, what should we do?" "There is no need to chop wood." Although the family had to rely on burning firewood to cook and boil water all day long, chopping firewood was as easy as eating for him. After all, he had great strength, and he could easily bring back a lot of firewood by using the fragmented time during the day to chop some shrubs and wild trees at the foot of the surrounding mountains. Expand the hut? It seems unnecessary. After all, thatched huts cannot last long. I will build a proper house when I have money. This hut can only serve as a transition. There is really no need to spend time and energy on expanding or reinforcing it. As long as this hut can last for a few months, it will be fine. After Li Qingfeng looked around the surrounding mountains, he finally set his sights on a clump of bamboo at the foot of the mountain opposite the stream. Bamboo. Bamboo shoots. Yes, it's mid-October now and we can start digging winter bamboo shoots. Hadn't he seen winter bamboo shoots being sold in the town before? He also asked about the price, and found out that a pound of winter bamboo shoots cost 10 yuan. And it comes with bamboo shoot shells. If that's the case, with his strength and skills, it would be easy for him to dig 100 pounds a day. The key point is that all the winter bamboo shoots in the mountains are still hidden underground. If you want to dig them out, you not only need the ability to find dragon points, but also need to have a lot of strength. Otherwise, ordinary people would be as tired as a dog if they dug dozens of kilograms of winter bamboo shoots in this season. Therefore, generally few people dig winter bamboo shoots during this season. But it is also because of this that the price of winter bamboo shoots can remain high and continue until after the new year. Especially during the Chinese New Year period, the price of winter bamboo shoots will increase. Many years ago when he was in his hometown, he encountered the situation where shelled winter bamboo shoots were sold for 20 yuan per caddy. Thinking of this, what is there to hesitate about? Let us go dig winter bamboo shoots today. Ziheng. Li Qingfeng turned around and shouted to his son excitedly, "Hurry up and change your shoes. Dad will take you into the mountains." Ah? Ziheng stared blankly at his father who was starting to pack up, not quite understanding the meaning of going into the mountains. Li Qingfeng picked up the things he needed to take and put them into the snakeskin bag one by one, filling up half the bag. Among them, the necessities that my daughter needs account for the largest number, including milk powder, aluminum pots, milk bottles, diapers, paper towels and other items. In addition, we should not go home for lunch at noon, but eat in the mountains, so the aluminum pot not only plays the important mission of boiling water for making milk powder, but also has to be responsible for cooking rice. To do this, you will also need to bring some rice and a little pork left over from last night. The most important thing is not to forget the lighter and axe. All these things are ready, except for the hoe for working. After Li Qingfeng borrowed a hoe from his fourth uncle's house, he carried Ziyu on his back, held the snakeskin bag in one hand and held his son's hand with the other, and prepared to go into the mountains. It was not until this time that Ziheng understood the meaning of going into the mountains. It turned out that his father wanted to take him and his sister into the mountains to work. After finding out the truth, Ziheng was quite excited. He shook off his father's hand and ran to the front to lead the way. Although he didn't know which way to go, he just had to keep going up the mountain. Dad always gives him guidance at the crossroads. Turn left. Li Qingfeng saw his son running happily on the mountain path, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. In the past, he also ran in front and led the way. But he was much younger at that time, and he was exhausted and out of breath after running for a while. Then he dragged his father's hand and wanted to ride on his father's neck. Ziheng is 5 years old and still has some strength. And the mountain roads today are different from those in the past. After decades of repair, the mountain trail has become very wide and flat, so it is not too difficult to walk on it. Especially since there were various novel plants on both sides of the mountain path that constantly aroused Ziheng's curiosity, he forgot his tiredness even more. Dad, what is this? White Biden's Pelosa. This one? Lotus tree. What about this? Maple. The father and son continued asking and answering questions all the way to the halfway point of the mountain. At this time, Ziheng was already hanging on his father's chest, hugging his father's neck and keeping his mouth shut for a while. I'm so tired. Originally, he could still hop and skip along the first few hundred meters of the mountain road, picking flowers, picking leaves, and trampling weeds. But after walking several hundred meters along the winding mountain road, he was so tired that he wanted to lie down on the ground. Just as he was about to lie down, his father's big hand gently scooped him up to his chest. It seems that it is most comfortable to hang on, Dad. Li Qingfeng forcibly pried his son's hands apart, put him back on the ground, and ordered without hesitation, "Get down and walk by yourself." Ziheng originally wanted to twist his body, swing his arms and lie on the ground to act like a rogue, but as soon as his feet touched the ground and his eyes inadvertently saw the scene around him, he forgot his original plan. So beautiful. There are many tall, big and straight unknown trees here. They are so densely packed together that you can hardly see the sky when you look up. Only a few points of light, brighter than the stars at night, floated down from the tall tree branches. When the wind blows those tall unknown trees, the light spots will float around. He cheered, jumped forward, and stepped accurately on a spot of light. But the light spot was too slippery and flew onto the surface of his shoe the moment he stepped on it. He would not give up easily. He aimed at the next light spot, bent his knees, and jumped over to step on it. Damn! Those light spots were all disobedient. They seemed to have seen through his plan and they all managed to escape when he stepped on them. Dad, look, I stepped on it. Ziheng turned around and grinned, "Ha, I stepped on it." The obvious bulge made him very sure that he had really stepped on the light spot this time. Dad smiled and didn't say anything to him. He thought his father didn't believe him, so he slowly moved his little foot away, trying to expose half of the light spot he was stepping on. Eh? Ziheng cried out in disgust, and immediately bounced back like a spring, then kept rubbing the ground with the soles of his shoes. How disgusting! He yelled, and rubbed his soles faster. Li Qingfeng looked at the animal poop that was crushed by his son and couldn't help laughing out loud. "Ha, you stepped on shit." After that, he deliberately covered his mouth and nose and took a few steps back in disgust. "You stink so much, don't come over here." Ziheng's disgusted expression immediately changed into a naughty smile, and he rushed towards his father and shouted, "I'm going to stink you out. Go away, go away." Li Qingfeng pushed his forehead to prevent him from getting closer. He insisted on getting closer and closer, and even lifted up the soles of his shoes, intending to make Dad faint from the stench. Suyu on his back watched all these scenes and listened to the laughter of his father and brother. He immediately stretched his body with all his might, twisted his whole body, and let out a series of sweet laughter like bells. The forest was so quiet under the autumn sun. The laughter of the father and his two sons was like a spring breeze, which suddenly woke up the originally silent wilderness. The birds on the branches screamed and flew away, and the small animals in the bushes ran around in panic. It seemed as if even the clouds floating above the forest couldn't help but wag their tails. After some laughter, Li Qingfeng continued walking forward with the child. This is a very flat mountain road. From one end of the forest to the other, the path is almost level. Coupled with the tall and lush fir trees on both sides, this trail is very cool. Zihang stopped complaining about being tired and started running again. Walk from the circular mountain path halfway up the mountain to the other side of the mountain, cross a stream, and come to another mountain range. Then walk diagonally upward along the forest path of this mountain, and walk to the other side of this mountain, where you can see a large lush bamboo forest. The bamboos in the bamboo forest are all mozo bamboo. This bamboo forest was planted by Li Qingfeng's father, Li Fuqiang, when he was young. At that time, Li Fuqiang had not yet married and had children. As the eldest son in the family, he almost took on all the hard work on weekdays. But even so, he was able to complete the hard work assigned by his family and use his spare time to develop his own business. This large bamboo forest is one of his industries. The bamboo forest was originally very large. When the family sold a fir forest, the mountain land was vacant but fir trees were not planted in time. Li Fuqiang used his free time to plant some bamboos there. Although the bamboos were planted very sparsely at that time, after 3 or 4 decades of development, the originally sparse bamboo forest has become very lush and dense. Standing at the edge of the bamboo forest, your sight cannot reach the center of the forest at all. Chapter 27: What a Brother Should Do. Li Qingfeng put down his things and first used a hoe to dig out the weeds and shrubs on the flattest piece of land in the bamboo forest, clearing out an open space of about 10 square meters. Then he took out a cut snakeskin bag and spread it on the ground, then put his daughter down. After being tied up for more than half an hour, Suyu was finally stretched. As soon as he lay down in the snakeskin bag, he began to dance happily. It would take an ordinary person more than an hour to walk from the thatched hut to here, but it only took Li Qingfeng half an hour. If his son hung on his neck the whole time and he walked as fast as possible, he was confident that it would only take a dozen minutes. However, it was Zihang's first time in the mountains, and Li Qingfeng didn't want to ruin his close contact with nature, so Zihang walked on some of the flat sections by himself. Zihang finally caught up, sat down on the reclaimed flat ground, and said breathlessly, "Oh, I'm so tired." Li Qingfeng turned back more than 10 meters and brought back a pot of water from the mountain stream in a clean aluminum pot. He cleared a piece of land about 10 meters away from his children, moved a few small stones and piled them up to make a stove. Then he picked up some dry branches, put them in and lit them, and started to boil water. After finishing these, I started to dig bamboo. Winter bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoots. Ordinary people have to slowly determine the location of bamboo shoots based on the direction of the bamboo shoots when digging winter bamboo shoots. Li Qingfeng didn't need to go through so much trouble to dig bamboo shoots. He just needed to concentrate and use his super eyesight to find the location of the bamboo shoots and then start digging. Although his eyesight could not see deep into the ground, he had no problem finding bamboo shoots that were not buried very deep. He had tried it before and found that he could only see 1 meter deep underground when he concentrated. Although the visual penetration is not as good as that on the ground, it is still sufficient for use. After digging winter bamboo shoots for more than 10 minutes, the water boiled, so I put out the fire first, then got some water for my son to drink, and then made some milk powder for my daughter. After taking care of the 2 children, she continued to dig winter bamboo shoots. After recalling the memories of going into the mountains with his father and older brother to dig winter bamboo shoots when he was a child, and with all his strength, digging winter bamboo shoots really wasn't a difficult task for him. We dug up dozens of kilograms in just one morning. Seeing the winter bamboo shoots piled up in the bamboo forest, Li Qingfeng put down his hoe and walked towards the 2 children. Zihang squatted in the mottled light and shadow and drew on the ground with a small wooden stick. I drew a big shark and a dinosaur. Suyu lay on the snakeskin bag, raised her right hand, and counted her fingers seriously, her mouth slightly open but she didn't speak, her expression dazed, as if she was stunned by the 5 monsters in front of her. Li Qingfeng did not go over to disturb them. He picked up the aluminum pot, took the rice and pork, and went to the river to prepare lunch. After washing the rice, add enough water, then wash the sliced pork and carefully spread it on the rice. He returned to the makeshift stone stove, lit the fire again, put the aluminum pot on it and covered it with a lid. After doing all this, I put the bamboo shoots dug in the morning into a snakeskin bag before the rice is cooked. Then he took his son to the stream to wash his hands. At this time, the rice was finally cooked. The fragrant smell of fireworks filled the bamboo forest, and it seemed that even the bamboos could not stand the tempting taste and swayed happily in the breeze. The rustling sound instantly grabbed Tsuyu's attention. She immediately shifted her big grape-like eyes away from the five-headed monsters and looked curiously and impatiently at the emerald-green giants in the sky. I saw the tall giants holding hands and singing happily. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. These waves of wonderful sounds seem to be calling for something. They come one after another, seemingly without any rules, but each sound is pleasant to the ear. Tsuyu was happy. She kept waving her two little hands in the air and kicking her two little feet. Her mouth also let out bursts of clear and bright laughter like the sound of spring water. Her laughter spread in the woods with the wind. The birds flapped their wings and flew high, and the squirrels climbed directly to the top of the treetops when they heard it. Even a clouded leopard foraging at the edge of the bamboo forest was stunned. It slowly raised one of its front paws that was about to land, stood on 3 legs, and listened in a daze with its ears perked up. Have a meal. As soon as Li Qingfeng called out to him, Ziheng couldn't wait to pick up the bowl and stuff his mouth with rice in big gulps. The white rice is mixed with thinly sliced meat, and almost every grain of rice is coated with the delicious gravy. It smells so good. So delicious. For the first time in his life, he discovered that white rice could be so delicious. He also discovered for the first time in his life that thin pork slices without any seasoning could actually taste better than braised pork. Is it because this is in the mountains and there are gods and ghosts here, so the food cooked here is so delicious? In his little mind, he couldn't help but think of the gods on TV who could fly by stepping on a sword. It turns out that there really are gods in this world. Before I knew it, I had finished 2 bowls of rice, but my stomach still felt empty. Dad, give me another bowl. Ziheng handed the bowl to his father. Li Qingfeng looked at the empty aluminum pot, then at his expectant son, and had no choice but to hand him the bamboo tube of rice. Then I'll give it to you. Dad, don't you want to eat anymore? Ziheng took the bamboo tube and didn't rush to eat the rice. He looked at his father, whose face was dirty, and whispered softly, Do you still want to eat? Dad doesn't want to eat anymore. You can have it. Li Qingfeng shook his head. No. Ziheng stuffed the rice back into his father's big hand. Dad, you eat it. Good boy. Li Qingfeng rubbed his son's head. Dad can't eat that much. How about we each have half? Good. Today's lunch was really delicious, but if you were to ask which bowl of rice was the best, it would undoubtedly be the last half bowl of rice. After lunch, I took a short rest, fed my daughter, changed her diaper, and then coaxed the little girl for a while. After she fell into a deep sleep, I started digging bamboo shoots again. Although Ziheng really wanted to run around in the bamboo forest while his sister was sleeping, he couldn't because his father asked him to stay with his sister. He really sat obediently on the edge of the snakeskin bag and continued to scribble on the ground with a small wooden stick. He drew for a while and then looked at his sister, then drew for a while and then looked at his sister again. My sister's delicate and flawless little face looked particularly peaceful in the jumping spots of light. The long, dense, black eyelashes are curved and curled like 2 bananas. Ruro's nose is still that small, just a little bigger than a peanut. Her mouth is also small, but it is red, just like a cherry. The black beard looks like a big bug with many legs. Ziheng frowned, suddenly got up from the ground, and shouted, Dad, Dad, bugs. Bugs. He pointed at a black centipede on his sister's chin with a look of panic on his face, and tears filled his eyes in an instant. His sister was awakened by his shouting. She was startled at first, and then she opened her mouth and burst into tears. Ziheng became even more anxious, shouting Dad loudly and backing away. He was extremely afraid of insects. Not to mention this kind of centipede as thick as a finger, he was even afraid of a tiny vegetable worm. But now, seeing the bug about to crawl towards his sister's mouth, he didn't know where he got the courage from, but he rushed over trembling all over, grabbed the big black bug, threw it out, and then immediately hugged his sister and burst into tears. This is what Li Qingfeng saw when he rushed over. From a distance, I saw my son catching and throwing insects, and I saw him hugging my daughter and crying, trembling all over. A 5-year-old child already knows to protect his sister. Even though he was scared to death and had never encountered such a challenge before, at that critical moment, he still tried his best to protect the people he wanted to protect. It's just because the little boy already knows clearly that in this world, except his father and sister, he has no other family members. So even though he couldn't predict the consequences of catching insects, he still caught them without hesitation. Even though he felt a tearing pain in his palms, he still wanted to hug his sister at the first possible moment. Even though he was too little to have the strength to pick up his sister, giving her a warm and familiar hug was what he should do as a brother. Chapter 28: Ziheng's Golden Finger. Woo woo woo. Li Qingfeng's heart broke when he heard his children crying. He picked up the two children and comforted them. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Wow, Dad, it hurts. Ziheng stretched out his hand and cried with tears in his eyes, my hand hurts so much. When I opened my palm, I saw a raised lump of flesh that was red and swollen. Li Qingfeng was really heartbroken, but he couldn't free up a hand to grab that little hand and rub it. Ziheng, stand here first and let Daddy rub you, okay? He tried to put Ziheng on the ground. But Ziheng was already frightened, and he hooked one hand tightly around his neck and refused to get down. Suddenly, Li Qingfeng saw that the red envelope on his son's palm was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. He widened his eyes in surprise and bit the tip of his tongue hard. The pain from the tongue made the vision clearer. Not only was the meat bump slowly disappearing, but the red and purple color was also fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the red and swollen flesh on Ziheng's palm had completely disappeared. Not only had it returned to its original state, but even the bean-sized bite wound had disappeared. Ziheng stopped crying. Because the palm of my hand doesn't seem to hurt anymore? He blinked hard to squeeze out the tears in his eyes, looked at his hands in a daze, and then looked at his father. Dad smiled at him gently. Does it hurt anymore? Yeah. He nodded vigorously, shaking off the tears on his face. That's good. Li Qingfeng hugged him tightly and kissed his cheek. Good boy, thank you for being so brave to protect your sister. Dad, I just threw away the bug right away. Ziheng raised his little face as if to take credit. I wasn't scared at all. Good job. Li Qingfeng turned to look at his daughter. The daughter stopped crying the moment he picked her up, and then stared blankly at her brother who was crying loudly. Maybe she doesn't have the concept of brother yet, and doesn't know what happened just now, let alone understand what her brother did for her. However, in every ordinary day like this, her brother's laughter, her brother's cry, and every hug her brother gave her will surely become an indelible mark in her mind. Family love. These two simple words contain so much. Accompanying each other day after day, relying on each other year after year. There is no other emotion in this world that can surpass the word family love. Because the ultimate destination of all emotions is family affection. Li Qingfeng held his two children in his arms, and the scene of his son's palm quickly recovering kept replaying in his mind. If he had seen such a scene in the past, he would have thought that he was dazzled or had hysteria. But he doesn't think so now. Perhaps, this is my son's golden finger. His golden finger has infinite strength and extraordinary vision and hearing. Is the son's golden finger the super strong self-healing ability? If this is the case, then God has been too kind to their family. Not only did it give him an extraordinary opportunity, it also gave his son such ability. Ziheng, can you still help Dad look after your sister? Li Qingfeng asked uncertainly. Ziheng nodded without hesitation. Okay. I will watch over my sister. He doesn't know how to use the word protection yet. Although he had taken action, the word protection was still a little vague to him. Li Qingfeng rubbed his head, feeling extremely relieved. He cleaned the ground again and expanded the scope so as to prevent similar incidents. After putting his daughter down, he gave his son some instructions and continued to dig winter bamboo shoots. The digging lasted until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Perhaps because she was tired from crying just now, my daughter fell into a deep sleep soon after she lay down, and slept very soundly. Therefore, the bamboo shoots were dug very smoothly in the afternoon. At the end of the day, I easily dug more than 100 kilograms of winter bamboo shoots. Put all the winter bamboo shoots into snakeskin bags, filling up 2 large bags. Li Qingfeng first carried his daughter on his back, then picked up 2 large bags of bamboo shoots on his shoulders, and then took his son's hand and walked home. Ziheng couldn't walk anymore after walking a short distance, so he threw his son onto his neck and let Ziheng ride on his shoulders, holding his head. He then easily picked up a bag of winter bamboo shoots in each hand and hurried back home. When his strength is unlimited, let alone carrying 2 kids on his back and 2 bags of winter bamboo shoots weighing dozens of kilograms each, even if he is given 2 huge gold bricks, as long as they are easy to carry, he can carry them back easily. Strength is not the problem is that there are too many things to carry. When he got home, he threw away the 2 large bags of bamboo shoots on his shoulders and put down the 2 children hanging on his body. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I haven't tried working like this for a long time, and my nerves are a little tense. Especially with a load on my shoulders and 2 children hanging on my body, I really can't be distracted for a moment. I was worried that the carrying pole would crush my daughter's little hand, and I was also worried that my son would not be able to hold it firmly and fall backwards. This kind of mental suppression is far more difficult than physical suppression. Fortunately, he was really strong, so he was able to return home safely. After putting the children down, I cooked and gave them a bath. Although the children didn't have to work, they still felt a little uncomfortable after spending a whole day in the mountains. After bathing the children, I also took a bath in the stream. Then the family of 3 comfortably took the bamboo shoots they had dug and gave 2 kilograms to the 4th uncle, and another 2 kilograms to Li Qinghe. When bamboo shoots were delivered to Li Fuan, he refused to take them and insisted on giving them back to Li Qingfeng, asking him to sell them. Li Qingfeng didn't answer it. He turned around and left with the child in his arms. When delivering winter bamboo shoots to Li Qinghe, the style of the painting was completely different. Looking at the fresh winter bamboo shoots with mud, Li Qinghe was naturally very happy. He originally thought that Li Qingfeng would no longer pay attention to him, but he didn't expect that Qingfeng would dig up bamboo shoots and send him 2 kilograms. Qingfeng, let's eat first before going back. Li Qinghe pulled Ziheng over and lifted him up high, saying with a smile, "Oh, I feel like Ziheng seems to have gained a lot of weight." "No." Li Qingfeng glanced at Liao Guifang, who was pretending to be happy, and smiled as well. "We have to go back quickly before it gets dark." "Ziheng, come down, let's go home." Li Qinghe put Ziheng down. Ziheng immediately ran to his father, took his father's hand and walked back, without any reluctance at all. Children may seem to understand nothing, but they know who likes them and who doesn't. Why should you linger on people or places that don't like you? I will like someone who likes me. I won't like someone who doesn't like me. Children are so simple and straightforward, without so many twists and turns. Chapter 29 Bamboo Shoots Cause Cancer. After Li Qingfeng brought the children back to his simple home, he asked his son to look after his daughter while he began to prepare dinner. The rice is already cooked, so you can start cooking the vegetables directly. Let us eat winter bamboo shoots tonight. Although this stuff can be sold for 10 yuan per pound, there is really no need to worry about it when you dig the winter bamboo shoots yourself. After all, it's not a stone frog that costs 200 yuan per pound. They are just winter bamboo shoots. If others can eat them, we can eat them too. Peel the winter bamboo shoots and blanch them in water. Because Ziheng is still young and his stomach is not as strong as that of an adult, vegetables with high oxalic acid content such as bamboo shoots must be blanched before being cooked for him. Blanch the bamboo shoots, cut them into thin slices and soak them in cold water. It is best to soak for a few hours. But now I'm in a hurry to cook, so after soaking it for a while and cutting the pork, I'll put it in the pot to cook. First, stir-fry the bamboo shoots in a dry pan. After the moisture of the bamboo shoots is dried up, remove them and set aside. Then fry the pork in the pan. In order to save fuel, Li Qingfeng basically bought pork belly. After the pork belly is stir-fried to produce a lot of lard, pour in the fried dried bamboo shoots and stir-fry continuously. Then sprinkle an appropriate amount of salt, stir-fry for a while and then remove from the dish. Ziheng smelled the fragrance in the air, sat on the bed and looked at his sister, and asked loudly, "Dad, can we eat now?" "Wait a moment, look at your sister for a while longer." Li Qingfeng put out the fire, found a silicone bowl and filled it with rice before calling his son to eat. "It smells so good." Ziheng put his nose to the iron pot, took a deep breath, and made an exaggerated expression, "It smells so good." "Want to eat?" "Yes." As he said that, the little guy started jumping up and down. "Eat?" Li Qingfeng stuffed the bowl into his son's hand and turned to coax his daughter. "Dad, aren't you going to eat yet?" Ziheng sat on the stone and turned to look at his father. "You eat first, and Dad will eat when you are full." "No. No." Ziheng refused and shouted, "I want to eat with you." "You eat first." "No. Dad, I want to eat with you." Ziheng shouted with all his might. His original intention was to share the delicious food with his father. "It's also because I know that my father has been working hard, and I want him to eat quickly so that he won't go hungry." But because they are too young and cannot express themselves, they can only express themselves by shouting. Li Qingfeng couldn't help but frown when he heard this and said, "Li Ziheng, what's wrong with you? How can you yell? It's impolite to speak like this, do you understand?" Ziheng pouted, rubbed his eyes and said aggrievedly, "Dad, I want to eat with you." Dad wants to eat, too, but he can't eat right now. Li Qingfeng looked at his son seriously and said, "Remember, you have to speak nicely to people, and don't yell like you did just now. Especially when talking to elders, you have to be nice, otherwise you'll end up being a bad person." "Whoa, I want to be a good person." Ziheng felt a little uncomfortable, and his voice was choked. "If you want to be a good person, you must first learn to be a polite person," said Li Qingfeng. "Wow, I get it." Seeing that his father looked so familiar, Ziheng couldn't help but burst into tears. Seeing this, Li Qingfeng had no choice but to come over and sit down together, comforting him. Okay, don't cry. It's not brave for a real man to cry easily. Dad is not mean to you, Dad just wants you to know right from wrong. If you don't even know the most basic right and wrong, then you're really going to become a bad person." Ziheng picked up the bowl depressedly, not understanding why things turned out like this. "I clearly just wanted to have dinner with my dad, but why was he so mean? Is it wrong to want to eat delicious food with my dad?" He tried to scoop up the pork with a spoon, but even the pork seemed to be against him on purpose, and he failed to scoop it up after 3 attempts. He simply grabbed the meat with his bare hands. "Use a spoon." Li Qingfeng was helpless. Ziheng had no choice but to continue scooping the meat with a spoon in a depressed mood. But the meat that couldn't be scooped up just now still can't be scooped up now. So he secretly glanced at his father, and seeing that his father was turning his head to look at his sister, he immediately grabbed the meat with his bare hands and put it on the spoon at lightning speed. Then pretend to put it into his mouth with the spoon. Li Qingfeng took a deep breath and exhaled. "I thought to myself, if I wasn't exhausted to death every day, I would be pissed to death." He said coldly, "What did Dad say just now? Can I eat with my hands?" Ziheng felt guilty, so he put the meat that was about to be delivered to his mouth back into the plate and scooped it up with the spoon again. After trying many times, the pork finally cooperated with him and lay down in the spoon obediently. Seeing that he was in a low mood, Li Qingfeng used chopsticks to pick up a piece of fresh winter bamboo shoots and put it in his bowl, and said softly, "Ziheng, try this bamboo shoot, it's really delicious." "No." Ziheng refused without even thinking. "Why not? I want to eat meat. This bamboo shoot is delicious. Trust me, Dad. Take one bite and you will love it." As she spoke, she picked up another piece of bamboo shoot and put it into her son's mouth. Ziheng turned his head away stubbornly. "I don't want it. I don't want it." Okay, then I don't want it." Li Qingfeng gave in and stuffed the bamboo shoots into his mouth. The fresh and tender bamboo shoots taste crisp and delicious, much more delicious than many common vegetables. Even Li Qingfeng, a local native who had eaten countless bamboo shoots since childhood, was inevitably impressed by the deliciousness of bamboo shoots when he tasted them again in such extremely poor conditions. The deliciousness of bamboo shoots is like the taste of a mountain stream. Although not unrestrained and passionate, it is lingering and graceful. It tastes slightly bitter when you take a bite, but there is freshness and sweetness in the bitterness, especially the fresh taste, which seems to be wrapped in the mountain breeze, soaked in the mountain drizzle, and even the eternal mountain mud turns into a wisp of fragrance and infuses into the bamboo shoots. Once a piece of bamboo shoot is taken into mouth, even the literati and poets do not have much time to praise how delicious the bamboo shoot is. Because it only takes one bite to hook your soul, and you will uncontrollably eat the second and third bites. It was not until the bamboo shoots on the plate disappeared that I came to my senses and realized that I had eaten so much in one go. Regret will then grow in your mind again. I regret why I am so greedy and why I eat so much. Then I remembered that I seemed to have read a report saying that bamboo shoots cause cancer. Oops, I want to eat bamboo shoots next time. But the next time, when I really saw the tempting bamboo shoots on the plate, all the reports about them causing cancer became groundless and fictitious rumors. There are only 2 words in my mind: eat it. Li Qingfeng finished all the bamboo shoots by himself, while Ziheng took most of the pork. Ziheng, you stay at home and look after your sister. Daddy has to go to the mountains to work. Got it? After dinner, Li Qingfeng began to persuade his son to go into the mountains to catch stone frogs. But Ziheng was particularly disobedient tonight. Li Qingfeng patiently said many nice things to him, but it was of no use as he just kept crying. Wow, I don't want it. Ziheng held his father's hand and cried loudly. Be obedient. Li Qingfeng pried his son's hands apart and repeated solemnly. Listen to Dad and stay at home to look after your sister. Dad is going to work in the mountains. Otherwise, how can Dad buy you meat? No. This is Ziheng's attitude. No means no. I don't want any pork or money. The grievances during dinner finally found an outlet at this moment. He opened his little mouth and roared loudly, I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want it. Li Zihang. Li Qingfeng frowned. How come you are still so ignorant even though you are so old? When Dad was your age, he could already work. Can you be more obedient? Although this may sound unpleasant, it is indeed true. Their family situation is somewhat special. Now the family is penniless and has nothing. If he didn't work day and night, when would life at home get better? How long will it take for the two children to have a normal house to live in? Moreover, when he was Zihang's age, he could already help his family cut grass for the pigs and feed the chickens and ducks. When they grow up a little bit, they will go into the mountains to chop firewood. He didn't want Zihang to do all this hard work, he just wanted Zihang to sleep with his daughter without making any noise or trouble. Although the place where he worked in the mountains was some distance from his home, as long as he wanted, he could run back at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Moreover, while catching stone frogs, he would occasionally use his super eyesight to check on his children at home and the situation around them. Not to mention the bad guys, he could even see a mouse trying to get close to the hut. What's more, he has super hearing and can hear the child crying. Chapter 30 Self-Healing. I'll tell you again. Li Qingfeng pushed his son away and grabbed his shoulders to keep him away from him. Dad has to go to the mountains to work. You stay at home and look after your sister, okay? Whoa, I don't want to, I don't want to. Zihang cried loudly, shaking his arms and shouting, Dad, don't go into the mountains. Li Qingfeng raised his hand and threatened, you want to be beaten, don't you? No, I don't want to fight. Zihang took a few steps back, looking terrified. Don't cry. Wow, I won't cry anymore. Then can Dad go into the mountains to work? Woo, that's enough. Then can you look after your sister? Wow, okay. Zihang rubbed his eyes, tears still falling. In fact, Li Qingfeng regretted it the moment he saw his son retreat. He regretted scolding his son so loudly. I regretted using violence to threaten my son. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. He must go into the mountains to catch stone frogs tonight. Because I have to take winter bamboo shoots to town to sell tomorrow, if I can catch some stone frogs tonight, I can earn a lot of money just by going to the street tomorrow. We are extremely short of money right now. Even in the 1990s when our family was in financial difficulty, we were never as embarrassed as we are now. At that time, his father took care of him and his older brother. Although they were not rich, the family had a clean background and no debts. Now, not only is his living place extremely destitute, but he also owes 50,000 yuan in debt. Therefore, in order for children to live a good life as soon as possible, it is inevitable and necessary to suffer a little. He can endure hardship. At the same time, he also hopes that his children can be hardworking and not overly dependent on himself. After taking a look at his son and covering his sleeping daughter with a blanket, he walked into the mountains without looking back. Zihang looked in the direction where his father's back disappeared and sobbed softly. But when he turned around and saw his sister humming and kicking the quilt with her little feet, he immediately stopped making any noises, climbed onto the bed, lay down and hugged his sister. In the familiar embrace, Suyu, who originally wanted to cry, calmed down instantly and fell asleep peacefully. Li Qingfeng gained a lot during this trip into the mountains. He caught a lot of big stone frogs, which seemed to weigh more than 6 kilograms. While catching stone frogs, he would use his super eyesight to check on the children from time to time. He felt very relieved when he saw that his son, who had been crying loudly, had now laid down quietly and slept with his daughter since he had entered the mountain. Although my son is unreasonable sometimes, when he is well behaved and sensible, he is so well behaved that it makes people feel distressed. He dropped his trouser legs and strode back home. It would take an ordinary person half an hour to walk down the mountain and go home, but he only walked in less than 10 minutes. After putting the stone frog away and giving it a bath, he carefully climbed onto the bed. However, as soon as I lay down, I realized something was wrong. Why is my son so hot? Li Qingfeng thought that his son's body felt hot because he had just taken a cold shower. So he deliberately kissed his son's forehead with his lips. It would have been fine if she hadn't kissed him, but this kiss really scared him. His son's forehead was so hot that his lips trembled. Zihang. He was anxious and quickly picked up his son and held him in his arms. At this moment, it seemed as if he was holding not his son, but a hot stove. Son. He didn't care that his daughter beside him was woken up, and shouted, Zihang, wake up quickly. Zihang didn't wake up. He opened his eyes halfway, and saw that the originally pure white of his eyes had turned red, blending with the inky black pupils and almost swallowing up the big round pupils. After a short while, he closed his eyelids heavily again and collapsed weakly in his father's arms. Li Qingfeng called out his name and rubbed his head. But as soon as his palm touched his son's head, he felt a burning pain from the heat and abruptly withdrew his hand. When I looked at my son's head again, I saw a jaw-dropping scene. Heat waves continued to surge in Ziheng's head, and his old wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound was a scar left by his mother's poor supervision when he was young. Originally, the scar was hidden in the hair and was not easy to detect, but at this moment Li Qingfeng saw that the scar was also burned red, and it was so bright red that one could almost see the blood vessels and flesh under the scar growing vigorously like a plant that had just sprouted. After a short while, the scar, which was originally as thick as a finger and 2 fingers long, became smaller and smaller, and in the blink of an eye it became as thin as a hair. In the blink of an eye, the scar the size of a hair disappeared out of thin air on Ziheng's head. Li Qingfeng was extremely surprised. An idea came to his mind and he immediately took off his son's pants. As soon as I took off my pants, I saw that the scar left by the inguinal hernia surgery was actually getting smaller and smaller in the same way, and finally disappeared. Not only these 2 scars, but also the scars on other parts of the body disappeared miraculously. Li Qingfeng looked at his son's body temperature slowly dropping and couldn't help but recall what happened during the day. The wound on my son's palm healed quickly, and now other old wounds on his body have also healed automatically. Could it be that my son's golden finger is self-repair? He originally thought that his son only had a simple self-healing ability, but at this moment he discovered that his son's golden finger was more than just self-healing. He can even repair old wounds on his body from years ago. It's incredible. Li Qingfeng looked at his son at this time, feeling both guilty and emotional. Thanks to God's kindness, he gave his son such a powerful ability. As long as he has this skill, he can use his punches and kicks without any scruples. He no longer had to worry about his son hurting himself while being naughty, nor did he have to be afraid that he and his daughter would get hurt when they encountered snakes, rats or other pests while doing housework. His super strong self-healing ability allows him to ignore all damage. Li Qingfeng even boldly speculated that if his son accidentally cut off a finger, it might be able to grow back. Of course, he wouldn't be so cruel as to do such an experiment. Dad! Ziheng slowly opened his eyes and saw that his father had returned. A smile immediately appeared on his pink face. I didn't cry just now, and the baby didn't cry either. Good boy. Li Qingfeng kissed his forehead and said distressfully, Dad is sorry. I shouldn't have spoken to you so loudly while we were eating just now. Dad, I want you to eat meat with me. Ziheng felt a little aggrieved when he thought about dinner. He yelled at his dad because he really just wanted his dad to eat some meat with him. Li Qingfeng's heart trembled, and self-blame surged up again like a tide. He held his son tightly in his arms and promised, Daddy will never speak to you so loudly again, okay? Okay. Ziheng rubbed his little head against his father's chest. Then, she saw her crying sister from her father's armpits and quickly pushed her father away. Dad, the baby is crying. Hurry up and hold her. Chapter 31 Green Eyes. Okay. Li Qingfeng picked up his daughter and coaxed her. But the little girl was probably really angry. She was angry that her father didn't pick her up for such a long time, so she kept crying in her father's arms. The more Li Qingfeng coaxed her, the louder she cried. When she cried so hard, she waved her 2 little hands vigorously to express her dissatisfaction. I've kept you from hugging me for so long. I'll cry for you to see. Li Qingfeng held her and walked around in front of the hut, kissing her forehead, then her little hands, then telling her that Daddy was wrong, and then holding her up high. After a busy day, the little girl's anger finally subsided. She opened her big, sleepy eyes and looked at her father with tears in her eyes. Her little mouth was flattened into a small arch, and there was no smile on her face at all. This time I'm really angry. Helplessly, Li Qingfeng could only let his son lie down and sleep first, while he held his daughter and walked back and forth in front of the hut on tiptoe. This little girl knows how to torture people. If she doesn't sleep, she will definitely not let her father sleep. Whenever Li Qingfeng wanted to sit down and rest, she would immediately start crying. Alas, even so, Li Qingfeng was willing. Who made this little girl our sweetheart? He held his daughter in his arms, wrapped her tightly in a small blanket, and paced back and forth in the dim night. While Li Qingfeng was concentrating on coaxing his daughter, on the hillside of the east mountain opposite the thatched cottage, a pair of dark green eyes were quietly staring in the direction of the cottage. First of all, it can be confirmed that these eyes are not Ochungue's eyes. Because Oh Chuangue's fever had not subsided yet, he had no way of keeping an eye on Li Qingfeng tonight. The reason why Li Qingfeng went into the mountains to catch stone frogs tonight was because he didn't see Oh Chuangue. Now I dig more than 100 kilograms of winter bamboo shoots during the day and catch 5 or 6 kilograms of stone frogs at night. If I can sell all these things tomorrow, I can get at least $2,000. When the time comes, I will pay Lu Qinglin back $1,000 first, and then keep the remaining $1,000 to buy supplies. But there were both winter bamboo shoots and stone frogs, and it was not easy to walk to the intersection outside to catch a bus with 2 children. It's not that I don't have the strength, but I'm afraid of scaring passers-by. Looking around the entire village now, there is no one else except Li Qingfeng who has such supernatural power. Not only can he easily lift objects weighing more than 100 kilograms, but he can also hang 2 children on his back. If this scene was seen by the villagers, they would probably portray him as a monster. This is the bad thing about the countryside, there are a lot of gossipy people. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Li Qingfeng sent a message to Tang Xing at dawn. Tang Xing, what time do you go to work in the morning? Let me know when you leave, and I'll take your ride. I thought Tang Xing would not reply until 8 o'clock, but I didn't expect him to reply in seconds. Brother Feng, I'm already halfway out. I'll turn around and pick you up right away. Please wait a moment. Oh shit. Li Qingfeng's face was full of surprise. This guy is way too early. What time is it now? Without thinking too much, I quickly prepared breakfast, lifted my son who was reluctant to get up out of bed, and scolded him until he finished his breakfast. Although Li Qingfeng said last night that he would not speak loudly to Ziheng again. However, parenting is like this. One second you swear that you will never hit or scold your child again, but the next second you will completely forget your promise because of something your child does. Just because parenting is truly the most difficult job in the world. Especially a child like Ziheng, who has a changeable personality, can irritate Li Qingfeng at any time. My son had just finished his meal and my daughter had just changed her diaper when a car drove up the ramp in front of the yard. Tang Xing stopped the car and pulled the handbrake hard before parking the car safely on the slope. After getting off the car, he walked into the yard with an incredible look on his face, looking around and exclaiming, "Brother Feng, you are awesome. You can actually live in a place like this. I am not being rude. I am telling you the truth. My dog's kennel is made of red bricks and cement. I also built a small roof with reinforced concrete, which is just enough to place an air conditioner." Li Qingfeng directly threw half a bag of winter bamboo shoots into Tang Xing's arms. "Go to hell, don't compare me with your dog." Ouch. Tang Xing caught the small snakeskin bag and cried out, "What's this heavy thing?" When he opened the bag and saw that it was winter bamboo shoots, he was even more surprised. Winter bamboo shoots? Brother Feng, how come you have winter bamboo shoots? I dug it up yesterday and plan to take it to town and sell it today. After Li Qingfeng moved out 2 bags of winter bamboo shoots from the corner of the hut, Tang Xing's eyes almost fell to the ground. Oh my god, so many. Brother Feng, are you taking care of the kids and digging winter bamboo shoots at the same time? What else? Li Qingfeng put the winter bamboo shoots and stone frogs in packages into the trunk of Tang Xing's car, closed the lid tightly, clapped his hands and said, "Take those 10 pounds of winter bamboo shoots home." No. Tang Xing refused to take it, and stuffed the small snakeskin bag back into Li Qingfeng's arms. "You can sell it. This thing can be sold for 10 yuan per pound. It can be sold for at least 100 here. Just take it if I give it to you. Why bother about these things?" Li Qingfeng picked up his daughter and pulled his son into the car, completely ignoring Tang Xing's conflicted expression. It was just 10 kilograms of winter bamboo shoots, which meant nothing to him who was full of strength. Besides, it is still a question whether these more than 100 kilograms of winter bamboo shoots can be sold. Seeing this, Tang Xing said nothing more. Brother Feng has been so good to him, he just needs to be twice as good to Brother Feng. It just so happened that he saw that Brother Feng didn't have an electric rice cooker, so he simply brought over an extra electric rice cooker from home. Thinking of this, Tang Xing got into the car with peace of mind and drove the father and his 2 sons to the town. In the car, Tang Xing talked about the WeChat group in the village. Brother Feng, you don't have to borrow a car from your brother in the future. You can drive my car whenever you want. I have a motorcycle at home anyway. If you want to drive, just tell me in advance and I will leave the car to you and drive to work by myself. Because sometimes my schedule may not match yours. Because I often have to go to villages to help the poor, and sometimes it may not be on my way. Okay. Li Qingfeng agreed and asked about what Tang Xing had just said. You said that several WeChat groups in the village were talking about my brother not lending me his car? Yeah. Tang Xing glanced at Brother Feng in the rearview mirror and smiled. You must have expected this to happen, right? Li Qingfeng laughed. I just hope my brother can be a little tougher. As a grown man, it's not a good thing to be led by a woman. The point is, Liao Guofang is not a good woman. If she was a decent person, my brother would be controlled by her, and I wouldn't bother to say anything about her. But in my opinion, she is really bad at being a person and doing things. I'm afraid that my brother will be deserted by her in the future. Tang Xing nodded. Brother Feng, I have something unpleasant to say to you. This Liao Guofang is really bad. When your fourth uncle fainted, she did not allow your brother to take him to the hospital. Normally, she did not allow your brother to give your fourth uncle any help. I have already told you this, please do not tell others what I said. Tang Xing actually didn't want to gossip, but he was afraid that Li Qingfeng had been away for many years and didn't understand the situation at home, so he said these things. Li Qingfeng sighed, his voice a little heavy. I used to think she was quite honest. I remember when my son was born, she followed my brother to my house. At that time, she was always smiling and looked very friendly. Alas! Money really does influence people. At that time, Li Qingfeng's family was wealthy, so it was natural for Liao Guifang to smile at him. But now that he has fallen to such a state, it would be a bit unreasonable to expect Liao Guifang to be kind and friendly to him. Tang Xing comforted him. Brother Feng, don't think too much. Your life is your own. How others treat you is their business. Just live your own life well. Li Qingfeng nodded in approval. Chapter 32. This matter is not simple. When they arrived in town, Tang Xing parked the car in front of the vegetable market and turned to ask, Brother Feng, where are you going to sell your goods? Let's go inside the vegetable market. Li Qingfeng got out of the car and looked at the vegetable market that was entered from the small road. The small town's vegetable market is usually only busy during market hours. Today is not a market day, so there are almost no people in the market. Tang Xing got out of the car and saw that the vegetable market was empty, so he suggested, I think we should not go inside the vegetable market. Today is not a market day, so not many people go in. It's better to sell on the roadside. That way, passers-by can see your bamboo shoots. Li Qingfeng nodded and looked towards both ends of the road. The roads in this town are not very wide, and two cars have to slow down when passing each other. In addition, the shops on both sides of the road all place their parasols and goods outside, making the road seem even narrower. On weekdays when people go to market, it is forbidden to sell goods on the sides of the road. Whether they are mobile vendors or farmers selling agricultural products, they must go to the vegetable market to sell their products. Are we selling them on the roadside? Li Qingfeng asked. Tang Xing shook his head in embarrassment. It seems that he won't give it to me. As he spoke, he looked towards a shop not far away, his expression relaxed, and he said with a smile, but it doesn't matter, the owner of the motorcycle shop is my junior high school classmate, I'll go talk to him. You can set up the stall in front of his house, as long as you don't set it on the road, no one will mind. Isn't that too much trouble for others? No trouble. Today is not market day. Tang Xing said and walked towards the shop more than 10 meters ahead. After a while, Tang Xing came back from the shop. Brother Feng, my classmate said it's okay, we can just move the bamboo shoots over. I'll move it. Li Qingfeng hurriedly stuffed his daughter into Tang Xing's arms. Just help me hold the baby. Tang Xing was very self-aware and took his niece in, then took Ziheng's hand and walked towards his classmate's shop with a smile. Li Qingfeng originally wanted to keep a low profile and carry the bamboo shoots over in 2 batches, but seeing his son and daughter getting farther and farther away from him, he didn't hesitate and simply picked up a bag of bamboo shoots in each hand and chased after Tang Xing. When I arrived at the store, I found that this motorcycle shop was composed of 3 storefronts and was very spacious. There are all kinds of brand new motorcycles in the house. The shop owner was a young man who looked about the same age as Tang Xing, both in their 20s. There was also an ordinary-looking woman who looked like the boss's wife. As soon as Li Qingfeng put down the bamboo shoots, he immediately grabbed 2 handfuls of bamboo shoots from the bag and stuffed them into the boss's hands. Boss, I'm so sorry to bother you. Hey, Brother Feng, what are you doing? Tang Xing said unhappily, I told you, this is my classmate, you don't need to use this trick, just keep the bamboo shoots and sell them. Yes. The shop owner is called Mao Xiaowang. He is quite short, only about 1.6 meters tall, and skinny. With an awkward smile on his thin face, he pushed the bamboo shoots back and said, you really don't have to do this. If you want to put it in front of the door, just do it. I'm doing this for Tang Xing's sake. Tang Xing had just explained Li Qingfeng's situation to Mao Xiaowang, saying that he had nothing, lived in a thatched hut, was a single man with 2 children, and was extremely poor. In that case, Mao Xiaowang wouldn't have the nerve to take his things. After some refusal, Li Qingfeng took back the bamboo shoots and thanked Mao Xiaowang several times. During this time, the woman in the house sat behind the cash register and didn't say anything. As Tang Xing left, he shouted to the woman, "Lingling, let's go. Come to my house for dinner with Xiaowan when you have time." "Okay." Xue Lingling responded with a forced smile. Li Qingfeng took his daughter and pulled his son to sit on the small bench at the door. The father and his 2 sons used more than 10 pounds of winter bamboo shoots as their meal money, and in the corner next to them were 2 bulging snakeskin bags. Winter bamboo shoots are a rare commodity. If too many are poured out at once, they will look cheap. So he just took out a dozen pounds from the bag and put them out. As the father and his 2 sons sat in the corner of the door like stones, selling winter bamboo shoots, Xue Lingling in the backyard kitchen began to complain in a low voice, "What's wrong with Tang Xing? He knew that our motorcycles were going to be put out at the door, but he still brought people to our door to sell things. What was he thinking?" Mao Xiaowang whispered, "Oh, don't worry about it. It's not a market day today, so there aren't many people around. What's the problem with having fewer cars parked? Is this a matter of parking fewer cars? This is a matter of principle. Today we have set this precedent. Next time, your relatives, my relatives, your classmates, and my classmates all come to us to ask for a favor. Will you agree or not? I'm too lazy to talk to you about this." Mao Xiaowang felt that his wife was being unreasonable. It's just sympathy for the disadvantaged groups and providing insignificant help, how can it go so far? Besides, when living in this world, who can guarantee that everything will go smoothly for them and they one t need help from others? He said something, turned around and went back to the shop in front to wipe the dust off the motorcycle. Xue Lingling was very angry at his attitude. "My goodness, we've been married for less than 2 years and you're already giving me the cold shoulder? Are you going to heaven?" I was so angry that I slammed the lid in my hand onto the pot, making a loud noise. Hearing the conversation in the kitchen, Li Qingfeng felt a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that I would bring such trouble to the couple. He looked at both ends of the road and saw that there were few pedestrians, so he greeted the boss, then took his children and went to sell the stone frog he had caught last night. Pan Zhengmin was a little surprised when he saw the stone frog in the bag. He stared blankly at the stone frog in the bag, then looked at the man with 2 children in front of him with an incredible expression. I learned from Mo Chungue that this man's name was Li Qingfeng, and he originally lived a very happy life in a big city. But a few days ago, his family suffered a sudden change. Not only did he lose everything, but even his wife ran away. Now he has returned to the village with his 2 children and lives in a newly built, dilapidated hut. Although this story is quite tortuous, it is still relatively plain compared to the twists and turns of life in movies and TV dramas. What Pan Zhengmin found incredible was that such a man who had nothing and had 2 children to take care of could actually catch a lot of stone frogs every time. More each time than the last. Why? Why is this happening? He has been in the game purchasing business for decades, and has never seen anyone so lucky. This Li Qingfeng is the first one. The only one. Outrageous, too outrageous. How could anyone catch so many stone frogs every day? If the stone frog breeding technology had not been cracked yet, he would almost suspect that Li Qingfeng was selling the farmed stone frogs. This matter is not simple. Chapter 33, Bragging. Li Qingfeng sold his stone frog for more than 1,200 yuan. After receiving the money, I went to the department store and spent a few $dozen to buy an old-fashioned hook scale and a plastic bag. In addition to winter bamboo shoots, I may have to sell other things in the future, so it is necessary to buy a scale. But with his current financial situation, he can only buy this old-fashioned hook scale. I can't afford an electronic scale and don't want to buy one. There are too many tricks to electronic scales, and they are far less simple than this old-fashioned hook scale. Moreover, most of the left-behind people in rural areas are middle-aged and elderly, and there are very few young people. Therefore, there is no need to worry that this old-fashioned weighing system will be unpopular among the people. After returning to Mao Xiaowang's shop, I saw Mao Xiaowang placing motorcycles in front of the door. Li Qingfeng took the initiative to go forward to help, carrying his daughter on his back. Mao Xiaowang smiled at him innocently. No, I can do it myself. I have nothing to do anyway. Li Qingfeng also smiled, sitting is just sitting anyway, why not stretch your muscles? You have 2 children with you. Mao Xiaowang felt a little embarrassed. It's okay. Li Qingfeng turned around and shouted to Ziheng, who was sitting behind the bamboo shoots, Ziheng, just sit still and don't run around, okay? I know. Ziheng looked at the vehicles coming and going outside and responded without turning his head. Xue Lingling stood at the back door and saw Li Qingfeng helping to push the motorcycle to the door. Her expression eased a little, and she said to Ziheng, little boy, do you want some fruit? Then he handed over a big red apple. Ziheng looked at the apple, which was much bigger than his fist, swallowed quietly, and turned to look at his father. Li Qingfeng smiled and said, why are you looking at me? If you want to eat, just eat. Here, take it. Xue Lingling stuffed the apple into Ziheng's arms. Ziheng picked up the big apple, stared at the ant in front of him with his watery eyes, and whispered, thank you, ant. So good. Xue Lingling turned around and sat behind the cashier counter. After Li Qingfeng helped push the motorcycle to the door and parked it, he went back to look after the bamboo shoots. Because they came early, even though they were busy for a while, it was only 8 or 9 o'clock. At this time, pedestrians finally began to appear on the street. Bamboo shoots are gradually becoming popular. By 10 o'clock, more than 20 kilograms of bamboo shoots had been sold. From 9 to 10 o'clock, just 1 hour, we sold more than 20 kilograms. It can be seen that this time period is the peak period of the morning market. Although some bamboo shoots were sold after 10 o'clock, it lasted until almost 12 o'clock, and less than 10 kilograms were sold in 2 hours. Li Qingfeng counted the banknotes in his hand and calculated the amount paid via mobile phone. I have made nearly 300 yuan from selling bamboo shoots today. Very good. Many local people earn only about 300 yuan a day working outside. Although he still had a lot of bamboo shoots left to sell, he was in a very good mood. I think it's really great that we can sell so many bamboo shoots today. The most important thing is that selling bamboo shoots does not interfere with his taking care of his children. My son doesn't need much care, but my daughter has to rely on others for her eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. Changing diaper pads, preparing milk powder, coaxing to sleep. Everything went very smoothly. Seeing that it was already noon, Li Qingfeng decided to make an exception today and go buy some buns. Especially the red bean paste buns, they are my son's favorite. Just as he was about to ask his son if he wanted to eat red bean paste buns, he was interrupted by a rumbling truck. The truck stopped in front of the store, and a dark-skinned, muscular woman jumped out from the front of the truck. As soon as the woman landed, she shouted into the store, Boss Mao, the goods have arrived. Mao Xiaowang ran out and saw that the delivery person was a woman. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Why are you delivering the goods today? Where is your husband? My husband injured his hand a few days ago. He can't drive or move goods. It's the same if I come. The woman spoke in a loud voice and with a heroic tone. Mao Xiaowang didn't think so. Can you do it? Motorcycles are not light, they weigh several hundred kilograms. Can you do it? The woman smiled and said, Boss Mao, don't keep asking me if I can do it. Think about whether you can do it first. Xue Lingling also came out. I don't need to tell you whether our Xiaowan can do it or not. Just tell me how you can move this motorcycle down by yourself. The motorcycles were packed separately on wooden racks. In order to transport more motorcycles at one time, racks are placed on top of racks carrying motorcycles. If you want to move the motorcycles down, you first need to lift the motorcycles on the upper layer, and then disassemble them one by one and move them down from the wooden boards. This job requires great strength whether it is moving or transporting the motorcycle. Mao Xiaowang is short and skinny, and has no strength at all. Normally, whoever delivers the motorcycle is responsible for unloading. But today there was only one woman delivering the goods. This is really embarrassing. I want to move by myself? You can help me. The woman climbed onto the truck nonchalantly and said to the young couple below, hurry up, after unloading yours, I have to go to the next one. Mao Xiaowang and Xue Lingling looked at each other, feeling helpless. You just watch from below, I'll go up and move it. Although Mao Xiaowang is thin, he is a man after all, and his strength is definitely greater than his wife's. Xue Lingling was very worried. Is it possible? How about I go up with them? 3 people are always stronger than 2. What if it hits you? Mao Xiaowang looked at Xue Lingling's belly, grinned, and comforted her. It's okay, don't worry. It's only about 300 pounds. I can lift it with just a little effort. Shui Lingling subconsciously touched her belly under her husband's gaze. There is their child in the belly. Although it is less than 2 months old, it is the fruit of the couple's love. Li Qingfeng saw the words and actions of the two and understood immediately. He walked up to her and said, "Madam, please sit down and help me hold my daughter. I will help you lift the motorcycle." Lift? In fact, the word carry should be used. But in order not to scare others, it is better to be low-key. The proprietress smiled a little embarrassedly. How can this be possible? In the morning, she was quite unhappy about people setting up stalls at the door. It is too shameless to ask others to help with such hard and strenuous work in the blink of an eye. What's wrong with that? Li Qingfeng stuffed his daughter into Shui Lingling's arms and said with a smile, "Help me hold her for a while. I can't move my hands while holding her. My arms are sore." Shui Lingling held the soft little baby in her arms and couldn't bring herself to say no. So cute. This tiny, soft baby is so beautiful. Although she had held many babies in her arms, she had to admit that the one she was holding now was the best looking and cutest one she had ever held. There was even a moment when she was distracted and she felt that the person she was holding was not an ordinary child, but an elf radiating light. While she was staring at Suyu in a daze, Li Qingfeng had already climbed onto the truck. Mao Xiaowang and the female driver are working together to lift a lady's scooter. This motorcycle weighs about 200 pounds. Logically speaking, 2 people should be able to lift it together. But Mao Xiaowang is small and not as strong as the female driver. The female driver lifted up the motorcycle and saw that the other end didn't move at all. She was both angry and amused. "Boss Mao, you really can't do this." Mao Xiaowang blushed. Who said that? Gritting my teeth and trying my best to lift it up. Gee. The motorcycle was not lifted up and the pants were opened. The female driver was stunned at first, then tried hard to suppress her smile. I couldn't help it, so I put the motorcycle down with a bang, holding my stomach and laughing. "Ah, Boss Mao, don't be anxious." "Ha, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Why are you so anxious? Let me do it." Just when Mao Xiaowang was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, Li Qingfeng grabbed the wooden frames at both ends of the motorcycle with his hands, one in front and one behind. The female driver quickly stopped laughing and prepared to lift the motorcycle again. Li Qingfeng shook his head. No, just tell me which ones to move." "Ah." The female driver looked at Li Qingfeng with amusement. Seeing that he was tall and strong and had an outstanding appearance, her tone of voice softened a bit. "Handsome guy, are you kidding me? This motorcycle weighs more than 200 kilograms. It's not a big problem." The female driver laughed. "You look handsome, but I didn't expect you're also a boaster." Chapter 34 Young Women's Thoughts. Li Qingfeng smiled and said nothing. Instead, he bent his arm and gently lifted up the wooden frame. His expression was calm. Look relaxed. It's very casual. Not serious. It seemed as if he was not lifting a 200-pound motorcycle, but a balance bike for a 3 or 4-year-old child. That indifferent look shocked everyone. Oh shit. Are you kidding? The female driver widened her eyes and opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Just now she said that others were bragging. This slap in the face came too quickly. Mao Xiaowang was so shocked that he took several steps back to make way for Li Qingfeng. He was so nervous that he dared not speak. He was afraid that if he spoke, Li Qingfeng would be distracted and thus break the miracle at the moment. It's really amazing. Shui Lingling hurriedly walked away with the baby in her arms, came to Zihang, and asked in a low voice, "Little boy, is your father so strong?" "Yes." Zihang nodded, looking proud. "My father is the strongest." When Li Qingfeng gently put the motorcycle on the side of the road, the female driver finally couldn't help but yelled. "Handsome guy, you are amazing. You carried a 200-pound motorcycle so easily." Mao Xiaowang couldn't help but look at Li Qingfeng with admiration. "Brother Feng, I didn't expect you to be so strong." "No big deal." Li Qingfeng grinned and went to move the second motorcycle. When the surrounding merchants heard about this, they all came to watch the fun. Soon, the truck was crowded with people. Some people even took out their mobile phones to record videos and send them to WeChat groups, Moments, and Douyin. As the video was released, many local WeChat groups went wild. Who is this? How can he be so strong? He can lift such a heavy motorcycle by himself. It's nothing, it's only about 200 pounds, I can carry it. Don't brag. It's not that they can lift it. They lifted almost 10 motorcycles in a row.
It's not the same as you lifting a motorcycle 5 centimeters off the ground.
Is it so hard to admit that others are excellent? This handsome guy is so amazing, why doesn't he become an athlete?
You can go weightlifting, maybe you can win a gold medal, huh?
I'm so handsome, even more handsome than Daniel Wu, but why doesn't anyone want me to act in a movie?
After Li Qingfeng easily moved the last motorcycle, the onlookers had gone from being shocked at the beginning to being numb.
It's just too much.
At first everyone thought he was just pretending to be calm, but in fact he was so exhausted that he could only carry 2 or 3 motorcycles and then he would fall to the ground due to exhaustion. But who would have known that this man was as tireless as an emotionless robot, moving motorcycles one after another without resting, breathing, or even moving his muscles?
How many people feel sore fingers after holding their phones for a long time? He really didn't react at all. Too much. Envious. Worship. Everyone has different thoughts.
A beautiful young woman looked at the tall and handsome Li Qingfeng with sparkling eyes and couldn't help but sigh.
He's so strong, anyone who marries him will be so happy.
After hearing this, the men nearby subconsciously straightened their chests and tensed their backs, trying to show the masculinity that men should have.
But the big belly fell down from the waistband. Handsome guy, you are so strong.
The beautiful young woman came over and said with admiration,
Can I add you on WeChat? Next time my store delivers something, can you help me deliver it? 100 yuan per trip.
Li Qingfeng smiled awkwardly. Well, I'm sorry, I may not be able to help you, I still have 2 children to take care of.
That's easy.
You can leave the child to your wife to take care of. The beautiful young woman said deliberately.
In fact, Li Qingfeng's frequent appearance on the streets these days has attracted the attention of many single young women.
There are about 5 or 6 of these young women, either divorced or widowed. They all fixed their eyes on the tall and handsome man with 2 children. Whenever he appeared on the street, he would bring his 2 children with him.
For the first time, women would only sigh why such a good man can only be someone else's husband.
The second time, women would sigh that this man is not only good looking, but also loves children so much, and he brings his children with him every time they meet him. The third time, the women felt something was wrong.
Why is it always him and the kids?
Where is his wife?
Could it be that?
A knowing smile strangely appeared on the faces of these women at the same time.
Just now, several women came to watch Li Qingfeng move the motorcycle. The more I look at it, the faster my heart beats. How can there be such a perfect man in this world?
Not only is she good looking, she's also very strong. The point is, they just heard Shui Lingling say that he has no wife.
Several women began to become interested. As soon as you see someone taking the initiative, follow immediately. Handsome, add me on WeChat. My family sells fertilizers and I often need to deliver goods. I'm a woman and I don't have much strength. Can you help me deliver the goods?
I'll give you a commission of 5 yuan per bag of fertilizer.
If you deliver 20 bags a day, you can make 100 yuan. Handsome, add me on WeChat. My house doesn't need delivery. I just want to add you on WeChat.
Several women came over and surrounded Li Qingfeng, and the scene became somewhat uncontrollably noisy.
Add mine. I'll add one too.
It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Li Qingfeng had no choice but to take out his mobile phone, open the WeChat QR code and let everyone add him at will. In addition to these women, other people also joined in the fun and added Li Qingfeng as a friend.
After all, this is no ordinary person. This is a strong man.
Next time you go out you can brag to others like this, my friend can lift a motorcycle weighing 200 or 300 pounds like it's a piece of cake.
More friends, more paths. What else more, this friend is so strong. If I don't need it today, what if I need it someday? After adding friends, everyone dispersed.
Mao Xiaowang then found the opportunity to come forward and express his gratitude. Li Qingfeng waved his hand, looking relaxed. Hey, it's just a small favor, let's just consider it as helping each other. Mao Xiaowang smiled happily and said, okay, then I won't say too much thanks, let's have a couple of drinks at noon today.
Then I'll go buy some food.
Shui Lingling came over with the baby in her arms and handed the child back to Li Qingfeng. Brother Feng, I'll give you the child.
I'll go buy some food. What do you want to eat? No.
Li Qingfeng quickly refused. I'll eat when I get home later.
Brother Feng, you're welcome. Mao Xiaowang pulled him inside. You've helped me so much today, it's not too much to treat you to a meal.
Shui Lingling smiled, turned around to buy some vegetables, and then went back into the kitchen to busy herself.
Chapter 35. Too poor to afford rice.
About half an hour later, Shui Lingling opened a folding table in an empty space in the store and brought out a few dishes.
A dish of roast duck, a dish of sweet and sour fish, a plate of peanuts and a plate of fried pork belly with winter bamboo shoots.
Several people sat around the table in a relaxed atmosphere. Especially when Zihang was eating the roast duck leg with relish, his mouth full of grease, it made the three adults happy.
Who doesn't tea like a child who is so focused on eating? Who wouldn't envy a young child who is happy as long as he has food to eat?
Adults seem to have the ability to control their own destiny, but in fact they are controlled by life like puppets and have no real freedom.
Perhaps, only rich people have freedom. And all three of you present are busy making money.
Mao Xiaowang poured a glass of red liquid for Li Qingfeng. Brother Feng, try this, I made my own wine, made from wild grapes, it tastes really good, try it. Unable to refuse the kind offer, Li Qingfeng picked up the bowl and took a sip.
Just one bite, and countless memories come flooding back.
I have memories of going into the mountains with my dad and older brother to pick wild grapes when I was young, and of toasting our own wine during festivals when my dad was still alive. The wine still tastes the same, but the person is no longer the same. Li Qingfeng stared at the wine in the bowl in a daze until Mao Xiaowan called him twice, then he reacted.
Brother Feng, this morning, Tang Xing told us about your situation.
Mao Xiaowang glanced at his wife and continued, from now on, whenever you come to the street to sell things, just come directly to me.
No need to ask, just set up your business directly. Yes. Shui Lingling nodded. Brother Feng, it is fate that we met. From now on, we are friends. If you have any difficulties, you can tell us.
As she spoke, she gently pinched Zihang's little face and smiled. I really like you two children.
No more words to say, you two.
I'll drink first to show my respect. Li Qingfeng raised the bowl to toast the two of them, then gulped down half a bowl of wine. The alcohol content of this wine is not particularly high, about 30 to 40 degrees. In the past, it would be no problem for him to drink 1 or 2 kilograms of this kind of wine.
Now that my body has been strengthened, I can only drink more.
But he was not a heavy drinker, so he drank only half a bowl and stopped.
Mao Xiaowang is thin and has an average alcohol tolerance, so he doesn't dare to force anyone to drink.
Besides, she has 2 children with her.
Shui Lingling couldn't drink alcohol even when she was pregnant.
The lunch party, which was supposed to have a few more drinks, ended with Li Qingfeng and Mao Xiaowang each drinking half a bowl of wine. Eat vegetables when it's time to eat vegetables, and eat rice when it's time to eat rice.
Brother Feng, let's not drink anymore, let's eat.
Try this roast duck, it tastes very good. Mao Xiaowang picked up the chopsticks with a smile, ready to pick up a piece of fat duck for Brother Feng. But the chopsticks hung in the air for a long time without falling. His eyes were dull and a little surprised. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly when he raised them. All that was left on the plate that originally contained half a roast duck was a duck butt, 2 sections of duck neck, and half a duck head.
Burp Zihang burped contentedly. The 3 adults looked toward him. Damn it! This little guy's face is all oily.
There was not only oil but also meat scraps on the bald head. I really don't know whether he eats with his mouth or with his forehead. Looking at the table in front of him, it was a mess, with a small mountain of duck bones and some white rice that had been pulled out. As the 3 of them stared in amazement, Zihang picked up the bowl and handed it to his father. Dad, I want another bowl.
Puff. The couple couldn't hold it anymore. Ha ha, Zihang, you're such a big eater. Oh my god, I've never seen a kid as good at eating as you are. Ha ha, just wait, Auntie will help you serve the rice.
Shui Lingling was laughing so hard that her body was shaking.
She took Zihang's bowl and happily served herself some rice.
Ma Xiaowang placed the remaining duck butts, duck necks, and duck heads in front of Zihang and said happily, Zihang, come here, there are more, all yours.
Is it enough? If not, Uncle will go buy more.
Zihang nodded and wanted to say yes, but under his father's gaze, he said against his will, enough. Li Qingfeng looked at Ma Xiaowang with a smile on his face, feeling a little embarrassed. I didn't expect him to eat so much today. I guess he has suffered too much with me during this period of time and is starving. It would be great if the child could eat well. Mao Xiaowang said with some longing, I really hope that when my child is born in the future, he will also be able to eat as much as Zihang. Shui Lingling looked at him with a smile, then handed Zihang a bowl filled with half a bowl of rice. Zihang, Auntie is afraid that you will be too full, so I dare not give you too much. Eat first, and if it is still not enough, Auntie will give you more after you finish eating.
Okay.
Ziheng agreed readily, opened his little mouth and kept putting food in, one mouthful after another, which made the others stunned again. It took him less than a minute to finish half a bowl of rice, and he handed the bowl to his father again, saying, "Dad, I want more."
Everyone finally couldn't bear it anymore. Ziheng, stop eating. You've already eaten a lot.
Mao Xiaowang said with a worried look on his face, "If you eat any more, you'll vomit."
Yes, Ziheng, don't eat yet. Shui Lingling also looked at Ziheng with pity and wondered, why is this child so hungry? In the morning, Tang Xing didn't say that their family was so poor that they couldn't even have enough rice. Ziheng, what's wrong with you? Li Qingfeng frowned, looked at his son in confusion, and asked softly, "Are you still hungry?" Ziheng nodded, "Yeah."
Li Qingfeng finally understood something.
My son is no ordinary child now. He is a child with super self-healing ability.
He repaired all his old injuries last night, which must have consumed a lot of energy, so he felt very hungry and needed to replenish a lot of energy. But, this is someone else's home after all, and eating too much is really scary. People are not afraid that he will eat too much, but that he will damage his health. Therefore, I still have to restrain myself and wait until I get home in the evening to replenish my son's energy. After thinking this through, Li Qingfeng said, "Okay, Dad knows."
But you've already eaten 2 bowls of rice, you can't eat anymore, understand?
Ziheng didn't know, but when his father said he didn't want to eat, he nodded and said okay. Looking at the well-behaved Ziheng, Mao Xiaowang and Shui Lingling really like him from the bottom of their hearts. In the afternoon, in order to allow the family of 3 to sell all the bamboo shoots and return home earlier, the couple mobilized their own network of connections. They not only posted pictures on WeChat Moments to sell winter bamboo shoots, but also swiped the screens of all WeChat groups. After all this operation, all the remaining winter bamboo shoots of Li Qingfeng were sold out before 3 o'clock.
Chapter 36 Serving the Leader.
Unlike Li Qingfeng's smooth sailing, Tang Xing was in a bad mood today. After arranging Li Qingfeng to set up a stall in front of his old classmate's store in the morning, he returned to work. When the car entered the government compound and opened the trunk to take out the briefcase, he happened to meet his immediate superior, Director Liang. Director Liang is a middle-aged man in his 40s, greasy and bald. He also wore a pair of glasses. But his glasses were gold-rimmed, while Tang Xing's were just the cheapest black-framed glasses.
Xiao Tang, you're here so early. Director Liang originally just wanted to say hello to show his friendliness.
But unexpectedly, when I casually glanced at Tang Xing while saying hello, I saw a lot of winter bamboo shoots piled in the trunk of Tang Xing's car. The winter bamboo shoots looked extremely fresh and tender. Although they were not big in size, they were covered with yellow mud, indicating that they were freshly unearthed.
This is good stuff.
This thing is now selling for 10 yuan per pound. Director Liang's eyes flashed with brilliance, which passed through his gold-rimmed glasses and fell directly on the winter bamboo shoots.
Hey! Xiao Tang, why are there so many bamboo shoots in your car?
Where did they come from? They look very fresh. Without waiting for Tang Xing to speak, Director Liang quickly came forward and reached out to pinch the tender bamboo shoots. He didn't care at all that the yellow mud covering the bamboo shoots would dirty his long and shiny nails.
Good morning, Director.
Tang Xing greeted him uncomfortably and replied, "This was given to me by my brother."
So good. So tender. These winter bamboo shoots must be delicious. Director Liang couldn't let go of the winter bamboo shoots and couldn't take his eyes off them. Tang Xing laughed awkwardly twice and said nothing.
He just stood aside and watched Director Liang touch Suanzi. The look on his face was just like when the Japanese devils saw a beautiful girl.
Fuck you.
Tang Xing cursed in his heart. This old guy wants to take advantage again. You are a director after all, can you please not eat so ugly? Last time you asked me to buy roast duck, you still haven't given me the money. Also, I didn't pay for the tea I bought from the village last time.
And the last time.
This time, Tang Xing didn't want to say stupidly, "Director, if you like it, take some back and eat it." However, when Director Liang repeatedly praised the bamboo shoots, he couldn't help but say, "Director, why don't you take some back to eat?"
How can I do that?
Director Liang immediately straightened up and refused with a righteous tone, "This is given to you by your brother. If I take it home to eat, then I am taking advantage of you."
It doesn't matter. There are so many anyway.
Tang Xing thought to himself, and quickly gave him 2 kilograms and let him leave. Otherwise, if he stays there any longer, other people will come over and see these winter bamboo shoots, and they will take a pound each and he won't be able to leave a single one.
No. Director Liang waved his hand with dignity. This is your stuff, how can I take it home? He. Tang Xing said nothing. Director Liang paused and said, well, how about this, you send these winter bamboo shoots to the cafeteria and ask the cafeteria aunt to fry them for everyone to eat at noon. Otherwise, I can't finish eating so many winter bamboo shoots when I take them back, so why not just share them with everyone? Don't you think so? Okay. Tang Xing didn't know what else to say except this word. He wanted to refuse. But he didn't dare refuse. He is different from the others who have some background connections. He was able to work in this large compound thanks to his good grades and his parents' frequent gifts to others to gain connections. If he can't keep this job, the first people to suffer will not be him, but his parents. His parents went out to work in their early years and suffered countless cold stares and many hardships. The greatest lesson for him is, you must keep your iron rice bowl. Only by having this respectable iron rice bowl can he change the fate of his ancestors who have been farmers for generations and achieve class progress. If you don't want to work hard every day and follow in their footsteps to wander like a wandering ghost in a bustling city, you must keep this iron rice bowl. The words were still fresh in his mind. He dared not and could not do anything that would be detrimental to his iron rice bowl. It's just a bag of bamboo shoots, nothing special. He comforted himself as he carried the bamboo shoots to the cafeteria. Anyway, the bamboo shoots were given by Brother Fong, and it didn't take much effort, but I feel a little sorry for Brother Fong's kindness. Originally, Brother Fong told him to take it home to try with his parents, but now it can only be sent to the cafeteria to become a side dish for everyone's lunch. At noon, Director Liang said loudly in the cafeteria, everyone, come quickly. I asked Auntie to stir-fry winter bamboo shoots today. Everyone come and have a taste. Director Liang has really put the tactic of using flowers to offer to Buddha into practice. Tang Xing sat on the chair, listening to Director Liang's shouting and looking at the few sparse bamboo shoots on the plate, feeling very unhappy. If you had just kept silent and just assumed that the winter bamboo shoots were made by your aunt on her own initiative, I wouldn't have been so upset. But when you shouted like that, it sounded as if you bought these winter bamboo shoots with your own money and gave them to everyone to eat. It makes me very unhappy. If you are unhappy, you can only hold it in. When everyone heard that they were going to eat winter bamboo shoots today, they were very enthusiastic and kept thanking Director Liang. Especially those coolies at the bottom who, like Tang Xing, had no background or connections. They kept fawning over Director Liang and wanted to call him Dad. Director Liang was also thick-skinned. He did not mention Tang Xing at all, but accepted all the praise and flattery from others without hesitation. It was not until he had eaten the double serving of winter bamboo shoots on the plate with gusto and finished it in no time but still felt unsatisfied that he looked up to look for Tang Xing. As soon as Tang Xing stood up and left, Director Liang followed him out. Xiao Tang. Director. Tang Xing paused and looked at the director who was following him with a smile on his face. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The winter bamboo shoots today are really good. Director Liang patted him on the shoulder, it's just a little bit small. Can you ask your brother for more tomorrow, maybe 30 or 40 kilograms, so that everyone can have enough to eat? 30 or 40 kilograms? You really can say that. Ah. Tang Xing was a little embarrassed. Why, you can't do it? Director Liang asked solemnly, didn't you dig these winter bamboo shoots yourself? I remember that there are mountains everywhere in your village. You should be able to dig a lot of these winter bamboo shoots. The implication is that this thing is worthless in your place. If I ask you to take more of this free thing, do you have the nerve to say no? Director, to be honest, my brother's family is in trouble. Tang Xing said shamelessly, he dug these winter bamboo shoots to sell. Oh. Director Liang pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and nodded. In that case, then you can buy from him. Buy more. You see, no one is eating enough today. It's best to buy about 30 or 40 kilograms. After saying that, he patted Tang Xing's shoulder again, then turned around and went back to the cafeteria. Tang Xing stood under the midday sun, looking through the glass window of the cafeteria at the laughing and noisy crowd inside. A chill went up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his body couldn't help but shiver. In the past, he thought that he came to work in such a place to serve the people, but now he realizes that he is here to serve the leaders. Chapter 37 Blood Pressure Soars. In the afternoon, after Li Qingfeng sold all the bamboo shoots, he counted the money. Today's profits were very good. Not only did we sell more than 1,000 stone frogs, but we also sold more than 1,000 winter bamboo shoots.
Now I have about 2,000 yuan in my hand, and I can buy a lot of things. Of course, in order to prevent the previous incident from happening again, 1,000 yuan should be left for Lu Qinglin. He took his children to buy some relatively cheap supplies. Buckets, basins, ladles, dishwashing basins, clothes drying racks, pressure cookers, hose, axe chopping knives, etc. are what is needed right now and are cheap. I also bought a rice jar and a water jar, as well as a small soft rubber water pipe for drawing water. Although the stream is right at the doorstep, it is just a stream after all, and the water quality is affected by external factors. Therefore, I still have to dig a spring myself and then use a water pipe to bring the spring water home. In this way, the water quality will not be affected regardless of whether it is sunny or rainy. When he went into the mountains to dig bamboo shoots yesterday, he saw a large pile of human feces next to the mountain stream. He didn't know which wicked ghost had done that. At that time, the idea of pulling water pipes to bring in spring water came to his mind. After buying these things, they sent a message to Tang Xing. After a while, Tang Xing came to pick them up in his car. Seeing Li Qingfeng bought so many things, Tang Xing was very happy for him. That's great, brother Feng, you must have made a lot of money today, buying so many things at once. Haha, not bad. After loading the things into the car, Li Qingfeng and the children sat in the back seat. Tang Xing, thank you for troubling me again. I really don't know how to thank you. Brother Feng, I've already told you not to say such things. Given our relationship, if you say even one more word of thanks, you're looking down on me, Tang Xing. Tang Xing looked at the energetic family of three in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile. Seeing you happy makes me even happier. Don't say such things again in the future. Haha, got it. Tang Xing couldn't help but look at Li Qingfeng, who was laughing heartily, in the rearview mirror. After hesitating for a while, he said, well, brother Feng, help me dig 30 kilograms of bamboo shoots tomorrow. I want 30 kilograms. What do you want so many bamboo shoots for? Li Qingfeng saw Tang Xing's evasive eyes in the rearview mirror, so he asked, didn't I give you 10 pounds this morning? Isn't that enough? That's what my company wants. Tang Xing didn't say anything about the troubles, but just said, my company's cafeteria wants it. It needs 30 kilograms. Do you have time to go dig it? I want it tomorrow morning. Li Qingfeng didn't think too much about it and just nodded, so that's how it is. If you want it tomorrow, then when you get home, you can help me look after the child and I'll go dig it for you. Okay, I haven't tried taking care of a baby yet. Tang Xing pretended to be excited and laughed, and asked, I just don't know if they want me to take care of them. You'll know soon. Li Qingfeng couldn't say for sure. The younger one is easy to arrange, but I'm afraid Zihang won't be obedient. Li Qingfeng's concerns are not without reason. After they returned to the thatched hut and unloaded their things from the car, Li Qingfeng gave his son a lot of advice, wanting Zihang to wait for him at home, but no matter how he tried to persuade him, Zihang refused. There was no other way, so Li Qingfeng had to say, how about this, Tang Xing, you go back first, don't worry about the bamboo shoots, just come and get them tomorrow morning. Why not just forget it? Tang Xing was afraid that his own affairs would delay Brother Feng's care of the child, so he said, if it really doesn't work, I can go to town tomorrow to buy someone else's. Why buy someone else's? Li Qingfeng said with a smile, of course I should make the money first. Tang Xing smiled and said, okay, I'll come again tomorrow morning. After seeing Tang Xing off, Li Qingfeng originally planned to change his daughter's diaper and feed her some milk powder, but as it was getting dark, he quickly carried his daughter on his back, then picked up his son with one hand, and holding a hoe and snakeskin bag in the other, he walked into the mountains at a very fast speed. Looking at the scenery on both sides of the mountain path retreating rapidly, Zihang hugged his father's neck tightly, fearing that he would be thrown off by his father if he was not careful. This speed is really too fast. In just over 10 minutes, the father and his two sons arrived at the bamboo forest. Li Qingfeng put the child down, picked up a hoe and dug in the bamboo forest for more than 10 minutes, and easily dug up more than 30 kilograms of bamboo shoots. Then, after more than 10 minutes, the father and his two sons returned to the thatched hut. It will be very quick. Ziheng didn't even have time to complain about the excessive number of mosquitoes in the bamboo forest. I didn't even have time to pee in the bamboo forest. When he returned to the yard and was put down by his father, he hurried to the toilet to pee. Suyu was also stunned. After taking it off his back, he opened his big round eyes and turned his head to look around. The little brain couldn't react at all and had no idea what it had been going through. It's so confusing. It was not until her father changed her diaper and brought the prepared milk powder to her mouth that she put away her confused expression and began to suck impatiently. At this time, the night was already gray, the solar lights in the yard were lit in advance, and the flames in the stove were dancing enthusiastically.
After feeding my daughter the milk powder, the water was boiled.
Li Qingfeng first washed the newly bought large plastic round basin, then poured in hot water, mixed it with cold water, and let his son take off his clothes and take a bath by himself.
I can't. Zihang yelled, I can't bathe myself. Why not?
Li Qingfeng said loudly while washing rice, just sit in it, and then use the cloth to wash your face, then your neck, armpits, your penis, and then your feet.
Why not?
Hearing his father put it so simply, Zihang had no choice but to sit in the basin, then picked up the towel to wash his face. The so-called washing your face is actually just holding a towel with one hand and applying water to your face, which has nothing to do with washing. After applying a few drops of water to my face, I applied a few drops to my neck, and then to my armpits. After getting a little water on the parts that Dad just mentioned, put the towel back into the water. Then Huahua stood up and said, Dad, I'm done. Li Qingfeng had just put the pot on the stove and looked at him suspiciously, so fast?
How did you wash it? Wash it again and show me.
Zihang felt that he had learned how to take a bath and felt accomplished. He immediately sat back and demonstrated it to his father again.
This time, Li Qingfeng's blood pressure skyrocketed. Damn, this is called taking a bath? Come on, come on. Li Qingfeng couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he stepped forward and pulled the towel over, and started teaching step by step, wash your face like this, see? Open the towel, then do this, and then do this.
For a moment, Li Qingfeng almost suspected that his son was not his biological son.
Why are you so stupid? I can't even take a shower.
I remember that he could take a bath by himself when he was 3 or 4 years old.
Chapter 38 Moral Shackles.
I gave my son a bath, then boiled a pot of water and gave my daughter a bath. Then when the rice is cooked, prepare some winter bamboo shoots and stir-fry them for dinner. But before he could do anything, Tang Xing came into the yard again.
Tang Xing was quite surprised to see the winter bamboo shoots piled up in the yard. Brother Feng, you dug up the bamboo shoots so quickly?
Ah, yes. Li Qingfeng didn't know how to explain, and was too lazy to explain, so he asked, Why are you here? I saw that you had nothing at home this morning, so I thought of bringing you something. Tang Xing put down a snakeskin bag and took out an electric rice cooker, a 2-pound bacon, more than 10 pounds of rice, and about 20 eggs. Li Qingfeng looked at the rice cooker and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't even have electricity here, so it's useless even if you give me a rice cooker.
Ha! Tang Xing scratched his head and smiled innocently, yeah. It's okay, leave it there for now.
Li Qingfeng took a few thick bamboo shoots and placed them in front of Tang Xing. Peel the bamboo shoots and have dinner at my place tonight.
Brother Feng, how did you guess that I was here to eat for free? You came at dinner time, do we still need to guess? Ha ha ha.
Tang Xing is responsible for processing the winter bamboo shoots, and Li Qingfeng is responsible for the bacon.
This bacon should be last year's bacon, and it is covered with thick fat.
The unique rural firewood smoke completely changed the color of the originally red and white pork belly.
White meat turns yellow and red meat turns purple. But the more this kind of bacon is, the more delicious it tastes. First blanch the aged bacon in water to remove excess salt and grease.
Then wash it with clean water before cutting it into thin slices.
After the winter bamboo shoots are processed, cut them into thin slices.
First put the thin slices of bacon into the pan to fry until the oil comes out, then add the bamboo shoot slices and stir-fry until the aroma fills the air. Tang Xing sat on the stone, looking at the 3 side dishes on the stone table. One was fried bamboo shoots with bacon, one was scrambled eggs with diced bamboo shoots, and the other was steamed egg with fresh minced meat, his eyes full of envy. Such a life may seem poor and miserable to many people, but to him it is freedom. There is no intrigue in the workplace, and no fawning among people.
Life is simple and days are quiet. Good.
Especially with the 2 kids surrounding her and laughing all the time, it makes people really envious.
Zihang looked at the delicious food on the table and swallowed his saliva. Dad, can we eat now?
Li Qingfeng served him a large bowl of rice and poured a large spoonful of steamed egg with minced meat on top of the rice. You can eat it now.
Zihang received the order and immediately buried his head in eating frantically. This posture scared Tang Xing. Brother Feng, your son eats like this?
I saw that the full bowl of rice was being eaten up at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Less than a minute later, Zihang wiped his mouth and said, Dad, another bowl, please. Tang Xing was shocked. Fuck, Zihang is such a big eater. Haha, it's a routine operation.
Li Qingfeng smiled and served his son some rice and dishes. This time, Zihang deliberately slowed down his speed, but it still took him less than 2 minutes to finish the full bowl of food.
Dad, I want more. Tang Xing's scalp was numb. Ziheng, if you eat any more, your stomach will explode. It's okay.
Li Qingfeng took his son's bowl with a smile and served him another bowl of rice.
Let him eat.
He has a strong digestive ability. He can finish 2 or 3 bowls of rice in no time.
I admire you.
Tang Xing looked at Ziheng with admiration. Ziheng, when you grow up, you may be stronger than your father.
He. Ziheng grinned and continued eating.
After dinner, Tang Xing didn't want to bother Li Qingfeng for too long, so he helped wash the dishes and took the bamboo shoots home. Li Qingfeng originally did not intend to take his money, but Tang Xing said that the money was not his own but given by his unit. Therefore, Li Qingfeng accepted the 300 yuan. Li Qingfeng did not go to catch stone frogs at night. Instead, after putting his daughter and son to sleep, he took the money and went to Lu Qinglin's house. The village is still bright at night because the solar street lights on both sides of the road are fully charged after a day of exposure to the sun, and are now showing off their brilliance. Lu Xiaoye is probably the only girl in the village who comes home late from work. She was carrying a heavy load on her shoulders. The weight of 60 or 70 kilograms made her already sore shoulders feel as if they were being torn apart. He gritted his teeth, used one hand to wipe the sweat that was about to slide down his forehead, and hurried home with a panting breath and his nose fanned. Squeak! The iron gate opened, and the evening breeze hidden in the courtyard rolled up ripples in the pond and blew towards her face. The atmosphere of home was so strong that it provided timely comfort to her heart that was afraid of the night. Snap! Finally, he couldn't help but throw away the burden on his shoulders, raised his head, put his hands on his waist, and took a deep breath. Her delicate facial features appear extremely soft and beautiful under the illumination of solar lights. If it weren't for her dirty clothes and the mud on her face, anyone looking at this beautiful face would find it hard to associate her with the seemingly endless hard farm work day after day. What's wrong with you? What time is it? Why did you come back just now? Before she could take a second round of deep breaths, her mother appeared in the yard. Huang Mingxiu scolded him in a shrill voice, "Are you a pig? It's already 7 o'clock and you just came back. What are you doing? Don't you need to feed the chickens and ducks at home? Don't you need to cook the rice? What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and light the fire." Lu Xiaoye lowered her head and walked towards the kitchen, a little dazed. The kitchen was very narrow, just like her life, trapped by 4 dark walls, forced to be smoked by firewood day after day and year after year. What was burning her was the filial piety, brotherhood, loyalty, trustworthiness, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame that has been passed down for thousands of years. The word filial piety comes first. Whether it is the ancients or people today, they always talk about being filial. It is said that there are no better parents in the world, and children should be filial to their parents. But few people say that if a mother is not kind, her son can be unfilial. Although she is only in her 20s, she has been trapped in the shackles of morality for many years. She sat on a short stool, cut a piece of pine veneer with a woodcutter, lit it with a lighter, and put it into the stove. The faint firelight kept jumping and tears in her eyes kept flashing. Perhaps, only weak people will shed tears easily. She is weak. She was so weak that she didn't dare to say a word back despite her mother's constant scolding. Before Li Qingfeng entered the yard, he heard Huang Mingxiu's incessant yelling and cursing. He stood outside the gate and listened carefully, only to find out that the person Huang Mingxiu was scolding was actually her daughter. Scolding your own daughter so harshly? Li Qingfeng couldn't help but walked in. "Auntie, have you eaten?" Huang Mingxiu saw a stranger suddenly walk into the yard, so he stopped talking and snorted coldly, "No, what's the matter? Is Uncle Qinglin home?" Chapter 39. Bamboo shoots have half of ours. Lu Qinglin was sitting in the living room browsing on his phone. He pretended not to hear his wife scolding their daughter and remained silent. It was not until this moment that he heard Li Qingfeng's voice and knew that he had come to deliver money again. His eyes lit up and he hurried out to the yard to greet him. "Qingfeng, here I come. Uncle Qinglin." Li Qingfeng directly handed the money to Lu Qinglin. "Here is 1,000. Wow. Lu Qinglin was quite surprised. "How come you make so much money every day? 1,000 a day? Ha, not really. I just happen to be lucky these days." After laughing, Li Qingfeng said, "Then I'll go back first." "Wait a minute, Qingfeng." Lu Qinglin stopped him. "I heard that you dug a lot of winter bamboo shoots yesterday. Are they selling well? How much per pound?" 10 yuan a pound.
It's still selling well. 10 yuan a pound? So expensive. No wonder you can send money.
You catch stone frogs and dig winter bamboo shoots, you must make a lot of money every day. At first I was worried that you couldn't pay me back the 50,000 yuan, but now it seems that there is no need to worry.
Ha ha.
Li Qingfeng smiled and said nothing.
There are 2 children waiting at home, so I can't delay too long.
After leaving the yard and passing by the kitchen window of Lu Qinglin's house, he subconsciously looked inside. Looking through the glass, I saw a figure with a high ponytail busying around in the dim and narrow kitchen under the dim light. Li Qingfeng just took a casual glance and left quickly. After returning home, Li Qingfeng did not go into the mountains to catch stone frogs tonight.
I can't go to town tomorrow because I have to dig winter bamboo shoots.
If I catch a stone frog tonight, I will have to keep it in a snakeskin bag for 2 nights. It would be better to dig winter bamboo shoots tomorrow day and then catch stone frogs tomorrow night. This way you can take them together and sell them the next morning. When I woke up, the gray sky illuminated the mountain village. Li Qingfeng looked at the 2 children curled up in the thin quilt and couldn't help but frown.
The nights in the mountains are getting colder day by day. Next time I go to town, I have to buy a quilt first.
The clothes for the 2 children also need to be increased, especially the eldest child. He likes to kick off the quilt when he sleeps at night, and he will easily catch a cold if he is not dressed in thick clothes when sleeping. Although my son has the ability to heal himself, that is only for wounds.
I don't know if it will work for viral colds and the like. After getting up and making breakfast, he called the 2 children.
Ziheng doesn't need much care, he can go to the bathroom on his own and find water to drink on his own. But his daughter is still young, and he has to do everything himself to take care of her. Changing diaper pads, preparing milk powder. Just as he was feeding his daughter milk powder, Li Qinghe came.
As soon as Li Qinghe stepped into the boundless courtyard, he couldn't help but look around.
Originally, this place was very barren, with broken tiles and rotten bricks everywhere. He felt it was troublesome to even plant some corn here. It was not until Liao Guifang scolded him that he had no choice but to come here to plant corn. But looking here now, I see that everything around is tidied up very neatly. Not only were the broken tiles and bricks gone, but even the stubborn weeds and shrubs were cleared away completely. In a trance, he seemed to see the intact old house standing in front of him again. At the same time, many scenes from my childhood come to mind. His nose felt a little sour.
Look up at Qingfeng not far away. The 3 of them looked particularly happy in the gentle morning light.
It turns out that whether a person is happy or not has nothing to do with where he lives. He turned his head slightly to look at his wife who was following him, and walked forward reluctantly.
Liao Guifang also saw everything around her.
She saw that the thatched house that originally had only 4 pillars now had brick walls, a clean stove, a stone table and other things. She couldn't describe how she felt. She hoped that her uncle would not have a good life, so that she could show her own ability and show that her family's current life was due to her hard work. However, she was also worried that her uncle would not have a good life. If my uncle doesn't live well, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause in the future. It is said that those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes.
If my uncle gets angry, I don't know what he will do. Liao Guifang felt very complicated.
Brother, sister-in-law. Li Qingfeng saw the 2 people coming and greeted them. Then he lowered his head and continued to look at the daughter in his arms. When Ziheng saw his uncle and aunt coming, he quickly took a few steps back, hid behind his father, and glanced timidly at his aunt. Li Qinghe stood only 2 meters away from Li Qingfeng, glanced at the baby who was breastfeeding, and asked.
Qingfeng, I heard that you dug winter bamboo shoots from the bamboo forest?
Li Qingfeng frowned. He thought that his sister-in-law's visit must be for no good reason, but he didn't expect that it was for winter bamboo shoots.
Yes.
Li Qingfeng admitted without even looking up, I dug winter bamboo shoots from our bamboo forest.
Seeing that he admitted it so readily, Li Qinghe didn't know what to say next.
After all, the bamboo forest was planted by my father, so Qingfeng should also have a share.
Moreover, he was very lazy and was too lazy to dig bamboo shoots.
Qingfeng is our family, and it is better for us to dig it out ourselves than to have it secretly dug away by outsiders. Although he thought so in his heart, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he met his wife's vicious gaze. After hesitating for a while, he stammered. Qingfeng, since you dug the winter bamboo shoots from our bamboo forest, then the money from selling the bamboo shoots will be split equally between us 2 brothers. Li Qingfeng raised his head with sarcasm in his eyes. So, my elder brother and his wife want to share the money.
That's easy. I made $1,000 digging winter bamboo shoots. How about giving you 500? Yes, of course, that's what we should do. Liao Guifeng happily agreed. Li Qingfeng was also happy. Okay, that's good. In that case, I'd like to trouble my elder brother and sister-in-law to give me half of the money from exchanging the old house for farmland. I heard that an old house is exchanged for 30,000 yuan. Logically, 15,000 yuan should belong to me. Liao Guifeng was stunned. She really didn't expect that Li Qingfeng was still thinking about the money from the old house. She laughed dryly and said, Qingfeng, this is where you're wrong. To exchange this old house for farmland, we need to plant all the land with crops to make money. Do you think you can still get the money just by demolishing the house and leaving the land abandoned? Then you're wrong. Over the years, my husband and I have been cultivating all the fields, big and small, at home. So it is right that this money belongs to us. Li Qingfeng sneered, since sister-in-law knows this, she should know that winter bamboo shoots need to be dug with effort and sold with time to make money. I spent all this effort and time, so shouldn't the money belong to me? Li Qingfeng, why are you so unreasonable? Liao Guifeng said angrily. Anyway, the bamboo forest was planted by my father, so the bamboo shoots should be divided equally. From now on, if you dig 2 bamboo shoots, one will belong to us. If you want to continue digging, you have to give us half of the money from selling the bamboo shoots. Otherwise, don't dig. Chapter 40, almost knocked out my front teeth. Li Qingfeng laughed angrily. What if I don't listen to you? Li Qingfeng, we are a family after all, please don't take things too far. Liao Guifeng put her hands on her waist and said righteously, no matter how much money you must make it according to your conscience. You can't make money against your conscience. Satire. How ironic. When Li Qingfeng heard these words from Liao Guifeng, he felt it was extremely ironic. How can she have the nerve to say such things? Conscience? He. Li Qingfeng sneered, I didn't expect that this would come out of my sister-in-law's mouth. It's really surprising. If my sister-in-law has a conscience, why don't you return the 200,000 yuan I gave you to build a house and buy a car? 200,000? Upon hearing this, Liao Guifeng angrily scolded, Li Qingfeng, how can you be such a bad person? You gave us the 200,000 yuan voluntarily. We didn't ask you to lend it. How can you ask for the money back after giving it away? Anyway, I just want to say one thing. If you want to stop me from digging bamboo shoots, you have to give me back the 200,000 yuan first. Otherwise, just shut up and leave. Li Qingfeng didn't want to waste too much time talking. After feeding the children, he plans to go into the mountains to dig winter bamboo shoots. But his words directly ignited Liao Guifeng's anger to the extreme. Liao Guifeng pointed at Li Qingfeng and yelled, gritting her teeth. Li Qingfeng, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to us like that? We are your elder brother and sister-in-law. No wonder your wife ran off with someone else. People like you deserve to be unlucky, to have nothing, to be cuckolded, and to have a child without a mother to raise him. Bang! Li Qingfeng was extremely fast, his body turned into an afterimage, and he slapped Liao Guifeng away with a slap. You can call him a loser or anything else, but you can't call him a child. Liao Guifeng was still cursing, but somehow, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, followed by a crisp sound of slapping on her face, and the whole person flew backwards. With a bang, she flew 3 or 4 meters away and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Li Qinghe stared at the scene with eyes wide open in disbelief. He was stunned for a moment before he shouted. Qingfeng, are you crazy? She's your sister-in-law. It's because she is my sister-in-law that I have tolerated her for so long. Li Qingfeng said coldly. Li Qinghe, what are you still standing there for? Liao Guifeng laid on the ground, pounding the ground and roaring, your wife has been beaten, beat her back. Li Qinghe clenched his fists, not knowing what to do. On one side is my wife, and on the other side is my younger brother. Why can't the two of them just live in harmony? Why is it so difficult for him to be caught in the middle? Seeing that he did not move, Liao Guifeng continued to curse. Li Qinghe, you coward, your wife got beaten and all you could do was stand there and watch, right? Don't forget, it was you who begged me to marry you. I almost died when I gave birth to your child, and you treat me like this? If you don't fight back, that's fine too, then we'll get a divorce. Divorce? Li Qinghe's mind went blank when he heard this. He can't get a divorce. Although this wife is a bit domineering and cruel,
she is in charge of everything at home and outside. Without this wife, there is no telling what his life would be like. It is even more impossible to have a lovely son. How can he get a divorce? He can't. He stared at Qingfeng blankly, gritted his teeth, and finally swung his fist at Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng frowned and tilted his body, leaving Li Qinghe empty-handed. Then he grabbed his waistband with both hands, lifted him up and threw him out. Li Qinghe felt dizzy and had no ability to resist at all. He just let Li Qingfeng throw him to the side of Liao Guifang.
Seeing Li Qinghe being thrown over, Liao Guifang's face was full of disbelief. It's outrageous. This is going against the will of heaven. Li Qingfeng actually dared. He actually dared to hit his brother and sister-in-law. She immediately started yelling and cursing like crazy, struggled to get up from the ground, and pounced on Li Qingfeng with waving claws. Li Qingfeng used the same trick again and slapped Liao Guifang directly, sending her flying. There are no skills or tricks, it's just relying on great strength. Liao Guifang flew backwards again, her bones almost broken. Only then did he look at Li Qingfeng with fear, as if he was looking at a monster. Originally, they thought Li Qingfeng would not be a match for the couple. After all, they had been working in the mountains all year round. But unexpectedly, they couldn't even touch Li Qingfeng's hair. Li Qingfeng is not only extremely fast, but also very strong. Li Qingfeng took a few steps forward holding his daughter, and said in a cold voice, "I didn't want to do this, but you forced me to do it. You've already beaten me, and you still say you don't want to be like this. Is this human language?" Liao Guifang was so angry that her lungs hurt. She angrily said, "Li Qingfeng, you actually dared to hit your elder brother and his wife. Sooner or later, you will be struck by lightning. Roll." Li Qingfeng didn't bother to say another word. He raised one hand and acted as if he was about to slap someone at any time. Seeing this, the couple hurriedly helped each other up and fled away. After walking a long way and making sure that this location was relatively safe, he stopped and turned around to blame Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng picked up 2 fingernail-sized stones from the ground, threw them out with a whoosh, and they hit the 2 men's mouths accurately. With a snap, I felt my front teeth crack. Ah! The couple screamed again, covered their mouths and finally ran away without looking back. Noisy! Li Qingfeng turned around to look at his son hiding in the hut and asked him, "Ziheng, what are you doing hiding in there?" I'm afraid my aunt will beat me." Ziheng ran out, holding his father's hand, and tilted his head up. "Dad, you are so awesome." "Ziheng, remember, we don't take the initiative to bully others, but if others bully us, we must fight back, understand?" Ziheng nodded, not quite understanding. "Got it." Rubbing his son's head, Li Qingfeng no longer had the heart to dig bamboo shoots. He was somewhat worried that Liao Guifang and Li Qinghe would make a comeback, and if they came to the thatched cottage and didn't see him in person, they would probably take their anger out on the things here. "Let us stay at home today. The water pipes I bought yesterday haven't been installed yet, so I might as well take this opportunity to bury them first." He left the child at home and walked upstream along the stream with the water pipe. After walking about 200 or 300 meters, he found several water outlets. Originally, these water outlets were used to install water pipes, but later, after the villagers built their houses at the entrance of the village, the distance to draw water from here was too far, so these water outlets became useless. He took a look and found that the water volume of these springs was very large, so he chose a spring that was slightly higher. Then, based on the original foundation, the sand, soil and weeds around the spring were cleared away, and the spring was dug deeper to form a small well. Finally, move some stones to surround the spring to prevent small animals from falling in. Now that this simple water outlet is ready, all that's left is to use a pipe to lead the water back from the spring. While diverting water, he dug a deep trench to bury the water pipes. Sometimes when I hear my daughter crying, I have to go back to comfort her. At noon, Liao Guifang and the other person came back as expected. This time the couple learned their lesson and actually brought the village chief with them. The village chief, Tangison, is a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall and thin, with dark skin and sparse, curly hair. When I arrived at the hut, I saw Li Qingfeng holding his daughter in one hand and picking up food for his son with the other. The father and his 2 sons had a very simple lunch, consisting of only scrambled eggs with bamboo shoots. Li Qingfeng saw the village chief coming and stood up quickly. "Village chief, you are here. Sit down, sit down." Tangison looked around and saw that the hut was simple and drafty, and there wasn't even a decent quilt on the stone bed. He didn't know how to start the conversation for a moment. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Qingfeng hit someone because he was cornered by Li Qinghe and his wife.
But when the couple went to him to complain, they did not mention a single word about how they had bullied Li Qingfeng. They only said that Li Qingfeng used his great strength to almost knock out their front teeth. This matter is a bit difficult to mediate.
Chapter 41. Will the house be taken away?
However, as the head of a village, you still have to deal with the things that need to be dealt with. Tang Yisin found a rock to sit on, with an awkward but polite smile on his face. Qingfeng, the factory outside the village committee has handicrafts you can take home to do. It's inconvenient for you to do other things with your child, so you can do some handicrafts and earn a few dozen yuan a day.
Village chief, why are you saying this?
Before Li Qingfeng could speak, Liao Guifang complained with a dissatisfied look on her face. We are looking for you to do justice, not to help the poor.
What you said is wrong. Tang Yisin disagreed. Then I saw that Qingfeng's family was in such a difficult situation. Shouldn't I give him some advice?
Besides, he is your brother after all. It's fine if you don't want to help him, but why do you have such a big opinion about me, an outsider, giving him advice?
Village chief, thank you for your kindness.
Li Qingfeng was still very impressed with the village chief Tang Yisin and spoke very politely.
I now dig some bamboo shoots to sell and catch some stone frogs. Life is not too difficult. That's good. Tang Yisin has a lot of things to do every day.
Not only does he have to manage the affairs of the village, but he also has a lot of fields and crops to take care of at home.
So there are many things about Li Qingfeng that he still doesn't know.
It was not until today that Li Qingha and his wife blocked his house and insisted that he come to seek justice, and he had to put down his housework and go find Li Qingfeng. When he saw the situation at Li Qingfeng's house just now, he was really shocked. This dilapidated thatched house actually appeared in the village he managed.
It shouldn't be like this. What a dereliction of duty.
Given your family's situation, if you're willing, I can help you apply for a place in the poverty-stricken households. Tang Yisin thought that with the quota for poor households, he could apply for housing from the government. Although the house built by the government is not very good, it is at least much better than this thatched house with leaks on all sides. Village chief, please leave the quota for others who need it more. Li Qingfeng declined. Although I am in a bit of trouble right now, it's not that difficult. If he becomes rich in the future and others become jealous, they might use the matter of his poverty as an excuse. Therefore, it is better not to touch the quota of this poor household.
Seeing that he refused, Tang Yisin didn't say anything more and just talked about the beating incident today.
Although I don't know what happened, hitting people is wrong after all. Tang Yisin said in a very official manner. However, since the matter has passed, no one should mention it again.
Brothers can never hold grudges overnight, don't you think?
Wow, the village chief is so awesome. On the surface, he was accusing Li Qingfeng of wrongdoings, but in reality, it was nothing. Liao Guifang was a little proud at first, but when she heard the second half, she just refused to do it. Village chief, he beat us, how can we just let it go?
What else do you want? Tang Yisin glanced at her. Pay compensation.
Liao Guifang said confidently, if you hit someone, you should pay compensation.
Yes. Pay the money. Li Qingha echoed, it's only natural to pay the money if you hit someone. Okay.
When Tang Yisin was thinking of a countermeasure, Li Qingfeng agreed directly.
Paying compensation is not a problem. Li Qingfeng looked relaxed. I just don't know how much you want me to pay? Liao Guifang's mind raced, and she held up a finger. 1,000 yuan. Compensate us 1,000 yuan, and this matter will be over.
Originally she wanted 10,000, but when she thought that Li Qingfeng couldn't possibly come up with that much money, she changed her mind and asked for 1,000.
1,000 is not bad.
After all, they were the ones who started the fight first, so they felt a little nervous inside.
Very reasonable. Li Qingfeng nodded. 1,000 is 1,000. Qingfeng. Tang Yisin was a little anxious. Let me say a few words first, don't be so anxious to agree. It's okay.
Li Qingfeng smiled, they still owe me 200,000. I can slowly deduct this 1,000 yuan from that 200,000.
Tang Yisin's eyes lit up. Yes, how could I forget about this? Liao Guifang and his wife widened their eyes, their faces filled with anger. Li Qingfeng, what nonsense are you talking about? What 200,000? Who owes you 200,000? Liao Guifang was trying to cheat.
Li Qingha also refused to admit it. Qingfeng, you have to be conscientious.
You can't talk nonsense. Whether I am talking nonsense or not, everyone knows it. If it really doesn't work, I still have the transfer record in my mobile banking. Do you want me to show it to the village chief?
although Li Qingfeng knew very well that the 200,000 yuan would not be recovered.
However, it would be nice to use it to scare Li Qinghe and his wife.
When they heard that Li Qingfeng's mobile phone could be used to check the transfer records, the couple's faces turned green.
But Liao Guifang still wanted to confuse the public.
She did not mention the matter of the 200,000 yuan, but instead wanted to focus on the incident of Li Qingfeng beating someone today. After she had finished her babble, Li Qingfeng raised his hand and said, 1,000 yuan for one slap, so I can slap you 200 times, right? When she saw Li Qingfeng slap, Liao Guifang instinctively shrank her neck, cursed a few words, and quickly pulled Li Qinghe away in shame.
Bah! You think you are so great just because you are strong?
You will get your comeuppance sooner or later. After Liao Guifang left cursing, Tang Yisin shook his head helplessly.
There are at least a few hundred people in the village, but there are not many people like Liao Guifang.
He looked around the thatched hut again and saw that although Li Qingfeng's house was simple, it didn't seem too bad, so he didn't say anything more. He still had things to do, so he told Li Qingfeng to come to him if he had any difficulties, and then went back. After Li Qingfeng saw the village chief off, he continued to eat.
Ziheng held the bowl, a little frightened. Dad, will my aunt come again? Are you afraid of her?
Yeah. Ziheng nodded, with a heavy shadow in his heart. Although he had only spent a few days with his great aunt, in his opinion, there seemed to be no one more terrifying than his great aunt in the world.
Don't be afraid.
Li Qingfeng rubbed his head. If she dares to bully you, just hit her.
I can't beat him, Ziheng said in a low voice. Ha, then eat more. If you eat a little, you can beat them.
Upon hearing this, Ziheng immediately buried his head and worked hard on his meal. It was his father's words that laid a solid foundation for his future career. After lunch, Li Qingfeng continued to work on the water pipes.
At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the water from the spring was finally brought to the doorstep.
After he moved the water tank out and cleaned it, he placed it in the open space next to the stove. Then insert a wooden stick into the ground next to the water tank and fix the water pipe to the top of the stick. In this way, mountain spring water can flow into the water tank continuously. Dig a small ditch at the bottom of the water tank to drain the water and discharge the water overflowing from the water tank into the stream. Ziheng was very excited to see the clean spring water and took a silicone bowl to fill it with water to drink.
Ziheng, you can't drink this water directly. You have to boil it before you can drink it.
Li Qingfeng stopped him. Ziheng disagreed, because the water from the water purifier at home was drinkable directly.
This isn't a water purifier.
Li Qingfeng explained, if you drink this water directly, worms will grow in your stomach.
Are you afraid?
Ziheng thought about it and seemed a little scared, so he poured out the water and put the bowl away.
Then Dad, will my aunt come? Ziheng asked again in confusion.
Li Qingfeng replied seriously, she won't come, don't be afraid of her.
What if she comes? Ziheng was a little worried. Will she take away our house? Will she take away our things? Chapter 42, Separation. No.
Li Qingfeng emphasized again, don't worry, if she dares to make trouble, Dad will beat her.
Oh. Ziheng nodded softly, but there was not much sense of security on his face. When it was time for dinner, Ziheng asked the same question again. Dad, will our aunt chase us away?
He has been kicked out twice. One time was at my home in the city, and another time was when I was kicked out of my uncle's house just a few days after I returned. Now that he has finally settled down, he is somewhat afraid of repeating the same mistake and being kicked out again from this home, which is simple and shabby but very warm. A huge sense of insecurity shrouded his little heart, making him feel uneasy and worried about losing everything. Li Qingfeng naturally knew that his son must be very hurt inside after experiencing such things one after another at such a young age, but he had no better solution at the moment. After taking a shower, he made an exception and lay down on the bed early. He ignored his daughter, who was already sleeping soundly, hugged his son sideways, and whispered, Ziheng, Daddy promises you that no one can drive us away from now on, okay?
Isn't it possible for my great aunt too?
Yes. Li Qingfeng nodded affirmatively, even my aunt and the police can't do that.
This is our home. No one can drive us away.
At this point, Li Qingfeng had the strong idea of separating the family in his mind for the first time. In the past, he could have cared less about this little piece of land, but now he can no longer do that.
Ziheng feels extremely insecure, and he must find a way to eliminate all hidden dangers and repair the cracks in his son's heart. He must separate from Li Qinghe. Not only should residential land be divided, but paddy fields, dry land, and forests should also be divided. As for how to divide it, we will have to listen to the uncles and aunts in the village. Generally speaking, when two brothers want to divide up the property, they have to call all the uncles and aunts in the village and then do what they say. The general practice is to draw lots. That is to divide paddy fields, dry land, and forests into 3 categories, and draw lots for each category. For example, there are several paddy fields, and each field has its own name. The place names are written on paper and divided by drawing lots. Whoever catches the piece gets it. Let us not talk about these for now. When the family really splits up, someone will naturally talk about it in detail. Li Qingfeng held the children in his arms. All he could think about was dividing the family property. The next morning, we originally planned to go digging winter bamboo shoots. But in order to divide the family, Li Qingfeng did not go, but took the children to his uncles' and aunts' houses to discuss the division of the family. Li Qinghe and his wife may not be willing to divide the family property. After all, they want to monopolize all the land. Therefore, if Li Qingfeng wants to divide the family, he has to start with his uncles and aunts and let them put pressure on him. His father Li Fuqiang is the eldest, and he has a second aunt, third uncle, and fourth uncle. My second aunt originally married a son-in-law who lived with her family, so he still lived in the village. My third uncle has been married for many years and has 2 daughters who are now in their 20s. Only my fourth uncle remains single all his life. If you want to divide the family, you have to go to your second aunt and your third and fourth uncles. As long as the 3 of them agree to help, the matter of dividing the family property will be settled. Li Qingfeng took his 2 children to his second aunt's house first. My second aunt's family was of average conditions. They built a 2-story concrete building and had a son and a daughter. Her eldest daughter has married and moved to another province, and she has a son in his 30s who is taking care of her at home. When Li Qingfeng walked into the yard, he happened to see his cousin's 2 daughters getting ready to go out to school. The older of the 2 girls is already in her teens, and the younger one is about the same age as Ziheng. When the 2 saw a stranger suddenly coming into their house, they were a little scared and unconsciously showed timid expressions on their faces. Jiawei, are your grandparents at home? Li Qingfeng asked his cousin's eldest daughter Jiawei. Jiawei is dark and thin, not very tall. Seeing that the newcomer could call out his name, he was a little surprised. I'm here. At this time, the people in the house heard the noise outside and came out to check. Seeing that it was Li Qingfeng, the short and fat Li Fuli was a little surprised, but still greeted with a smile. Qingfeng, I thought it was someone else. Have you had breakfast? If not, have some. I've cooked some porridge in the pot. Second aunt, I've eaten. Li Qingfeng responded quickly and asked Ziheng to call someone. Auntie. The little guy called out softly, hiding behind his father, a little shy. Li Fuli laughed and said, Why are you so shy? Is it because your father doesn't take you out to play? Li Qingfeng smiled awkwardly and said frankly, Second aunt, I want to ask you for a favor. What's the matter? Li Fuli had long guessed that Li Qingfeng would not come to her without a reason, but she had not guessed what he wanted her to help with. So, Li Qingfeng told Li Qinghe about his idea of splitting up the family business, and wanted his second aunt and his third and fourth uncles to help act as witnesses. Li Fuli looked embarrassed. Qingfeng, it's not that I won't help you, but I don't understand these things. You 2 brothers should just talk it out between yourselves. What can we do? Besides, I still have a lot of things to do. Li Fuli pointed at her 2 granddaughters. Look, they are both waiting for me to send them to school. I have to go to the fields to dig sweet potatoes and taro when I come back later. This is the life of farmers. Even when they are old, they don't have to go out to work. They just need to take care of their children and grandchildren at home. But in fact, few elderly people can sit idle and cannot bear to see their fields go to waste. Whether they are planting corn, peanuts, or other crops such as sweet potatoes and taro, they always have to find a way to open up the land to prevent it from being occupied by weeds and shrubs. However, generally speaking, when relatives come to visit, even if you have something important to do, you have to put it aside. Especially when the matters brought by relatives involve major matters such as division of the family, you should treat it as your own family matter. Only in this way, next time when you have something to ask others for help, they will take it seriously. It is rare to see someone refuse outright like Li Fuli did. Li Qingfeng couldn't figure out whether second aunt didn't want to get involved in muddy water or for some other reason. He just knew that he was not an ignorant person. Once others refused, there was really no need to be servile and ask others to do this or that. He nodded to show his understanding. I understand, second aunt, then you go ahead and do your work.
Li Qingfeng took the child out of the yard. Li fully looked at the backs of the father and his two sons as they left, feeling a little reluctant, but there was nothing she could do.
My own family affairs are a mess, how can I have the time to care about other people's affairs?
Her son got divorced, and his wife ran away, leaving behind two children.
Few people knew about this.
The current situation in her family is that she and her husband take care of the children at home, while her son goes out to work to support the whole family.
Although life is not so unbearable, it is still a mess and I feel irritated.
After Li Qingfeng left his second aunt's house, he went to his third uncle's house.
Chapter 43. Oh Chungue succeeds. My third uncle's family conditions are slightly better than my second aunt's. My third uncle has two cousins who are both in their 20s and work away from home. But the third uncle's family was unwilling to get involved in their family's affairs and refused Li Qingfeng's request for help on the grounds that they had too many things to do. Li Qingfeng has figured it out a little. Right now, I live in a shabby hut, which is a sign of cowardice and incompetence. It is not easy for a cowardly and incompetent person to ask others to do things for him. First of all, others will instinctively think about whether the time and energy wasted on you can get proportional returns in the future. Why should others help you if there will be no reward in the future? So, when he arrived at his fourth uncle's house, Li Qingfeng told him about the division of the family property and what had happened to him at his second aunt and third uncle's homes. Li Fuan sighed, Qingfeng, people are like this. When you are rich, everyone will be on your side.
But when you are down and out, even the closest relatives will not take you seriously.
Li Qingfeng nodded, agreeing deeply.
Li Fuan went on to say, so, I don't think it's a good idea for you to split up the family now.
Think about it, even if they are really willing to help, will they stand on your side? Will they side with Li Qinghe more because his conditions are better? By then, the land you get may not be good.
In this case, you might as well make yourself stronger first and let others look at you with new eyes. When you are strong enough, you can talk about splitting up the family.
Who will side with Li Qinghe then?
These words instantly awaken Li Qingfeng. Yes, I have nothing now, and I won't gain any advantage by separating from Li Qinghe at this time. Not to mention that the second aunt and third uncle would not come to help, even if they did, I'm afraid they would side with Li Qinghe like the fourth uncle said.
Then you will be the one who suffers.
Only when your family background is as solid as Li Qinghe's can you talk about dividing the family property in a fair and just manner.
Otherwise, who would choose to stand in the shoes of a person who has nothing?
After thinking all this over, Li Qingfeng decided to put the matter of dividing the family property aside for the time being. After returning home and tidying up, he took his two children into the mountains to dig bamboo shoots.
With previous experience, digging bamboo shoots this time was relatively smooth. Both Ziheng and Ziyu were having a great time in the bamboo forest.
Especially Tsuyu, she seems to have some kind of halo, and there are always many colorful birds stopping around her. This makes Tsuyu particularly easy to take care of, because as long as the little birds come, they can distract her and she won't always think about asking her father to hug her. You only need Li Qingfeng when you are hungry or have a bowel movement. In this way, although we entered the mountains a little late, the amount of winter bamboo shoots we dug was no less than last time. When I returned home in the evening, I brought home more than 100 kilograms of winter bamboo shoots according to the same method as last time. Li Qingfeng looked at the winter bamboo shoots piled in the yard and thought to himself, I'll go catch some stone frogs in the evening.
That way, I can probably make a lot of money by going to the street tomorrow. After making up my mind, I quickly boiled water and cooked. After giving the children a bath and feeding them dinner, I washed their clothes.
Ziheng's clothes have been torn by the branches in the mountains, and his shoes are also broken. I have to go to the street to buy him some new clothes and shoes tomorrow. As the saying goes, no matter how hard life is, you must not let your children suffer. It doesn't matter if you suffer a little, but you still have to buy things for your children. After coaxing the children to sleep, Li Qingfeng took the flashlight in a snakeskin bag and went into the mountains. But just after walking a short distance, he realized something was wrong. He turned around suddenly and saw a figure panickingly running into the bushes beside the mountain path. Looking carefully, Li Qingfeng saw that it was Oh Chungue, and he couldn't help but slap his thigh.
Damn! Forgot about this guy.
I've been busy these past 2 days and forgot about that bastard Oh Chungue. He failed to catch her last time, but today he came back with the same trick again.
Li Qingfeng frowned and thought about it.
After all, they had already entered the mountain, and it would not be appropriate to turn back. Although Oh Chungue was following behind, but Li Qingfeng curled up the corners of his lips and smiled. The next second, his body turned into a residual shadow and instantly disappeared in the mountain path.
Fuck! Oh Chun-Gui shouted subconsciously. I was finally discovered.
Not only was he discovered, but Li Qingfeng, the cunning guy, actually took advantage of the time he was dodging to speed up and run into the mountains.
So cunning. There was no time to think about it.
In order to prevent the duck that had been caught from flying away, Oh Chun-Gui could only take a breath and run in the direction where Li Qingfeng disappeared.
Running into the mountains is too much. You don't even play like this when going down the mountain.
After running for just 1 or 2 minutes, Oh Chun-Gui felt as if his lungs were exploding and it was so uncomfortable.
There's nothing I can do even though I feel sad.
I can't just watch Li Qingfeng disappear in front of my eyes.
Come on. Oh Chun-Gui encouraged himself.
As long as you follow Li Qingfeng closely, you will definitely find out his secret of catching stone frogs. As long as I find the secret, I will be able to catch more than 10 stone frogs in one night.
I can't give up, I have to keep going. Bang!
Oh Chun-Gui fell to the ground dazzled, feeling stars all around him and the world spinning around him. There were actually people running into the mountains, and it was impossible to catch up with them.
How abominable. It's so fucking abominable. What the hell is this Li Qingfeng? Even monsters can't run away like him.
I could vaguely see Li Qingfeng's figure just now, but in the blink of an eye, when I looked up at the mountain path ahead, there was no sign of Li Qingfeng, let alone a ghost. Li Qingfeng looked back and was quite proud to see that he had successfully gotten rid of Oh Chun-Gui. This way, I won't have to worry about being followed anymore.
Anyway, once I find it, I just need to speed up and run.
I don't believe those mortals can catch up with me. Thinking of this, I started catching stone frogs in a good mood. After catching 2 stone frogs, we walked up the mountain stream. After a while, we found another big stone frog next to a puddle. Li Qingfeng shone his flashlight on the stone frog, and the stone frog lay there motionless. Just as he tiptoed towards the stone frog carefully, a figure suddenly appeared beside him and pounced on the stone frog at an extremely fast speed.
Haha, I caught it. Oh Chun-Gui caught the stone frog and was very happy. Hey, Qingfeng, what a coincidence. Look, is the stone frog I caught big?
As he spoke, a cunning light flashed in his eyes.
Humph, you want to fight me? You are still a little naive.
Unless you are catching stone frogs without a flashlight, as long as there is light from the flashlight, you can't get rid of me. Li Qingfeng shook the flesh on his cheeks with a fake smile.
Ha, what a coincidence.
Looking at Oh Chun-Gui's smug face, Li Qingfeng knew that he was being entangled by Oh Chun-Gui.
It seems that it will not be easy to get rid of Oh Chun-Gui, this dog skin plaster, today.
Because you need a flashlight to catch stone frogs. Oh Chun-Gui could easily find him with the light of the flashlight. Oh Chun-Gui is the bad apple of the village. Not only does he destroy the harmony of the village, but he also instigated Lu Qinglin to come to his house to take things last time. Today he shamelessly followed me into the mountains to snatch the stone frog. It cannot be said to be excessive, it can only be said to be too much. Li Qingfeng plans to punish Oh Chun-Gui.
So, he said angrily, you can catch this stone frog if you want. I will go catch it somewhere else. Don't follow me anymore.
After saying that, he turned around and walked to the other side of the mountain.
But as soon as Li Qingfeng left, Oh Chun-Gui immediately followed him. Qingfeng, what are you talking about? What do you mean you should follow me?
This mountain is not yours alone, and this water is not yours alone.
These stone frogs are wild, and anyone can catch them, right?
Seeing Oh Chun-Gui following him so closely, Li Qingfeng secretly laughed, but he still had to pretend to be angry. So what do you want?
Tell me, what do you want? Not really.
Oh Chun-Gui smiled frivolously. I just thought that we could go into the mountains together and have company, and we could take care of each other.
No need. Stop following me, you hear me? Chapter 44, Not Helping.
Oh Chun-Gui smiled and did not answer, but no matter where Li Qingfeng went, he would follow. Seeing Li Qingfeng walk to the puddle, he followed him. When he saw Li Qingfeng's flashlight shining on the stone frog, he rushed over first and took the stone frog for himself. He was like a dogskin plaster, sticking to Li Qingfeng and going wherever Li Qingfeng went. After an hour or two, Li Qingfeng only caught 2 stone frogs in total, while Oh Chun-Gui caught the most stone frogs in history, more than 10. Looking at the dozen stone frogs in the snakeskin bag, Oh Chun-Gui was very excited. Qingfeng, how come you were so lucky? I was just following you, but I was able to catch so many stone frogs.
Hee hee, next time you go into the mountains, you must take me with you.
Although he still didn't understand how Li Qingfeng did it, he couldn't care less.
As long as we can catch the stone frog, why bother about so many other things?
Li Qingfeng sneered twice, looked at O Chungue with disgust, and didn't even want to say anything to him. He turned around and walked down the mountain. Seeing Li Qingfeng was about to go down the mountain, O Chungue stood there and shouted proudly, "Qingfeng, why are you going down the mountain so soon? Just catch them for another 2 hours. Don't worry, if I see a stone frog again, I will definitely not snatch it from you." Li Qingfeng turned his back to O Chungue and left quickly, with the corners of his lips curled up unconsciously. After a while, his figure disappeared into the thick night. He. O Chungue saw Li Qingfeng leaving and was too lazy to chase him.
Anyway, we have caught so many today.
If we take them to town to sell tomorrow, we will definitely be able to get more than 1,000.
I'm rich.
He quickly opened the snakeskin bag and looked inside, counting as he looked. There were exactly 12.
Moreover, these stone frogs are very big, weighing at least 30 to 40 grams each.
After looking for a while, he straightened his chest with satisfaction and prepared to go home. However, when he looked up and around, he panicked. He quickly raised his bright flashlight and shone it around. Even more panicked. Oh shit, where is this place? O Chungue was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. This was a very unfamiliar valley and he had no impression of it at all. I patted my head and tried to recall the way I came, but I couldn't remember it. Because when he came here, he followed Li Qingfeng and didn't need to look at the road at all. He walked the same way Li Qingfeng walked. But now, Li Qingfeng is missing.
O Chungue hurriedly ran after Li Qingfeng. But after chasing for a few minutes, there was no sign of Li Qingfeng.
In the pitch-black mountains, there was no light from a flashlight, not even from a firefly.
O Chungue was horrified and shouted into the night, "Qingfeng? Qingfeng? Wait for me." The sound echoed in the dark night, seeming ethereal and unreal.
O Chungue suddenly felt a chill on his back and immediately started running like a headless fly.
The more I ran, the more something felt wrong.
Originally, you could see artificially planted trees such as pine and fir trees around. But after he ran for a while, only the wild trees were left around.
He is totally lost.
O Chungue wanted to cry but had no tears. Standing in the chilly mountain breeze, he could only curse Li Qingfeng as a bastard. This bastard actually brought me to such a far place.
How abominable. What a bastard.
He was cursing so loudly at the pitch-black night that he didn't notice a scary creature swimming at his feet.
Ah!
O Chungue felt a piercing pain in his ankle. He looked down and was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat.
A poisonous snake with an inverted triangle head.
He jumped to the side on one foot in fear, shaking his bitten foot. He lost his balance and fell to the ground with the snake. The snakeskin bag in his hand rolled to the ground and slid down a few meters. The stone frogs that were originally in the bag found a chance to escape and immediately jumped out of the opening of the snakeskin bag, disappearing into the bushes in a short while. O Chungue was no longer able to take care of these things as the poisonous snake was still biting his foot tightly. He screamed in fear, "Li Qingfeng!
Li Qingfeng!"
He hoped that Li Qingfeng would hear his cries and turn back to save him. But in fact, Li Qingfeng has already returned home.
Ah!
O Chungue screamed heart-wrenchingly, and when he saw that Li Qingfeng did not respond to him, he could not help but curse. Li Qingfeng, this bastard, actually watched someone die without helping. He is so cruel. But shouting and cursing would be of no use now, because Li Qingfeng would not turn back to save him.
He can only save himself.
He grabbed the snake before it let go and threw it into the mountain stream with all his might. He should have killed the snake.
But he thought, since he was bitten by a poisonous snake, he couldn't let the snake die easily.
At least let the poisonous snake bite Li Qingfeng as well. It would be best if Li Qingfeng could encounter this poisonous snake and be bitten by it next time he goes into the mountains.
His ankle was becoming more and more swollen and he could no longer walk.
It was obviously impossible for him to walk home by himself, especially since he was now lost. So I took out my cell phone and called my family. After a series of beeps, the call was finally connected. O Chungue started to cry out, "Hurry up and find 2 people to carry me, I was bitten by a snake." Li Qingfeng returned home, looked at his sleeping child, and quickly forgot about the unpleasant incident. Although we only caught 2 stone frogs today, it doesn't matter. After all, it is a punishment for that bastard O Chungue. After washing up, I lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, I called Tang Xing and arranged a ride with him. After a while, Tang Xing drove the car into the yard.
Brother Feng, did O Chungue go into the mountains with you to catch stone frogs last night? Tang Xing couldn't understand why a good person like Brother Feng would get involved with a cancer like O Chungue.
No, he was the one who followed me around. I could have caught more than a dozen stone frogs last night, but because of his interference, I only caught 2. Speaking of this, Li Qingfeng was also a little angry. He could have earned more than 2,000 today, but because of the trouble caused by that bastard O Chungue, he had to earn half less today.
Tang Xing suddenly realized, so that's how it is.
I said you couldn't and shouldn't get involved with someone like O Chungue.
So that's what's going on. But, Brother Feng, you might be in trouble this time. Ah?
Li Qingfeng was confused when he saw Tang Xing speaking mysteriously.
What do you mean I'm in trouble?
It's obviously him who's causing trouble for me.
You still don't know? Tang Xing was surprised. O Chungue was bitten by a snake in the mountains last night.
It was a poisonous snake.
He was sent to the hospital in the middle of the night. Don't you know? Li Qingfeng was confused. I don't know.
This retribution came too quickly. When he stole my stone frog last night, I was still thinking that it would be great if this bastard was bitten by a poisonous snake. I didn't expect it to come true so soon.
Ha ha ha. Brother Feng.
Seeing that Li Qingfeng was laughing happily and obviously had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter, Tang Xing hurriedly said, "That O Chungue seems to have blamed you for his snake bite. Although he didn't say he was bitten because of you, he told everyone that you have no conscience and that you didn't help. Especially his wife, she has been yelling in the group for several hours, since midnight last night and this morning.
Now I guess half of the people in the village know that you didn't help. Is O Chungue dead?"
Li Qingfeng asked suddenly.
Tang Xing shook his head. Since he's not dead, how can I be so indifferent to him?
Li Qingfeng found it funny.
At the same time, I also feel sad. Some people in the village are like this, they like to complain first. Liao Guifang is such a person, and O Chungue is also such a person. Well, people's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be.
I was clearly the victim, but in the end, because the bad guy failed to achieve his wish and got hurt, I became the bad guy. This world is such a fucked up place.
Chapter 45, Zihang sells bamboo shoots. Don't worry about her.
Li Qingfeng was very open-minded.
Let her say whatever she wants. It's up to her. Anyway, I have a clear conscience.
If he had known that O Chungue was bitten by a poisonous snake last night, he would have helped him no matter how much he hated O Chungue.
But the problem is, he really didn't know that O Chungue was bitten by a snake.
All I can say is that O Chungue brought this upon himself.
If O Chungue hadn't gone too far last night, Li Qingfeng wouldn't have been annoyed as soon as he heard his voice. If I wasn't annoyed, I wouldn't have quickened my pace and automatically blocked out O Chungue's voice.
If he didn't block it, he would be able to hear O Chungue's cry for help even if he returned home.
All I can say is that everything is cause and effect. Brother Feng, do you want to explain? Tang Xing said, if you don't want to explain, I can help you explain. Why explain all this?
Li Qingfeng said as he packed up his things and got in the back of the car with his 2 children. Once you explain this kind of thing, you will feel guilty.
The more you explain, the more you prove that you are guilty. Instead of wasting time on people like this, you should do something more meaningful.
We earn our living based on our own ability, and don't need to care about other people's opinions.
Okay.
Seeing that Brother Feng was stubborn, Tang Xing didn't say anything more about it. He quickly got in the car and drove to town. In fact, he has a lot of troubles of his own. The last time he asked for 30 kilograms of bamboo shoots and brought them home, his parents asked him where the bamboo shoots came from and what he wanted so many for. Then he talked about his experience serving his boss, saying that he was not happy at all in this job and wanted to resign. When his parents heard this, they immediately comforted him, saying how hard it was for them to send him to college. They said they begged everyone for help in order to get him a government job, and it was really not easy. The harder his parents' lives were, the more aggrieved he felt. My parents worked so hard to raise me because they wanted me to become something useful, not to work like a slave for their bosses. But that's the rule in the workplace: if you have no background or connections, you deserve to be treated like a slave. You do all the dirty work, while those with connections and backgrounds get all the benefits. His parents advised him earnestly, hoping that he would persevere.
He had to hold on.
When he arrived in the town, Tang Xing drove directly to the shop of his old classmate Mao Xiaowang. When Mao Xiaowang and his wife saw Li Qingfeng coming, they were very enthusiastic. Xue Lingling, in particular, took the baby from Li Qingfeng first and held it in her arms, unable to let go. Ziheng looked at his sister with some worry, as if he was afraid that someone else would snatch his sister away, and his eyes never left his sister. After Li Qingfeng brought down the winter bamboo shoots, Tang Xing also had to hurry to work.
Brother Feng, eat some persimmons.
Mao Xiaowang took out a bag of persimmons and placed it at the door, then helped Li Qingfeng spread out the bamboo shoots. When Ziheng heard the word eat, he immediately withdrew his gaze and looked at the persimmon.
The green and yellow persimmons look shiny and bright, and are extremely attractive. He swallowed and looked at his father cautiously. How could Li Qingfeng not know what his son was thinking? He picked up a persimmon and deliberately asked, Ziheng, do you want to eat it? Yes. There was no fruit that Ziheng didn't want to eat. Then you sit here and look at the bamboo shoots while Dad washes his hands and helps you peel the persimmons, okay? Good.
Li Qingfeng then walked towards the kitchen in the backyard. As soon as he left, a short, fat and dark-skinned man came over from the roadside. He first looked at the winter bamboo shoots on the ground, and then looked at the little boy sitting behind the bamboo shoots.
Little boy, how much is this bamboo shoot? The man squatted down, picked up a bamboo shoot and asked. Faced with the stranger's questions, Ziheng was a little at a loss.
His hands were clenched into fists nervously, and his eyes subconsciously drooped, not daring to look people in the eye. But in a flash, I still had the courage to raise a finger like my father and said, 10 yuan a pound. He has no concept of a pound, and no concept of $10. But I just know that these bamboo shoots are sold at 10 yuan per caddy.
The man smiled and said, it's so expensive, can you make it cheaper? This question stumped Ziheng.
His body tensed up involuntarily and he didn't know how to answer for a moment.
What does cheap mean? What does expensive mean? He was nervous and anxious. She looked back with her big watery eyes, trying to find her father. When I didn't see my dad, I shouted at the top of my lungs, Dad! Dad! Wait a minute!
Li Qingfeng shouted from inside, it's not finished yet. Ziheng had no choice but to turn around and glance at the man. Seeing the man still squatting in front of her, she became nervous again unconsciously.
Will he take me away? Is he a bad guy?
He really wanted to get up and run away to find his father, but he was afraid that this man would steal the bamboo shoots, so he had to force himself to sit there motionless.
If the bad guy wants to catch him, he will bite his ear hard. Ha, can you give me a discount? The man teased the little boy and said, if you can give me a discount, I'll buy them all for you, okay? Ziheng didn't understand. He didn't want to talk.
What is cheap? What is all?
My dad will be out soon.
He replied timidly, then turned back and shouted, Dad, come quickly. Li Qingfeng finally peeled the persimmon and saw a man squatting in front of the bamboo shoots. He was startled at first, and then he was scared.
Careless. He actually left Ziheng alone outside for such a long time.
If Ziheng had really encountered human traffickers, he would probably have been dragged to the highway by now.
Boss, do you want some bamboo shoots? He ran out in 2 or 3 steps and asked enthusiastically, these bamboo shoots are very fresh, all unexcavated bamboo shoots, very tender, would you like some? How much? 10 yuan a pound. It's a bit expensive.
The man looked at the bamboo shoots in his hand and frowned, besides, your bamboo shoots are still shelled and have mud on them. Boss, you can shake off the dirt.
But you can't remove the bamboo shoot shells. If you remove the bamboo shoot shells, it will cost 15 yuan per caddy.
Li Qingfeng smiled, immediately took the bamboo shoots from the man's hand, and then neatly shook off the dirt. The man stood up and said, how about this, if you offer a lower price, I'll give you all of them.
Ah? Li Qingfeng hadn't reacted yet, you want all of them? That's fine.
Li Qingfeng was very happy. Boss, if you want all these winter bamboo shoots, you can just give me 8 yuan per pound.
What do you think? $8? The man nodded, very satisfied with the price.
Generally speaking, for something like this which only costs 10 yuan per pound, it is already quite remarkable if the price can be reduced by 1 yuan per pound.
More often than not, sellers will only give a 50-cent discount.
Even though 50 cents or 1 yuan may not seem like much, but with more than 100 kilograms of stuff, you can save dozens or even hundreds of yuan. The bamboo shoot seller in front of me suddenly reduced the price by 2 yuan. It was obvious that he seldom sold the product and didn't quite understand the principle, so he gave the price very readily. But it is this refreshing feeling that makes people feel very comfortable. He often went to the countryside to look for all kinds of good things and met many farmers selling mountain products. It is difficult to tell from their appearance who is a middleman and who is a real mountain dweller who makes a living by physical labor. But it can be seen from the price given. Most of the mountain villagers who rely on their own strength to go into the mountains to dig up mountain products to sell are very willing to pay a high price. Instead, it was the middlemen who were reselling the products who were hesitant. Chapter 46 Cake. The reason is probably that the real mountain people don't have too many things to think about. They just want to sell their things quickly and then go home early to do other farm work. It is very difficult to bargain with the middlemen who make a living by reselling goods because they have to guard their goods all day long, and if they finish selling their goods early and go home, they don't have much farm work to do. They make a living by selling things, so they understand the value of these mountain products and will not lower their prices easily. The man looked at the man selling winter bamboo shoots and his son with satisfaction and smiled. Okay, weigh them quickly and help me put them on the pickup truck. He pointed to the pickup truck next to him. Okay. Li Qingfeng immediately weighed all the winter bamboo shoots. Boss, the total is 152 kilograms. I'll count it as 150 kilograms for you. Is that okay with you? No problem. Seeing that the other party was straightforward, the man was also straightforward. 150 kilograms, 8 yuan per kilogram, that is 1,200 yuan. Without saying a word, he sent Li Qingfeng 1,200 yuan via WeChat. Li Qingfeng was still a little dazed when he saw the 1,200 yuan payment on his mobile phone. This is too smooth. Last time I was also selling winter bamboo shoots, it took me half a day to sell them all. It was sold out today just after being put on display? I have to say, my luck today is really good. After receiving the money, Li Qingfeng quickly moved the bamboo shoots to the man's pickup truck. After the man drove away, Li Qingfeng realized, oh, I should have asked WeChat. But by then the man's pickup truck had disappeared. Mao Xiaowang had been wiping the motorcycle, while Xue Lingling was holding Suyu in the sun on the wasteland in the backyard. Li Qingfeng sold all the winter bamboo shoots smoothly without the couple noticing. It was not until Li Qingfeng went to pick up his daughter that they realized the bamboo shoots are sold out so quickly? Yes. Li Qingfeng scratched his head and smiled innocently, I'm lucky today. A big boss came just now and bought all my winter bamboo shoots in one go. Of course, you've earned more than 1,000 in just a short while. Mao Xiaowang looked envious. Yesterday I opened the shop all day and didn't make a penny. Now I want to go dig winter bamboo shoots with you. Ha, that's no problem. As long as you have the ability to dig, whatever you dig is yours. I won't charge you any money. Real? Mao Xiaowang became interested. If you say so, then I really want to go digging bamboo shoots with you. No problem. Li Qingfeng was not afraid of him coming to dig, but was afraid that he could not dig. Xue Lingling came over and said with a smile, with your physique, you're still digging winter bamboo shoots. Good thing you don't delay Brother Feng's work. Just sell your car honestly and don't think about it. Oh, I'll just go and try it for a day. Mao Xiaowang really wanted to go. I haven't done much farm work since I became an adult. Especially that kind of high mountain, he hasn't been there for many years. Business has been slow these days, so it would be nice to go into the mountains and dig some bamboo shoots to relax. It's okay. Li Qingfeng also encouraged, you can exercise occasionally, but you don't have to go every day. It won't affect your business. That's right, since Brother Feng said so, I must go tomorrow. Mao Xiaowang made up his mind to follow Li Qingfeng to give it a try to dig bamboo shoots. In fact, motorcycles have become very popular in rural areas, and this business has become increasingly difficult to do. Especially with e-commerce companies competing with them for business, these motorcycles are becoming harder to sell every year. And now, his wife is pregnant, and the future will definitely cost a lot of money. Not to mention something as far off as the children getting married and starting their own families, just the fact that my wife has to go for prenatal checkups every month and take nutritional supplements is a huge extra expense. By the time the baby is born, it is said that the cost is also several thousand. After the child is born, every day is a waste of money. Diaper pads, milk powder, clothes, etc., a child's monthly expenses may be more than that of an adult. When the child is a little older, kindergarten, interest classes. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Therefore, he now has to take advantage of this opportunity to see if he can develop a side business. He is not afraid of hard work. As long as he can make money, what does it matter if he works a little hard? If he doesn't endure this hardship, his wife and children will suffer in the future. A real man should provide his wife and children with a stable life. After Li Qingfeng agreed on a time with Mao Xiaowang, he took the child and left the store. I only made 1,200 yuan today. I have to keep 1,000 to return to Lu Qinglin, and the remaining 200 can be used to buy a pair of shoes and socks for my son, and a quilt. Dad, I want to eat red bean paste buns.
Ziheng looked at the steaming buns on the street and couldn't help shaking his father's hand. Li Qingfeng looked at the balance on his phone and felt a little embarrassed. Ziheng, can we not eat? Eating too much of these things is not good. No.
Ziheng pouted and said stubbornly, I want to eat red bean paste buns.
No, Dad doesn't have enough money today.
Li Qingfeng was not reluctant to buy it for his son, but the money today was indeed a little too little. He caught 2 stone frogs last night, but he didn't sell them. Instead, he kept them and planned to stir-fry them for his son tonight. Therefore, if I earned 12,000 today and kept 1,000 to return to Lu Qinglin, I would only have 200 yuan left. After buying shoes and socks for my son, I estimated that I would have only 100 yuan left.
I didn't even know if I could afford a quilt. But once Ziheng gets angry, he can be very stubborn.
If he says he wants to eat red bean paste buns, he must eat them. Seeing that his father disagreed, he simply sat on the floor and acted like a rogue.
Woo woo woo, I want to eat, I want to eat. Listen.
Li Qingfeng carried his daughter on his back and pulled his arm.
Hurry up and get up. There are so many people on the street looking at you. Aren't you ashamed?
I want to eat red bean paste buns.
Ziheng threw his arms and shouted, I want to eat red bean paste buns.
Although today is not a market day, there are still many people walking on the street. Many people who saw the scene couldn't help but stop and stare at it, watching it over and over again.
Li Qingfeng couldn't help himself and wanted to lose his temper, but thinking of the oath he had made secretly, he suppressed his anger and reasoned with his son. Ziheng, can you listen to Daddy? Daddy has to take care of you and the baby at the same time, it's really hard, can you be a little more obedient?
No, I want to eat red bean paste buns.
Ziheng was so angry at the moment, how could he listen to reason?
I saw that he was still sitting on the ground, almost lying down, kicking his feet and making a fuss. Li Qingfeng glanced at the strange looks from the people around him, took a deep breath, suppressed his anger again, and patiently explained, Ziheng, be obedient.
Daddy promises you that on your birthday in 2 days, Daddy will buy you a big cake, okay? Cake? Ziheng was quiet instantly, looking up at his innocent face, and asked in a baby voice, is it a cake? Yes. Li Qingfeng nodded. Just listen to Dad. When it's your birthday, Dad will buy you a cake, okay? Good.
It may not be easy to coax a child, but it may be difficult to coax him.
However, as long as you find out his preferences, he is easy to coax. Chapter 47 Got Beaten.
After having the thought of cake, Ziheng immediately got up obediently and stopped asking for red bean paste buns. The only thing on his mind was cake. Li Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, took his son's hand again and bought him shoes and socks, and then went to the department store to buy a quilt. The quilt is sold by pound, and the cheapest one is 16 yuan per pound. Li Qingfeng asked for a 10-kilogram quilt, but he didn't have enough money. After much persuasion, the boss agreed to give him a $10 discount, but he was still short of $2. Helplessly, the boss finally gave Li Qingfeng a 12 yuan discount, and he was able to buy the quilt as he wished. But this quilt is just the batting and does not include the quilt cover. But there is no other way now. I can only wait for a few days until I have money to buy the quilt. The father and his 2 sons first took a bus to the intersection, and then walked back home from the intersection. It was just after 10 o'clock. Li Qingfeng put down his daughter who had been hungry all morning and quickly prepared some milk powder. Suyu is a good baby. Even though she has been hungry for the whole morning, as long as she lies on her father's back, she doesn't make any noise and is very well behaved. Ziheng, look at the baby. She's been hungry all morning, but she's not crying or making a fuss. Look at you, you get angry easily. This is not good, don't you understand? Li Qingfeng was feeding his daughter milk powder while educating his son. Ziheng was unconvinced. I didn't make a scene. Why didn't you make a scene? Just now on the street, weren't you the one lying on the ground clamoring for bean paste buns? Ziheng pouted, I didn't, you're talking nonsense. Hey, this guy still refuses to admit it. Li Qingfeng was just about to lecture his son a few more times when he saw a figure appear in the yard in a hurry. Qingfeng, you're home, that's great, go see your 4th uncle. As soon as the village chief Tangison saw Li Qingfeng, he immediately waved to Li Qingfeng to follow him.
What happened to my fourth uncle?
Li Qingfeng stood up and asked, holding his daughter in one hand and the bottle in the other. Your fourth uncle had a fight with Ochuangue's wife. Tangison explained anxiously, today, Ochuangue's wife Li Suifeng kept saying bad things about you in the village, saying that you didn't help when Ochuangue was bitten by a snake, and she said a lot of ugly things. When your fourth uncle heard it, he quarreled with Li Suifeng. Later, they became more and more excited and started fighting. Li Qingfeng never expected that not only he was cheated when he went into the mountains last night, but also it would trigger such a chain reaction today.
My fourth uncle was beaten? Li Qingfeng was furious. No.
Tangison was afraid that Li Qingfeng would get angry, so he explained, it was your fourth uncle who beat Li Suifeng and knocked out all her teeth. Li Suifeng was sent to the hospital, and then her two daughters took people to your fourth uncle's house to ask for an explanation and smashed it. However, they did not beat your fourth uncle, so your fourth uncle was so angry that he fainted.
Fine.
Li Qingfeng thought, it's a good thing that fourth uncle was not beaten.
Where is my fourth uncle now?
Li Qingfeng hurried out. Tangison hurriedly followed, your fourth uncle is still at home. I originally went to find your brother, wanting him to take your fourth uncle to the hospital, but he refused, saying that this is not his fourth uncle alone, so I came to find you.
Give me your phone number, so that next time I don't have to travel a long way to find you.
Okay.
Li Qingfeng gave his phone number.
When I arrived at my fourth uncle's house, I saw the mess in the yard at a glance. Li Qingfeng frowned, not caring too much, and hurried into the house.
Fourth uncle.
Li Fuan lay on the bed without saying a word.
Tangison said, Qingfeng, send him to the hospital first.
Oh, okay. Li Qingfeng handed his daughter to the village chief. Village chief, please help me hold her, I'll go borrow a car.
Okay, go quickly.
The village chief took the baby, but he didn't expect that the baby would start crying as soon as it got into his hands. Tangison, who is in his 40s, has not yet become a grandfather and has long forgotten about taking care of his children. For a moment, he really didn't know how to hold the child. But Li Qingfeng didn't care about much, he took his son's hand and walked out quickly. I originally wanted to keep my son, but when I thought about his strange temper, it would probably take a lot of effort to convince him, so I just didn't bother to talk and just took him along. After a while, when I arrived at Li Qinghe's house, I saw the couple coming back from outside.
Brother! Li Qingfeng stepped forward quickly, fourth uncle has fainted. Lend me your car and I'll take him to the hospital. Li Qinghe pretended to be ignorant. Fourth uncle fainted? When did it happen? Don't talk nonsense.
Li Qingfeng said coldly, lend me the car.
Oh, what a coincidence. Before Li Qinghe could say anything, Liao Guifeng sneered, the car is out of gas.
Li Qingfeng glanced at her, then set his eyes on Li Qinghe. Brother, is the car really out of gas?
Li Qinghe didn't know what to do.
He glanced at his wife and said hesitantly, well, it seems that there is no oil.
What do you mean by seemingly? Liao Guifeng scolded, it's obviously out of oil.
Yes.
Li Qinghe nodded, there's no oil left, Qingfeng, you should think of another way. Otherwise, let's see if fourth uncle will wake up later. If he wakes up, there's no need to send him to the hospital, don't you think? Is that human language? Li Qingfeng was furious. Have you forgotten who carried you for more than 10 kilometers to the town hospital when you were bitten by a snake?
Many years ago, Li Qingfeng was still very young. Dad asked his eldest brother to stay at home to take care of him while he went to work in the mountains. But the eldest brother insisted on running out to catch the snake, and ended up being bitten by it. Li Qingfeng was very young at that time and ran to find his fourth uncle crying. After hearing the news, fourth uncle carried Li Qinghe on his back and ran to the town hospital without saying a word. At that time, my fourth uncle was still young and didn't know how to ride a motorcycle. The original plan was to carry me to the intersection outside and then take a bus to town, but at that time the bus only ran once every 1 or 2 hours. Fourth uncle was worried that Li Qinghe couldn't wait that long, so he carried Li Qinghe on his back and ran all the way to the town hospital. It is said that when they arrived at the town hospital, Li Qinghe had not fainted yet, but his fourth uncle fainted first. Whenever my father talked about this incident later, he would teach the two brothers to treat their fourth uncle as their own father in the future. But unexpectedly, things change and people are no longer the same. The little boy who used to lie on his fourth uncle's back has now grown up and lost himself, even the most basic kindness. Li Qinghe shuddered all over, and his face turned pale when he thought of what happened that year. But he still turned his head and looked at his wife cautiously, unable to say anything. Liao Guifang had heard about this before and immediately retorted, "Humph, if you have such a conscience, then why don't you go to the hospital without telling your fourth uncle?
Why are you talking so much here?
If you don't have the ability, don't blame others."
Li Qinghe tugged at his wife's clothes and said, "Stop talking. Let me go." Liao Guifang slapped Li Qinghe on the head. "You coward, people have come to bully you, and you still ask me to be quiet. Have you forgotten how he beat us before? Get out of here." Li Qinghe shut up awkwardly. Chapter 48, Life and Death Uncertain.
Li Qingfeng spoke again with a grim expression, "I'll say it again, lend me the car."
"No." Liao Guifang refused. Ziheng hid behind his father and watched the adults quarreling carefully. He tugged at his father's clothes. "Dad, I want to go home."
Li Qingfeng turned around and touched his head. "Wait a moment." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the motorcycle next to him. When Liao Guifang and the other person were looking puzzled, they saw Li Qingfeng grabbing the handlebars of the motorcycle with one hand and the tail rack with the other hand and lifted the motorcycle up easily.
"Ah!"
The two men screamed in fear and stepped back.
"Is he crazy? Did he want to hit someone with his motorcycle? What do you want to do?" Liao Guifang was scared.
It is said that those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Li Qingfeng has nothing now, and who knows what crazy things he might do. Li Qinghe also panicked and advised, "Qingfeng, don't be impulsive, put the car down quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome if it hits someone."
"All I have to say is, lend me the bike."
Li Qingfeng held up the motorcycle and spoke without a single breath, which showed that his strength was far more than just lifting a motorcycle.
"Borrow it." Li Qinghe hurriedly took out the car keys and handed them forward. Here you go, the keys to the car."
Li Qingfeng glanced at Liao Guifang, pulled back one hand, held up the motorcycle with one hand, and took the car keys. This scene shocked the two again.
"Damn, is this a human being?"
I originally thought that it was abnormal that Li Qingfeng could lift the motorcycle with both hands, but I didn't expect that he could also lift the motorcycle with one hand. If the motorcycle was not theirs, the couple would have suspected that it was made of foam. Under the two men's horrified gazes, Li Qingfeng put down the motorcycle, pulled his son into the car, and drove the car to his fourth uncle's house. It was not until the car left the yard and disappeared around the corner that Li Qinghe and Liao Guifang came to their senses and immediately ran forward to check the motorcycle.
Real motorcycles, and they are their own motorcycles. Be good.
Touching the handlebars of the motorcycle, Li Qinghe secretly broke out in a sweat. "It's terrible, someone can actually lift a motorcycle with one hand."
Liao Guifang was also a little scared.
When she thought about how she had treated Li Qingfeng before, her voice trembled. What happened to him?
How could he become like this? I don't know.
Li Qinghe shook his head. "Don't mess with him anymore in the future."
Liao Guifang neither shook her head nor nodded, but was just wondering in her heart whether such a Li Qingfeng was valuable. Will he ever become rich?
If so, then you need to change your attitude. Li Qingfeng drove his car quickly back to his fourth uncle's yard. The daughter had been crying for a long time in the village chief's arms, until he got out of the car and took the little one, and then the loud crying finally stopped.
Tang Yisin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Your child is so hard to comfort.
She just cries no matter how I comfort her." Li Qingfeng smiled helplessly and said, "She is just like that, lacking a sense of security."
"Village chief, can you please help me get my fourth uncle up in the car?" "That's no problem." Tang Yisin immediately went into the room to drag Li Fuan off the bed.
Li Fuan was very thin, and he was easily dragged to the passenger seat by the driver with all his strength, and then his seatbelt was fastened. Li Qingfeng urged his son to sit in the back seat, put his daughter in the safety seat and secured her in place, then he drove quickly. As the village chief, Tang Yisin naturally had to go with them. Firstly, he wanted to lend a hand, and secondly, since both parties fighting today were in the hospital, he could go and mediate.
After a while, the car arrived at the town hospital.
Tang Yisin asked a nurse for help and transported Li Fuan to the ward.
After the doctor ran a series of tests on him and confirmed that there was no major problem, Tang Yisin said to Li Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, you take care of your fourth uncle first. I'll go next door to see Chungue and the others." "Okay."
On the way here, Li Qingfeng already knew that Chungue and his wife were in the town hospital. Because fourth uncle started the fight first, Li Qingfeng couldn't say anything, so he just said, "If they are difficult to deal with, village chief, just tell me and I'll go meet them."
No, no.
Tang Yisin still had some confidence, just look after your fourth uncle, don't worry about other things.
What a joke. I am the village chief after all. Don't they even give me any face? Tang Yisin left the ward without any psychological pressure and walked towards another ward. As soon as I arrived at the door of the ward, I saw Oh Chungui lying on the bed with a dark face. It seems that this venomous snake is really poisonous. Not only did it bite Oh Chungui's feet, but the venom also spread all the way, leaving blood bruises on his face. It is said that when Lai Tsuefeng led people to the mountains to carry Oh Chungui, the snake venom had already spread. If it could be done half an hour or an hour earlier, the snake venom could probably be controlled near the wound. In other words, if Li Qingfeng had lent a hand at that time, Oh Chungui would not be in the current state. Lying on the hospital bed next to Oh Chungui was Oh Chungui's wife. Originally, Tang Yisin thought that Li Fuan was so thin that he would not have any strength, but when he saw Lai Tsuefeng, he realized that he had thought too much. Lai Tsuefeng's entire face was raised high, and even her eyeballs seemed to be bulging out. This is not the point. The point is that when she saw the village chief coming to visit her and hurriedly sat up to greet him, her mouth was surprisingly empty, with several teeth missing. TSK TSK. Tang Yisin sighed inwardly. This Li Fuan is really awesome. He did something that many people in the village wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Be a man.
Although Lai Tsuefeng is not like Oh Chungui who specializes in stealing and cheating, her foul mouth makes her an object of disgust in the surrounding area. Love to spread rumors and gossip. Most of the people in the village disliked her to the core.
This couple is really the kind of person who looks alike from the same family. They are both equally annoying.
Looking at the couple, one of them was poisoned by a snake and lying motionless on the bed, while the other had his teeth hit and looked aggrieved. Tang Yisin felt inexplicably excited. I am the village chief, I cannot allow personal grudges to creep in. He secretly told himself to calm down and not laugh out loud in front of others. When he walked into the middle of the ward, he had regained his composure and asked with concern, "How are you?
Are you feeling better?"
Village chief, you have to make the decision for me.
Lai Tsuefeng burst into tears.
I just said a few words, and that bastard Li Fuan hit me on the mouth with a piece of wood.
Whoa, village chief, you have to make the decision for me, whoa. Alas, I already know about this.
Tang Yisin had a distressed expression. Don't worry, Li Fuan has received the punishment he deserves. Your two daughters brought people to smash Li Fuan's house. Now Li Fuan has been knocked unconscious and is lying on the bed next to him. His life or death is uncertain. He deliberately stopped here. Lai Tsuefeng was secretly happy to hear that her daughters had avenged her, but when she heard that she might be sued for murder, she immediately became timid. He's also in the hospital?
And his life or death is still unknown? Chapter 49. Go ahead and cut him down. That's right.
Tang Yisin sighed. Li Fuan's health is not good to begin with.
I don't know if he can survive this. How could this happen?
Lai Tsuefeng muttered, but my daughter just called me and said they didn't beat Li Fuan.
If Li Fuan really died, it has nothing to do with us. I don't know about that. Tang Yisin said in embarrassment. I wasn't there at the time, otherwise I could testify for you. Alas, young people are still too impulsive. If Li Fuan really died, I'm afraid the Li family would not let it go.
You should persuade your two daughters and stop them from being so impulsive.
Lai
Tsuefeng felt very aggrieved.
I'm obviously the victim, but how did things turn out like this?
I just said a few bad words about Li Qingfeng, and that damn Li Fuan hit me.
I am the victim. While Tang Yisin was comforting Lai Tsuefeng, Li Fuan opened his eyes faintly. Qingfeng, have you had lunch? Fourth uncle. Li Qingfeng was overjoyed. Shoo, Li Fuan pointed to the door of the ward, keep your voice down. Uncle, you finally woke up.
Li Qingfeng took a few steps forward while holding his daughter, and said in a low voice, you scared me to death, I thought you.
He. Li Fuan laughed in a low voice. Your fourth uncle, am not that easy to die.
I tell you, I have never fainted, I was just pretending.
Li Qingfeng was stunned when he heard this, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Fourth uncle, why are you doing this? Alas, there was nothing I could do.
At that time, Oh Chuangui's two daughters came in with great force and brought several strange men with them.
They smashed things in the yard. If I didn't pretend to be unconscious, I would definitely suffer. This is a helpless move, but also a wise move.
As the saying goes, a real man can bend and stretch. Besides, I was the one who hit Lai Tsuefeng first. If I hadn't pretended to be unconscious, who knows what Lai Tzuefeng would have done.
Li Fuan thought far ahead.
Li Qingfeng nodded and said, in that case, why don't you wake up and stay unconscious for a while?
Li Fuan was puzzled. Are you still dizzy? Didn't the village chief go to mediate?
Li Qingfeng pressed his uncle's shoulder and said with a smile, the longer you are unconscious, the easier it will be for the village chief to mediate.
Oh yes. Li Fuan suddenly realized and fainted again.
While fainting, he said, I have to faint again, otherwise, with the temperament of O Chungue and his wife, this matter will not be easily resolved. Even if they pay me money, they will definitely ask for a lot.
I'm dizzy, I'm really dizzy, don't bother me.
After saying that, Li Fuan quickly closed his eyes with an indifferent expression, as if he had not woken up yet. After a while, Tang Yisin walked in. Qingfeng, your fourth uncle hasn't woken up yet.
Yes.
Li Qingfeng glanced at his uncle, whose eyes were closed, and nodded solemnly, his voice somewhat sad, he hasn't woken up yet.
Oh, it's so serious. Tang Yisin said in embarrassment. That's how it is when you get old.
It may seem like nothing, but in fact, you can't be sure of anything. Just now Lai Tzuefeng said that she would not give up until your fourth uncle paid her 10,000 yuan in compensation, but now that I see your fourth uncle like this, I should go back and tell her to give up this idea as soon as possible.
I think your fourth uncle is probably not going to make it.
Having said this, he shook his head, sighed, and left the ward again. The 10,000 yuan really scared Li Qingfeng.
Fourth uncle is really an expert. He actually got it right. Lai Tzuefeng actually asked for an exorbitant amount of money.
Originally, Lai Tzuefeng was at fault first, so it was reasonable for fourth uncle to beat her in a fit of rage. Besides, her two daughters have already made a scene at their fourth uncle's house, and now they even want 10,000 yuan in compensation.
I'm afraid they are just dreaming.
Tang Yisin came to Lai Tzuefeng and said in embarrassment, sister-in-law, I think you shouldn't ask for 10,000.
Li Fuan hasn't woken up yet. I just took a look and it seems that there will be some trouble. O Chungue, who was standing by, had been silent the whole time. Seeing Tang Yisin coming back and suspected of helping Li Fuan bargain, he ignored the pain in his body and said fiercely, Village chief, are you speaking for that bastard Li Fuan? I'm telling you, he beat up my wife, and this matter won't be over unless you pay him 10,000 yuan. What do you mean? Tang Yisin looked displeased. What do you mean I should speak for Li Fuan? Li Fuan and I are not relatives, why should I speak for him? Can the money I save for him go into my pocket? I am here to mediate for you as the village chief. If you don't want me to mediate, go find Li Fuan yourself. Anyway, it's true that Li Fuan beat your wife, but I also heard that it was your wife who couldn't control her mouth and started to talk nonsense outside, and then your two daughters ran to Li Fuan's house and made a scene. The matter is even here.
I came here to help you get some compensation because your wife's teeth were knocked out and you were bitten by a snake.
But you actually think I'm speaking for Li Fuan. In that case, I don't care about this matter anymore. You can do whatever you want.
Li Fuan is lying next to me right now, and he hasn't woken up yet. If you are really tough, don't ask for any compensation, just go over and chop him up. After saying these words, Tang Yisin turned around and was about to leave.
Village head, wait a moment.
Lai Tzuefeng said anxiously, my husband doesn't mean that, please don't misunderstand. This 10,000 yuan compensation is indeed a bit too much.
I guess even if we sell Li Fuan, we can't get that much money. How about this, let's take a step back and only ask for 5,000 yuan. 5,000 is better than nothing.
Lai Tzuefeng thought that Li Fuan was a penniless man and his daily food expenses were all provided by government relief. Wanting to get 10,000 from him is simply wishful thinking.
But if I don't have 10,000, 5,000 will be fine. 5,000? Tang Yisin frowned. Okay, then I'll go talk to them for you and see if they're willing to give it. If they're not willing, then I can't do anything about it.
Tang Yisin returned to Li Fuan's ward and told him about Lai Tzuefeng's request for 5,000 yuan.
Li Qingfeng, however, did not want to give a penny. 5,000? She can just dream on. My fourth uncle will not give a penny.
If she refuses to accept, she can come to me.
Besides, my fourth uncle hasn't woken up yet.
If anything happens to my fourth uncle, I will never let her and her two daughters go easily.
Okay.
Tang Yisin felt that he no longer looked like the village chief, but rather like a mouthpiece.
But there is nothing we can do about it.
Such a big thing has happened in the village and we have to mediate it properly. But this time he was too lazy to waste words and just repeated Li Qingfeng's words. Oh Chungue was so angry that he trembled all over, and his leg wound was affected, and he felt an extremely severe pain in his whole leg.
Wang, you bastard.
Hiss, how dare he say that?
Is he bullying me for not having a son?
You bastard, I will definitely teach him a lesson when my leg heals.
Chapter 50, Isn't it delicious to buy meat?
Amid her husband's fierce scolding, Light Suefeng unconsciously straightened her back.
Village chief, our Chungue is right.
This is clearly bullying.
He beat someone up and doesn't want to pay a penny. How can this be justified in the world?
Tang Yixin raised his eyebrows, took out his mobile phone, opened a short video, and motioned for the couple to look over.
In the short video, a burly man is carrying a motorcycle with ease.
One after another, the subtitles indicated that the man moved more than 10 motorcycles in one go.
The area was crowded with people watching the fun, all holding up their phones to take pictures.
When the couple saw the man's face clearly, they couldn't help but gasp.
That person turned out to be Li Qingfeng? Tang Yixin was very satisfied with the reactions of the two. He took back his phone, feeling a little proud.
You've seen the video, Li Qingfeng is not someone you should mess with. And as the old saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes.
He has nothing, unlike you. Your family's conditions are among the top 10 in the village. Your 2 daughters are also capable. There will be great days waiting for you in the future.
I don't think you need to go head to head with a rock like Li Qingfeng.
He has a miserable life, but you all have precious lives.
So, think carefully about whether this is worth doing.
This is a very well-spoken statement.
By elevating the couple's status, he satisfied their vain self-esteem, flattered them, and belittled Li Qingfeng. The couple's vanity swelled instantly, and they really felt that they were destined to be rich and powerful, and could not be compared with Li Qingfeng's miserable life. If they get involved with a bad guy like Li Qingfeng, they will only suffer losses and will not gain any benefits. So, Light Suefeng gave the final bottom price.
It's unreasonable not to pay a penny. They have to pay for my hospitalization and dental implants.
Even if this matter goes to court, we are still in the right.
Tang Yixin nodded, I agree with what you said.
Let me talk to Li Qingfeng and ask him to compensate you 1,000 for medical expenses.
Is that okay with you? 1,000?
Light Suefeng screamed, opened her mouth wide, showing her bloody gums, and pointed at her gums with her backhand.
Village chief, look, I lost 5 teeth.
It would cost at least 200 yuan to replace each tooth, and there's also the hospitalization fee.
You have to give at least 2,000 yuan. 2,000 is fine.
Tang Yixin said in embarrassment, I'll try my best to help you get it.
After saying that, he suppressed his smile and quickly left the ward.
Light Suefeng's bloody gums are so fucking hilarious that they make me laugh every time I look at them.
This old man Li Fuan is really a man. He just does what he wants to do but can't do.
If Oh Chungue is the cancer of the village, then Light Suefeng can be called the rat shit of the village. Although Tang Yixin is the village chief, he also has personal emotions. Before, when Light Suefeng spread rumors in private that he was having an affair with a woman in the village, he wanted to knock out Light Suefeng's teeth. But he was the village chief and could not use force, so he could only give verbal warnings. Now seeing Light Suefeng's miserable condition, I really feel relieved. After leaving Light Suefeng's ward, Tang Yixin walked into Li Fuan's ward with a smile on his face. Qingfeng, I have tried my best to mediate for you. Tang Yixin sat directly on the edge of the bed where Li Fuan was lying and pushed Li Fuan, stop pretending, open your eyes and say something. Pfft, Li Fuan couldn't help but laughed out loud with his eyes closed, boy, you can see through this. I saw your little trick the first time I saw it.
Tang Yixin smiled and got back to the topic. Let's talk business.
Originally, Light Suefeng asked for 10,000 yuan, but now after much persuasion, she agreed to only ask for medical expenses and the cost of dental implants, a total of 2,000 yuan.
I think it's okay, so I'll tell you guys, what do you think? 2,000? Li Fuan was confused. So much money? What kind of teeth are you getting? They are so expensive?
You knocked out 5 of my teeth.
Tang Yixin held up 5 fingers, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If it were you, would you be happy?
If I knocked out 5 of your good teeth and gave you 20,000 yuan to get new ones, you might not be happy.
Humph, I don't care.
She was the one who started talking nonsense. She deserves to have her teeth knocked out.
Li Fuan said nonchalantly, you want to make money from me? No way.
In short, I have only one thing to say, I don't have any money, but I have my life.
Don't be like this, fourth uncle.
Li Qingfeng gently pushed him. The village chief has done his best running back and forth. If we don't spend any money, it will be difficult for the village chief. We can't make it difficult for the village chief. 2,000 is 2,000. After that, he looked at Tangison and said very sincerely, "Village chief, I will help my fourth uncle pay for this. It doesn't matter who comes out." Tangison stood up. "Since you have agreed, then this matter is over. Have a good rest. I have to go back to work." After running around for most of the day and finishing a lot of work, Tangison now just wanted to go back to the village to work as soon as possible. Li Qingfeng politely escorted him out of the ward door and saw him enter the ward at the end of the corridor. He guessed that was the ward where Lai Zuifeng and the others were staying, so he went back to the room and said, "Fourth uncle, I think you are fine, let's go back." Lai Zuifeng has a foul mouth. If she shouts something and is heard by fourth uncle, who knows what kind of trouble she might get into. For safety reasons, it would be safer to send fourth uncle back first. Li Fuan didn't think too much about it. He just felt that there was nothing wrong with him and there was really no need for him to stay in the hospital. After all, the bed fee alone for lying in this hospital for a day would cost dozens of dollars. With this money, can't we buy some meat and eat it? Chapter 51: The Pursuit of the Poor. The group packed up, paid the fees, and went home. As soon as they got in the car, Zihang asked, "Dad, what are we having for dinner tonight?" But he clearly remembered that his father didn't buy any meat today. Li Qingfeng was driving the car. He glanced at his son in the rearview mirror and said with a smile, "How about we not buy meat today? When we get home, Dad will cook you some stone frogs." Stone frog? Zihang knew that the big frog his father caught was called a stone frog, but he didn't know that it could actually be eaten. Li Fuan was a little surprised. "Can't we just keep the frog and sell it? Why do we have to eat it?" "It's okay." Li Qingfeng said very easily, "This thing is easy to catch, it's okay to taste it occasionally. Fourth uncle, when we get home later, you can cook more rice, and I'll go back and get the stone frog to your house to eat together." "Okay, then why don't we kill another chicken? Zihang likes to eat big chicken legs." "No, keep your chickens for laying eggs." Li Qingfeng glanced at the pork stall outside from the car window and wanted to buy some pork, but he was short of money. Although the phone was worth 1,000 yuan, the money had to be given to Lu Qinglin, otherwise Lu Qinglin might go to his house and take away something else. After returning to the village, he first sent his fourth uncle home, then went to Lu Qinglin to ask for his mobile phone WeChat, transferred the money to him via WeChat, and then returned the car to Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe asked, "How is fourth uncle?" "It's okay." Li Qingfeng returned the car keys to him. "I don't have any money today. I'll help you fill up the gas next time." "Hey, what are you two talking about?" Li Qinghe laughed, as if he had completely forgotten the previous unpleasantness. Li Qingfeng nodded and didn't say much. Although he didn't know whether Li Qinghe was truly changing or just pretending to please him, he was willing to play dumb as long as Li Qinghe didn't do anything excessive. Maybe whether they are brothers or sisters, there must be one person willing to play dumb to maintain the family relationship. The stage of being selfless for others probably only exists when we are young. As people grow up and have more worries, their hearts will be disturbed by the outside world and will no longer be so pure. At this time, someone needs to be willing to play dumb in order to maintain the relationship between each other. People who pretend to be stupid are not really stupid, they just value feelings and gratitude more than ordinary people. After leaving Li Qinghe's house, Li Qingfeng took his two children back home. "I have already made an appointment with my fourth uncle to have dinner at his house in the evening, so there is no need to cook at home today. First give my daughter a bath, change her into clean clothes, and then make some milk powder for her to drink." Looking at his daughter who was growing stronger day by day, Li Qingfeng felt that it was time to add some complementary food to her diet. For example, rice paste and fruit puree. From thin to thick. The little one is now half a year old, and drinking milk powder alone may not be able to meet her needs. Moreover, Li Qingfeng instinctively felt that he had a golden finger, his son also had a golden finger, and his daughter would probably also have a golden finger. Since there is a golden finger, it must require a lot of nutritional consumption. Therefore, it is very important to provide my daughter with more nutrition at this moment. But now my family is broke and I haven't had much time to take care of these things. He thought that when he had some free time one day, he would make some apple puree for his daughter to taste. It's too late today. When they arrived at his fourth uncle's house, Li Qingfeng handed his daughter to his fourth uncle to hold, and then asked his son to help coax the baby, while he went to the faucet in the corner to kill two large stone frogs. These two stone frogs are very large, each weighing nearly 4 or 5 taels. After slaughtering the animal, there was still 8 taels of meat, enough for 3 people to have a meal. Also, my fourth uncle's house has some eggs, so I can fry some eggs.
There are big leeks in the backyard. Li Fuan held Ziyu and sat against the wall, not daring to move.
He could only shout to Li Qingfeng, "Go cut some leeks and bring them back to fry eggs."
Okay.
Li Qingfeng washed his hands, took the axe and went to the backyard.
The back door outside the wall is the backyard.
There is a small vegetable plot in the backyard. It is not very big, but not small either. It is overgrown with weeds, and the cabbages planted there are short and thin, as if they are poorly managed. Li Qingfeng set his eyes on the green chives beside the ditch in the corner of the wall. After a careful look, he found that there were only 3 clumps in total. The area occupied by each bunch of chives is only slightly larger than a bench.
After cutting the leeks and returning, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but talk to his fourth uncle. "Uncle, I see that the vegetable patch in your backyard is not small. Why are you only growing some cabbages? And those chives, the ditch in the corner is so long, why don't you plant them around the corner? This way, even if we can't eat Chinese cabbage, we can still eat some leeks."
This kind of large leaf leek is evergreen in the local area and can be eaten all year round.
It has no dormant period at all. As long as they are provided with a sufficiently humid environment, they do not need any fertilizer at all and can grow more vigorously than any other vegetables. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to weed them occasionally, and it would be best to divide some roots. Otherwise, the surrounding weeds will occupy land resources and their growth will be restricted. Another thing is that their root system is very developed, and if they are divided occasionally, it will be more conducive to their growth.
Large leaf mountain leek.
However, Li Fuan was very content with the status quo.
He felt that the several hundred yuan subsidy he received every month was more than enough for food. Even if he could not grow vegetables, he could buy some cheap cabbage. As a result, not only did he not grow other crops, he also neglected the management of his vegetable garden. In his words, "I can't eat that much by myself, so what's the point of growing it?"
Li Qingfeng was completely speechless. "Uncle, you can't say that. People still have to pursue something. If people don't have anything to pursue, then life will be hopeless." "Pursue?" Li Fuan was both angry and amused. "You're talking about pursuit with a poor person like me? What are you pursuing? Pursuing the widow from the next village? Chapter 52 Dawn will come as promised. Yes. While you are still young, you can give it a try. Who knows, you might succeed by accident and turn things around." Ha ha. Li Fuan found it funny. "I just didn't manage the vegetables in the backyard well. Why are you taking it so far? At least I have a few vegetables, but you don't have any. When your life is going well and you have your own vegetable garden, you can come and lecture me."
This time, Li Qingfeng was really speechless.
He raised his eyebrows and said nothing more.
Wash and chop the leeks, add eggs, salt and minced ginger and mix well.
Heat the pan, add oil, pour in the leek and egg mixture and spread it flat. After it is shaped, use a spatula to break it into small pieces and turn it over. After a while, the fragrant smell of leeks and eggs instantly filled the entire yard. After the eggs are cooked, wash the pot and make a dry pot stone frog, which is simply too delicious. Use thinly sliced large slices of ginger as the base, leeks as the side dish, stone frog as the main dish, sprinkle with salt and soy sauce, and soon the tempting aroma will spread into the air. Lu Xiaoye inhaled the fragrance in the air vigorously, and her already rumbling stomach became even hungrier. "Why haven't you fed the chickens yet when I asked you to?"
Huang Mingxiu saw her daughter standing in the yard in a daze and immediately flew into a rage.
"What time is it now? If you don't feed the chickens now, how will they eat when it gets dark? I haven't even had lunch."
Lu Xiaoye swallowed these words, suppressed her hunger, picked up the plastic bucket full of chicken manure and walked to the backyard.
"I get up at 6 in the morning to make breakfast for the family. After breakfast and housework, I set out to work in the fields at around 7 o'clock. She was originally planning to go home for lunch at 12 o'clock, but her mother told her to just dig all the sweet potatoes in the field before going home. So she endured the hunger and continued to dig sweet potatoes. The work could have been finished by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but because I didn't have lunch, I ended up working until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. She finally picked the sweet potatoes and thought she could finally have lunch, but unexpectedly, her mother asked her to feed the chickens again. Feed the chickens. Feed the chickens.
She poured the chicken manure into several plastic basins in batches, and the chickens immediately flapped their wings and ran over to scramble for the food. Click! A big rooster stepped on the plastic basin and overturned the chicken manure in the basin onto the floor covered with chicken shit. A hen had its neck crushed by the basin and was now running around in panic. Huang Mingxiu, who was about to go to the vegetable garden at the back, saw all this and was immediately furious. He started to curse, "Are you a shit eater? You can't even feed a chicken. What's the point of having you? You are already in your 20s and you are still such a loser. What's the point of living? Can you please stop wasting food? Look at other people's daughters, they make so much money, and then look at yourself. What's the point of you? If I had known this earlier, I would have given birth to a pig. Pigs can be sold for money, what's the point of you?" Huang Mingxiu's cursing was so loud that everyone around could hear it clearly. Li Qingfeng also heard it and couldn't help but frown. "Fourth uncle, what's wrong with Huang Mingxiu? Why is she scolding her daughter like that? Alas, Xiaoye has a miserable life." Li Fuan shook his head helplessly. "I don't know if she did something wrong in her previous life to have a mother like Huang Mingxiu. Does Huang Mingxiu curse people like this every day?" "That's right." Li Fuan nodded. "If she stops cursing one day, it will definitely be the sun rising from the west. That's too miserable for Xiaoye. I can't help it. Xiaoye is a kind-hearted child. Look at the leeks in the vegetable garden behind me. They were planted by Xiaoye. She said that leeks can be planted without care, so she planted 3 for me. Later, when she saw that I was planning to plant vegetables, she helped me hoe the ground. Alas." At this point, Li Fuan couldn't help but sigh. The kinder a person is, the more he is bullied. "I don't know what's wrong with this world." Li Qingfeng turned his gaze towards the house next door with some sympathy. After concentrating, his gaze passed through the wall and fell on Lu Xiaoye. I saw that Lu Xiaoye was dirty and covered with mud, as if she had just come back from working in the fields. Her face was pale and her body was shaking, as if she was about to faint at any moment. Huang Mingxiu was still yelling and cursing, sweeping the chicken manure in the chicken coop with a bamboo broom and angrily scolding Lu Xiaoye for her incompetence. Lu Qinglin sat in the living room, browsing on his phone, oblivious to what was happening outside. It seemed like he was used to this kind of thing and didn't react at all. Lu Xiaoye forced herself to stay awake, held onto the wall and returned to the yard. Amid the noisy shouting and cursing, she walked all the way to the kitchen, turned on the rice cooker, and served a bowl of cold rice. Then tears rolled down his eyes and he swallowed the cold rice along with the hot tears. The food is cold, but the tears are hot. And it would be foolish to shed hot tears in a dark and narrow kitchen. She wiped the tears from her face, looked out the window at the dim twilight with a determined look, and cursed herself in her heart. "Why are you crying? Who will feel sorry for you? Why are you crying? If you cry over such a small thing, you will cry again in the future. Lu Xiaoye, don't cry." The tears suddenly stopped. Maybe she has really gotten used to this kind of life. It may also be that her will has been strengthened through numerous trials and tribulations. The night will not delay its arrival because of sympathy for anyone. Similarly, dawn will not be delayed just because someone sheds tears. As long as you get through the night, no matter how many tears you shed, dawn will eventually come as promised. She raised her head, like a small tree that was devastated by the wind and rain but refused to give in easily. She shook her broken leaves, straightened her scarred trunk, and proudly let the mist in her eyes spread to every corner of her eyeballs, using the warmth of her eyeballs to evaporate all the sadness. Chapter 53, 10-pound stone frog. The dry pot stone frog tastes delicious. Ziheng said he liked eating it very much. "Dad, can we eat stone frogs every day from now on?" Li Qingfeng was shocked. "Ah? You want to eat stone frogs every day? Then do you know what stone frogs are used for?" Ziheng shook his head. "This stone frog is for selling. You can't eat it every day, okay?" Li Qingfeng explained, "We don't have anything at home right now, so we can only eat this stone frog once in a while. The rest of it has to be sold for money. Only with the money can Dad buy other things for you and your sister, understand? You can only buy me toys and cakes if you sell the stone frog, right?" "Yes." Li Qingfeng nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that the little guy was still thinking about toys and cakes. Li Fuan put down his bowl and chopsticks, went to the bedside and fumbled for a while, then returned to the table and sat down. "Qingfeng, here are 2,000 yuan, take it to Lai Cuifeng." As he spoke, he took out a handful of money from a black plastic bag.
There are green, yellow, blue, and purple, but no red.
The scattered banknotes are stacked into a thick stack, which looks colorful and both beautiful and ugly. Fourth uncle, keep this money. Li Qingfeng pushed the money back. My fourth uncle has no income, and all his financial support comes from the several hundred yuan subsidy he receives from the government every month. These few $100s cover all expenses for food, clothing, housing, and transportation, so life is very difficult. Under such difficult circumstances, it was not easy for my uncle to save 2,000 yuan. Li Qingfeng said, "Fourth uncle, don't worry about the money. I just need to go into the mountains to catch stone frogs and I can save up 2,000 yuan in no time. Now I can catch several kilograms of stone frogs in a few hours when I go into the mountains. It's not a problem to make 1,000 yuan a night." Is this true or false? Li Fuan had heard about Li Qingfeng's catching of stone frogs. People in the village said that he was extremely lucky and could sell stone frogs for thousands of yuan almost every time. But the villagers said it was the villagers' business, and he still had some doubts about the matter. It was not until Li Qingfeng told him this in person that he asked in astonishment, "Can you really make so much money in just one night in the mountains?" "Yes." Li Qingfeng nodded. "This is when I am quick to act. Because I have 2 children waiting for me at home, I dare not stay too long every time I go into the mountains to catch stone frogs. If I can stop worrying about the 2 children and focus on catching stone frogs in the mountains, I guarantee that it will not be a problem to make 2,000 yuan a night." Hiss. Li Fuan took a breath and said, "If what you said is true, then it's easy. I'll help you look after the child at night, and you can go catch stone frogs without any worries." Li Qingfeng's eyes lit up. "Uncle, are you willing to help take care of the children?" "Nonsense, didn't I take care of you when you were little?" Li Fuan looked at Zihang. "I'm just afraid that the 2 children don't want me to take care of them. After all, I'm old and I may not be able to take good care of them." He hadn't offered to help before because he was really new to childcare. Zihang and Ziyu are Qingfeng's treasures, and he is afraid that he cannot take good care of them. At the same time, he also hoped that Qingfeng could understand the difficulties of being a parent through this experience, and understand how tenacious his eldest brother was, as he never thought of giving one of them away despite the difficulties they faced. Only by understanding the truth and the hardships involved, can the word family affection have a pivotal position in Li Qingfeng's heart. In this way, perhaps Qingfeng would not care about Li Qinghe's uselessness and unkindness. A person who is full of tenderness must be a warm person. A warm person will always remember the good things about others. But now he had no choice but to lend a helping hand. After all, Qingfeng's debts are increasing. I owed Lu Qinglin 50,000 yuan before, and now he wants me to pay back another 2,000 yuan. Seeing that Qingfeng's burden was getting heavier and heavier, Li Fuan was willing to sacrifice his own comfort and try the hardships of raising a child. He thought that Zihang was such a sensible and well-behaved child and he would be easy to take care of. Li Qingfeng asked Zihang, "Zihang, can you stay at 4th Grandpa's house tonight while Dad goes into the mountains to work?" "No." Zihang refused very straightforwardly, "I don't want it." "Be obedient. You and your sister stay at 4th Grandfather's house. I'll go to work." Li Qingfeng patiently persuaded him, "You want toys and cakes, but Dad has to work to earn money." "Without money, how can Dad buy you toys and cakes?" "Toys and cakes?" Li Fuan was puzzled. "Why do you need so many toys? When you were little, there were no toys. There were no cakes either. Tomorrow is Zihang's birthday." Li Qingfeng explained, "I promised him before that I would buy him a cake on his birthday." "Oh, so that's how it is. It turns out that tomorrow is Zihang's birthday." Li Fuan rubbed Zihang's head kindly and said with a smile, "What's so delicious about that cake? Tomorrow, 4th Grandpa will kill a chicken for you to eat, and all the big chicken legs are yours, okay?" "Okay." Zihang swallowed. Just when Li Qingfeng and Li Fuan were feeling a little relieved by Zihang's understanding, Zihang continued, "I want to eat chicken legs and cake." Li Fuan. Li Qingfeng, "Ahem, Zihang, if you want to eat cake, you have to let Dad go to work. So you stay at 4th Grandpa's house with your sister tonight, do you understand?" Zihang looked up at the dark house and shook his head in fear. "Dad, I'm scared. I want to go home." Li Fuan also knew that his house was indeed a bit dirty and messy, especially after being smashed and destroyed by Ochuangui's 2 daughters. It was not even as good as Li Qingfeng's thatched cottage. He smiled awkwardly. "It's okay, Zihang, don't be afraid, 4th Grandpa will come to your house to play with you later, and let your father go to work, okay?" "Okay." Zihang actually agreed. Li Qingfeng was a little surprised and a little happy.
He rubbed his son's head and said, "My son is awesome." "Where is my sister?" Ziheng asked, looking at his sister in his father's arms. "Ha, my sister is so good and so great." Li Qingfeng was so happy when he saw his daughter sucking her fingers in his arms. If his fourth uncle helps to look after the two children tonight, he can go catch stone frogs without any worries. I can't say more, but catching a 10-pound stone frog is definitely a piece of cake. Chapter 54 Good days are coming. After dinner and washing the dishes, the group returned to the thatched hut. Li Qingfeng first fed his daughter enough milk powder, changed the diaper, and then scooped 2 spoonfuls of milk powder into the clean bottle and said, "Uncle, I'll put this milk powder in first. If Tsuyu wakes up and keeps crying, just pour hot water into this bottle. Pour it to the 100 mark. After pouring the hot water in, shake it. Don't rush to give it to her. Wait until it's cooler before giving it to her." "Okay, I understand." Li Fuan nodded in agreement. Li Qingfeng pointed at the thermos and said, "Uncle, the water in here is boiling and very hot. Be careful not to burn yourself when you mix the milk powder. If Ziheng asks for a drink of water, please pour it for him. Don't let him pour it himself, otherwise he won't be able to lift the kettle and might burn himself." "Understood." After giving some instructions, Li Qingfeng kissed his son on the forehead. "Ziheng, stay at home and wait for Dad to come back. Fourth grandpa will always be here to watch over you, understand?" "I know." With a familiar adult guarding here, Ziheng was not so scared anymore. Before, when there was no adult to look after him, he had to stay at home and look after his younger sister. Now that he has a fourth grandfather around, he feels much more at ease. "Dad, go quickly." Seeing that his father was still hesitating, Ziheng urged him, "Go earlier and come back earlier." "Okay." Li Qingfeng covered his daughter with a thin blanket first, then put the newly bought cotton quilt on the blanket, kissed his daughter's little hand, picked up his things and walked quickly into the mountains. Watching his father's back disappear into the darkness, Ziheng turned back to look at fourth grandpa. "Fourth grandpa, when will my father come back?" Li Fuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Your father just left, and you miss him already? Didn't you just say you weren't afraid?" Ziheng pursed his lips and said nothing. "I'm not afraid, but I miss you." Every night when his father goes into the mountains, he misses him terribly. This is not the same as being afraid. Afraid he would cry. I won't cry when I miss him. I just kept looking towards the mountains and forests, longing for my father to come back soon. Li Qingfeng's steps were very brisk tonight, and he deliberately chose a mountain far away from the thatched hut. Before, he had been catching stone frogs in the area of the east and north mountains of the thatched cottage. Tonight he went directly to the west mountains behind the village. There are so many of these mountains, one after another, that most villagers have only been to the first few mountains. The deep mountains further west have never been visited by anyone. Li Qingfeng was only active in the mountains ahead tonight, because there were countless stone frogs to catch in these mountains alone, so there was no need to go to deeper mountains. I entered the mountain at 8 o'clock and focused on catching stone frogs. By midnight, there were dozens of stone frogs in the snakeskin bag. I weighed it and found it was about 10 pounds, so I turned back. When we returned to the thatched hut, both children were asleep. Fourth uncle also fell asleep on the edge of the stone bed. Hearing the noise, Li Fuan opened his eyes quickly. Seeing that it was Li Qingfeng, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily it wasn't a wild boar. If it was, I wouldn't be able to defeat it. "Ha, where did the wild boar come from?" Li Qingfeng walked up, opened the snakeskin bag and motioned for fourth uncle to look inside. "Fourth uncle, look, I got quite a harvest tonight." "Let me see." Li Fuan had already stood up and looked into the snakeskin bag. His eyes widened. "Oh, so many stone frogs. How did you catch them?" "Just catch them like this." Li Qingfeng said happily, "I told you a long time ago that as long as I focus on catching stone frogs, it won't be a problem to catch 10 kilograms in one night." If he wasn't afraid of scaring his fourth uncle, he could have just waited until dawn and come back, and catching 20 kilograms shouldn't have been a problem. For others, catching stone frogs depends on luck and physical strength. Catching stone frogs was as easy as eating for him. Not only could he see where the stone frogs were, but he also had endless strength. As long as he wanted, he could mechanically look for stone frogs and catch stone frogs like an emotionless assembly line. But he didn't want to. He is a human being and he also slacks off while doing his work. When I was absent-minded, I couldn't help but use my excellent vision and hearing to observe the children.
Therefore, although catching stone frogs was as easy as eating for him, it was not boring.
It was a joy to catch a stone frog. On the way to the next stone frog, I was anxious.
Anxious to catch the next stone frog as soon as possible, anxious to go home to see the children.
Perhaps only parents can understand this feeling. The feeling of missing your loved one so much even though you have only been apart for a few minutes is extremely torturous. That's great. Li Fuan said excitedly, with your ability, good days are not far away. He.
Li Qingfeng smiled, fourth uncle, come early tomorrow morning and continue to help me look after the children.
I will go to the mountains to dig some winter bamboo shoots to bring back to town. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to only take these stone frogs.
Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Li Fuan agreed hopefully, just go and do your work, I'll help you take care of the child.
Chapter 55, Incredibly Awesome.
The next morning, Li Qingfeng got up at daybreak.
The mountains seemed especially quiet in the morning light.
The birds seemed to have not yet taken off, and the night insects had already stopped chirping. Apart from the roar of the river rushing by the door day after day, there seemed to be no other sound around. As the breeze blows, the coolness of autumn has fermented deeply, and the fragrance of wild fruits mixed with the mist from the mountain stream has brewed a sweetness unique to this season. He stretched in front of the hut, then turned around to look at the two children. The dim light penetrated the darkness and shone on the children's peaceful little faces, appearing particularly soft. They are like pairs of slender hands, gently pushing the cradle, humming songs, and injecting light into the children's dreams. When the fire was lit, the hut became even warmer. Li Qingfeng quickly made breakfast, and after his son was full, he woke him up, coaxed him out of the bed, let him go pee, and then washed his hands and ate breakfast. The daughter is easier to take care of than the son. She wakes up as soon as the quilt is lifted. Feeding, changing diaper pads. After the two children had eaten and drunk their fill, fourth uncle came back to the yard with a slightly hunched back. You go and get busy. Li Fuan carried the rice and ate while saying, I'll take care of the child for you. The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back. Okay. Li Qingfeng repeated what he said last night, then picked up the snakeskin bag and hoe and walked into the mountains. My daughter has been fed and can last for 3 or 4 hours without any problem. She will probably need to sleep for another 2 hours later. Li Qingfeng had just told his fourth uncle that Ziyu was a very good sleeper and would fall asleep as long as he held her and walked slowly in the yard. However, after she falls asleep, I have to hold her all the time so that she can sleep for a long time, otherwise she will wake up after a while. Ziheng is easy to take care of. When preparing breakfast just now, Li Qingfeng boiled a few more eggs and let the water boil and cool down. If Ziheng wants to eat, he can have boiled eggs and rice, and he can also drink boiled water. Without any worries, Li Qingfeng enjoyed digging bamboo shoots. We went into the mountains at 7 o'clock and came back at 11 o'clock. In 4 hours, we dug more than 100 kilograms of winter bamboo shoots. Qingfeng, you. Li Fuan held Ziyu and sat on the rock, not daring to move, for fear that Ziyu would wake up. The lack of compulsory education made it difficult for him to find the right words to describe Li Qingfeng. I thought that it was already very impressive that I easily caught more than 10 kilograms of stone frogs last night, but he went into the mountains for a few hours this morning and dug up more than 100 kilograms of winter bamboo shoots. What is this called? There is really no other word except awesome. That's awesome. Li Fuan looked at the 2 bags of bamboo shoots and said in surprise, you are so amazing. You dug so many bamboo shoots in one morning. I have never seen anyone with such a skill. Ha, I'm just lucky. Li Qingfeng didn't even bother to tidy himself up and hurried to make lunch for everyone. I fried some bamboo shoots and eggs for lunch. After that, I took over the feeding of milk powder to my daughter and changed her diaper at the same time. By the time he had taken care of Ziyu, fourth uncle and Ziheng had also finished their lunch. Li Qingfeng ate 2 bowls of rice casually, then explained something to Ziheng and prepared to go to the street. I could have taken Ziheng and Ziyu with me, but thinking that it would be troublesome to take care of 2 children, I asked my fourth uncle to help take care of them. It's okay. I'm just babysitting. It's not hard labor. I'm fine. Li Fuan held Ziyu in his arms and waved his hand. You should go quickly. If you go too late, it will be hard to sell bamboo shoots. Dad, is today my birthday? Ziheng followed his father anxiously and asked. Oh, right. Li Qingfeng then remembered that today was his son's birthday and rubbed his hair. Wait for Dad to come back home. Dad will buy you a big cake, okay? Good. Ziheng immediately jumped up and danced with joy. Dad, I want a chocolate cake, this big one.
Got it.
Li Qingfeng glanced at the circle formed by his son's arms and agreed without thinking. When I brought bamboo shoots to Li Qinghe's house, the couple was having lunch. Seeing Li Qingfeng easily walking into the yard carrying 2 large bags of things, their faces became a little stiff. They had already seen Li Qingfeng's strength, but seeing it again still shocked them to some extent. Qingfeng, have lunch.
Li Qinghe swallowed and greeted him. Liao Guifang lowered her head and didn't look at Li Qingfeng.
She told herself in her heart that such a Li Qingfeng should be valuable, so she should observe him for a while and not conflict with him first. Li Qingfeng shook his head. No, I've already eaten.
Brother, lend me the motorcycle again.
I'm not bringing my kids this time, so I can just borrow a motorcycle. Unexpectedly, Li Qinghe took out the car keys and said, the sun is so hot, drive the car. Li Qingfeng took the car keys with some surprise. Without thinking too much, he turned around and took out a few kilograms of bamboo shoots from the snakeskin bag and put them on the ground. I just dug these bamboo shoots this morning.
Keep them for you to eat.
After saying that, he loaded the things into the cart and left. When we got to town, we went straight to the vegetable market. Pan Zhengmin originally planned to close the door and go to the hospital to visit his old friend Oh Chungue, but when he saw a car parked at the door, he straightened up and looked around. The man who got off the car was Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng, who can earn over 1,000 yuan every time he sells stone frogs. The first time they met, he felt as if he had met Li Qingfeng, the mountain god. Li Qingfeng came alone today and did not bring his child. When he walked into the courtyard carrying the snakeskin bag, Pan Zhengmin came a few steps forward and asked with a smile, handsome guy, did you go catching stone frogs again last night?
Yes.
Li Qingfeng handed over the snakeskin bag decisively, weigh it and see how much is in it.
Okay.
Pan Zhengmin was mentally prepared and felt that Li Qingfeng should also deliver 5 or 6 kilograms of stone frogs today. In this way, he could earn 20 yuan for 1 pound of stone frogs, and more than 100 yuan for 5 or 6 pounds of stone frogs. He took the snakeskin bag with great joy, and with a shake of his arm, he quickly opened the bag and looked inside.
Oh shit. Chapter 56 Earn 2,400 yuan a day.
Wow, dozens of stone frogs? Pan Zhengmin widened his eyes and stared at the stone frog in the bag in disbelief.
Damn, why are there so many stone frogs? He raised his head and looked at Li Qingfeng in astonishment.
Somehow, the feeling that Li Qingfeng is not an ordinary person came back again.
Are there really ghosts in this world? If there were no ghosts, how could an ordinary person catch so many stone frogs in one night?
Rather than saying that he didn't believe that an ordinary person could catch so many stone frogs in one day, it would be better to say that he didn't believe that the coward in Oh Chungue's words would ever have a chance to turn things around.
Oh Chungue told him in detail about Li Qingfeng.
It is said that Li Qingfeng not only has nothing, but even his wife ran away with someone. It is normal for such people to live their lives in a muddle-headed way. But what is unexpected is that Li Qingfeng not only did not live his life in a muddle, but also lived a harder life than most people. It was already very impressive that he could catch more than 10 stone frogs every time before, but now he actually delivered dozens of stone frogs at once.
It's just evil. Outrageous. Incredible. 12 Jin.
Pan Zhengmin looked at the number on the scale and confirmed it again and again, and said, 1 Jin is 200, so 12 Jin is 2004. Li Qingfeng suppressed his joy and nodded calmly, okay.
Good. Just one word? 2004, brother. Do you know how many people in this town earn less than 2,400 a month? You caught a stone frog and sold it for 2,400, and you are still so calm?
Pan Zhengmin didn't know whether he saw a ghost or met a god. In short, this Li Qingfeng is somewhat abnormal. In fact, he was somewhat jealous. Although the price he paid for the stone frogs was cheaper than that in other counties, the longer the stone frogs were kept, the lighter they would become.
The same goes for other game.
By the time he transports all the game to the county town for resale, their value is often much lighter than when he earned it. In this way, if he works hard all day and is lucky, it is not a problem for him to earn a few $100s. But when you're unlucky, you can barely make ends meet. Li Qingfeng is different. He has zero cost, and as long as the stone frog is sold, every penny he gets is profit. Whether it was more than 1,000 before or more than 2,000 now, it is all real income and no cost needs to be deducted. With such income, not only would a small vendor like him be jealous, but even the owner of the largest shop in town would be envious.
2,000 a day, that is 60,000 a month. That's 6 or 700,000 a year. Be good. It's so fucking infuriating.
Li Qingfeng didn't expect Pan Zhengmin's inner thoughts to be so complicated.
After receiving the money, he went to the hospital to find Lai Tsuifeng.
Lai Tsuifeng was originally cursing Li Fuan, the old immortal, together with O Chungue who was lying on the next bed, but suddenly her vision went dark and a tall figure blocked the door. The two of them subconsciously turned their heads to look, and when they saw that the person coming was Li Qingfeng, they couldn't help but shrink their necks instinctively.
Have you had lunch?
Li Qingfeng greeted him and walked into the ward. The village chief said everything he needed to say yesterday.
My fourth uncle is willing to compensate you 2,000 yuan.
Lai Tsuifeng rolled her eyes and said, I told you, I didn't agree to only pay 2,000 yuan, but I had to agree to it for the sake of the village chief.
What a coincidence, me too.
Li Qingfeng smiled, originally my fourth uncle and I thought we shouldn't pay a penny, but for the sake of the village chief, we still agree to pay you 2,000 yuan.
Humph, if you hit someone, you have to pay for it. That's only natural.
Lai Tsuifeng snorted heavily, even if we take this to court, we're still right. Li Qingfeng nodded, the court not only handles fights, but also slander and defamation. The court will not give a light sentence for burglary and assault.
If we really take these to court, who will suffer more, you or my fourth uncle?
Lai Tsuifeng was about to refute, but suddenly her whole body shook, and she saw Li Qingfeng suddenly grab the iron frame of the bed and gently lifted it up. After bending down to pick up a black wire, he put the bed down heavily, stood up, and smiled innocently. Your charger fell off. Lai Tsuifeng was frightened by his action and her face turned pale.
She suppressed her fear and cursed angrily, Li Qingfeng, what do you mean? Are you threatening me? Threatening you?
Li Qingfeng smiled helplessly.
I have no grudge against you. Why would I threaten you? I was just kind enough to help you pick up the charging cable, and you blame me? You, just wait for me.
Lai Tsuifeng pointed at Li Qingfeng and said tremblingly, I will not let you off so easily.
Your fourth uncle, and you, wait for me.
Li Qingfeng shrugged indifferently, it's up to you. For safety reasons, I will transfer the 2,000 yuan to the village chief in front of you and ask him to pass it to you. After saying that, he really transferred 2,000 yuan to the village chief Tangisen in front of Lai Tsuifeng. Village chief, this is the 2,000 yuan my fourth uncle gave to Lai Tsuifeng as compensation.
Please collect it for me so that it can serve as a witness. Okay. Tangisen on the other side accepted the money very readily.
After finishing his work, Li Qingfeng turned around and left without saying a word. It was not until he left that Lai Tsuifeng yelled at O Chungue, who was lying on the bed next to her, Are you a dead man? Didn't you see that I was being bullied? You don't even dare to fart, what's the use of you?
Bullshit. O Chungue opened his eyes and looked vicious. What's the point of just talking?
As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and made a call.
Chapter 57, Qi Healing. After leaving the hospital, Li Qingfeng couldn't go home. There are still bamboo shoots left for sale. I pulled the bamboo shoots to Mao Xiaowang's shop, and as soon as I saw him, I couldn't help asking, Xiaowang, didn't you say you wanted to go dig bamboo shoots with me? Why didn't you say anything this morning?
Mao Xiaowang saw that it was Li Qingfeng who came, and he straightened up quickly, scratching his head embarrassedly. My wife kept vomiting when she got up this morning, and she couldn't eat anything, so I didn't go.
Oh, so that's how it is.
Li Qingfeng spread out the bamboo shoots and said with a smile, This is how it is when a woman is pregnant.
Vomiting is normal. It will get better after a few days when the fetus is older. Is that so?
Mao Xiaowang had no experience in this area, but he felt relieved when he heard Li Qingfeng, the father of 2 children, say this. At this moment, a strong vomiting sound suddenly came from the backyard. The vomiting sounds continued, as if the person was vomiting out his stomach.
Mao Xiaowang listened for a while, frowned, and ran back distressed. Wife, are you okay?
You'll know if you try it.
Shui Lingling said this and then vomited again.
There was nothing left in the stomach to vomit out, and I could only vomit out yellow liquid continuously. Mao Xiaowang could only watch anxiously, supporting his wife with one hand and gently patting her back with the other.
Wife, I'll go get you a glass of water.
Mao Xiaowang felt that this was the only thing he could do at the moment.
Don't.
Li Qingfeng followed her into the backyard and stopped her. Look at her like this.
She'll vomit even if she swallows saliva, let alone drink water.
You have to find a way to relieve her vomiting symptoms first, and then she can drink water and eat food without vomiting.
Otherwise, she'll vomit again right after swallowing, and even more severely. Ah.
Mao Xiaowang suddenly felt a headache when he heard these words. I only knew that pregnancy was hard for women, but I didn't know it would be so hard. Besides, he is a novice, how can he relieve vomiting? What? Hurry up and massage the acupuncture points on your wife's back. Massage acupuncture points? Mao Xiaowan was even more confused. I don't know how to do it. Li Qingfeng shook his head. You should learn these things slowly when you are preparing to have a child, so that when you need them, you won't be in a rush. Then he walked forward and asked, Sister-in-law, do you mind if I massage your back? My ex-wife also vomited a lot when she was pregnant. I pressed her acupuncture points and she was able to get relief a lot. I'll try it for you and see if it works. What do you think? Xue Lingling had vomited so much that she almost vomited out her stomach. She could only nod anxiously, unable to utter a word. Li Qingfeng looked at Mao Xiaowang again. Xiaowang, do you think it's okay? Okay, of course. Mao Xiaowang pleaded, Brother Feng, please press her acupuncture points. It's okay. I don't mind. Li Qingfeng then stood beside Xue Lingling, clenched his right fist with his thumb raised, and gently pressed the acupoints on Xue Lingling's back with the tip of his thumb. He didn't know if it was because his body had been strengthened, but when he placed his fingertips on Xue Lingling's back, he could clearly feel the existence of every acupoint. Not only that, he also discovered that his strength could be injected into Xue Lingling through his thumb like an electric current. Xue Lingling's face suddenly calmed down a lot. She felt that as Li Qingfeng pressed his thumb, a warm current came out from his thumb and slowly flowed into the acupuncture points on her back. It feels like pouring a pot of hot water into a frozen pipe, which not only breaks the ice but also softens the pipe. After a while, she felt her whole body was refreshed and even her vision became much clearer. The vomiting symptoms were cured immediately. I don't feel dizzy anymore. 2 minutes later, Li Qingfeng retracted his thumb. Sister-in-law, how do you feel now? Ha! Xue Lingling straightened her body and let out a long breath, her face full of surprise. It feels so good, so amazing. I don't feel like vomiting at all now. Then he rubbed his stomach and said, well, I still feel a little hungry. I want to eat something. Li Qingfeng smiled, turned around and ordered, Xiaowang, pour a cup of warm water for your wife, and then cook some bone porridge for her. Use bone marrow. You need to supplement calcium slowly from now on, otherwise you won't get enough nutrition if you wait until the baby is older. Mao Xiaowang handed the warm water to his wife. Thank you, Brother Feng, I'll go buy some bones now. Xue Lingling drank a large glass of water in one gulp. As the hot water washed her stomach and intestines, she felt more relaxed. Brother Feng, your massage technique is so good, did you learn it professionally? After leaving the shop, Xue Lingling sat on a recliner to rest and asked Li Qingfeng who was selling bamboo shoots. Li Qingfeng shook his head and laughed, I haven't learned it professionally. When Zihang's mother was pregnant, I massaged her every day, and slowly I became proficient. In fact, no matter how skilled the technique is, it is impossible to achieve the same effect as what I just did to Xue Lingling. Li Qingfeng guessed that the reason why the massage he gave to Xue Lingling this time had such an obvious effect was because his body had been strengthened, his fingers had become more sensitive to touch, and he could find the acupuncture points more accurately. Of course, the most important thing is that he can use his thumb to inject the endless power in his body into the opponent's acupoints through acupressure, thereby achieving the effect of opening the acupoints. This effect is a bit similar to the true qi in movies and TV dramas. Those gods and heroes use true qi to open up other people's meridians, while he uses strength. Perhaps, when the strength reaches a certain level, it is the same as the true qi in movies and TV dramas. If that's the case, can I also hit the cow from a distance? When I have time, I must try to see if it is possible to hit the cow from a distance. Brother Feng, you are a good man. Xue Lingling sighed, your wife is a fool. They already knew that Li Qingfeng's wife had run away. I used to think that outsiders would not understand the affairs between husband and wife, but through the contact these days, I really feel that Brother Feng is a rare good person. He is also a rare good husband and father. Li Qingfeng smiled, not knowing what to say. Perhaps because she felt that this topic was inappropriate, Xue Lingling quickly asked, Brother Feng, where are Zihang and Ziyu? Why didn't they come with you today? Oh, I left them at home. Someone came to buy winter bamboo shoots at this time. Li Qingfeng said while weighing the bamboo shoots for the person, it's a bit troublesome to bring them here, so I asked my fourth uncle to help take care of them. 3 pounds and 1 ounce, so I'll give you 3 pounds. Li Qingfeng handed the bamboo shoots to the other party. Brother Feng, I'm not being nosy, but your child is still so young, and you should not find it troublesome if you can take care of him yourself. Shui Lingling said, my sister-in-law's child was taken care of by my parents. The two elderly people were busy with their work and one of them was not paying attention, so the child broke his hand.
Chapter 58 Daughter Injured.
Hearing this, the image of his fourth uncle with a slightly hunched back instantly emerged in Li Qingfeng's mind.
Fourth uncle is so thin and a little hunchbacked. Isn't it a bit difficult for him to take care of two children? Fourth uncle would definitely not say that he couldn't take care of her.
After all, he was trying to earn money to help him compensate Lai Tsuefeng.
So even if it is very hard, I guess fourth uncle will grit his teeth and persevere to the end. But in this way,
Li Qingfeng is not worried about Ziheng, because Ziheng's golden finger is self-repairing.
He was worried about young Suyu.
Suyu is only half a year old and can't speak or take care of herself.
Just in case.
All I could think about was my daughter's petite, cute, and sweet smile. He felt very confused. This place is too far away from the village, and his sight cannot penetrate back.
His vision will be blocked by popularity.
The more people there are in a place, the shorter the range of his supervision. The fewer people there are, the longer his vision range will be.
The same goes for listening.
He had longed for a child to begin with, and now after hearing what Shui Lingling said, he missed it even more.
I don't know whether the two children are taking a nap or what.
I don't know if my fourth uncle can take good care of my daughter.
My daughter is still so young.
If she falls or bumps into something, it would be a big deal.
Hey, boss, give me the change.
The man standing in front of the bamboo shoots, holding the bamboo shoots, waited for a long time but the boss didn't give him the change, so he couldn't help but urge him. Li Qingfeng came back to his senses, said sorry in a very apologetic manner, and then quickly found a 20 yuan bill and handed it over. The man held up the bamboo shoots and didn't he take the money? I give you 2 20s, not 50. Li Qingfeng smiled awkwardly again, sorry. After saying that, he quickly changed the 20 yuan into 10 yuan. Shui Lingling felt extremely regretful when she saw how many mistakes he had made.
Knowing that he is a super dad who loves his children more than anything else, I just said those words, wasn't it obvious that I was trying to distract him?
So he quickly comforted him, brother Feng, I was just saying it casually, don't take it seriously.
Your two children are so well behaved, they should be fine.
Li Qingfeng nodded, looked at the bamboo shoots, and then looked at Mao Xiaowang who had come back from buying bones.
As soon as Mao Xiaowang entered the room, he hurriedly asked, Brother Feng, when we cook porridge with shanks, do we want to add some ginger?
No, the weather is dry now.
Ginger is a hot food.
Eating too much may cause constipation.
Cook the porridge thinner, not too thick. Add more water and less salt. Okay.
Mao Xiaowang responded and hurried to the backyard to cook porridge.
Seeing that Li Qingfeng was still worried, Shui Lingling said, Brother Feng, why don't you go back first? I'm not busy here anyway.
Just leave the bamboo shoots there and we'll help you sell them.
How can I do this?
Li Qingfeng scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. You are in a heavy condition, and Xiaowang has to take care of you.
It's okay. I'm not that squeamish. Shui Lingling laughed cheerfully. I feel much lighter now. Don't worry. Go ahead, Brother Feng, leave the bamboo shoots to us. Shui Lingling gave him an affirmative look. Thank you for your help.
After expressing his gratitude, Li Qingfeng hurried home. Although he was very anxious, he tried to drive as slowly as possible since he had a child. Therefore, when we returned to the village and returned the car, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Before I even reached the yard, I heard Ziheng crying. Whoa! Dad, please come back soon, whoa.
Ziheng's crying was like a steel needle as thick as a finger, piercing into Li Qingfeng's heart again and again. He didn't have time to concentrate on the situation in the yard and ran towards the yard as fast as he could.
Ziheng. He suddenly appeared in the yard.
Ziheng was startled, and when he saw that it was his father who came back, he immediately burst into tears. Dad.
Ziheng was sitting on the ground, trying to pull Suyu, who was lying on the ground and crying loudly.
Suyu was lying on her back under the bed with a bruise on her forehead. She had been crying so hard that her tears and snot all mixed together.
Baby.
Li Qingfeng rushed forward and picked up his daughter. However, the daughter's crying became louder the moment she entered his arms, as if she was questioning why he had abandoned her. Li Qingfeng hugged his daughter tightly and blew gently on the bruise on her forehead, feeling extremely guilty.
Where is your fourth grandfather?
Li Qingfeng asked his son after his daughter's emotions calmed down a little. Ziheng sobbed, "Fourth grandpa is home, whoa, the baby is sleeping on the bed, and I am sleeping on the bed too, whoa, I didn't kick the baby down on purpose, whoa." Li Qingfeng held his daughter in one hand and his son in the other.
His son is very active when he sleeps.
Not only his daughter, but even he has been kicked and hit by his son. I guess my fourth uncle saw that both children were asleep, so he went home to do some errands.
But unexpectedly, Ziheng would kick Ziyu off the bed while sleeping.
Fortunately, Li Qingfeng had cleaned the area around the bed long ago, leaving no stones or sand, so when his daughter fell, she only hit the ground and didn't hit anything sharp.
Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 59. Make your own cake. Dad, whoa, I didn't mean it.
Ziheng was afraid that his father would scold him, so he explained while crying, "I really didn't mean it, whoa."
Okay, don't cry.
Li Qingfeng hugged him, "Dad knows you didn't mean it."
Dad doesn't blame you, okay?
Not only was he not surprised, he even felt a little sorry for his son. He was just a toddler himself, yet he had to take on the responsibility of taking care of his younger sister.
This is not forcing someone to do something, this is forcing the bull's head.
Holding his daughter and hugging his son, Li Qingfeng once again felt deeply guilty. The last time he felt so guilty was the night he returned to his eldest brother's house. He went to take a shower and the two children were crying in the room until they were hoarse. At that time, he secretly vowed that he would never leave his children in the care of others again and would take care of his own children himself. But as his life gradually became stable, he forgot his original oath and left his two children to be taken care of by his fourth uncle, an old man with no parenting experience. Therefore, the fault is not with fourth uncle. It's his own fault. My fourth uncle is already in poor health and not in his prime, and is already getting closer to old age. Under such circumstances, it is really a big mistake to ask my fourth uncle to help take care of the children. Li Qingfeng, filled with regret, hugged his children, blaming himself and thanking God for blessing them. When the father and his two sons huddled together, Li Fuan came hurriedly. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was a little surprised. "Qingfeng, why are you back?" Li Qingfeng then let go of Ziheng and turned to look at his fourth uncle. "Fourth uncle, I was worried about the children, so I rushed back."
"Haha, what are you worried about?"
Li Fuan didn't notice anything unusual and said with a smile, "The children will be fine as long as I'm here."
He walked over while talking.
When I got closer, I could clearly see the small bump on Suyu's forehead.
He stopped in his tracks and pointed at the bruise on Suyu's head, saying in surprise, "What's going on? It wasn't there when I went back just now."
After saying that, he walked forward with heartache, wanting to hug Suyu, but he didn't dare to hug her again because of self-blame. She even looked at Qingfeng timidly, afraid that he would blame her. Li Qingfeng relaxed his brows and comforted her softly, "Uncle, it's nothing, she just knocked her head. Please help me hold her while I make her some milk powder."
Okay.
Li Fuan quickly and carefully picked up Ziyu and stood there, not daring to move.
"What's with the bump on Ziyu's head?" Li Fuan asked, looking at Qingfeng's busy figure. "How did you get it? It really wasn't there when I went back. Ziheng accidentally kicked his sister off the bed and she got hurt."
Li Qingfeng prepared some milk powder and held his daughter in his arms again. Even though his heart was bleeding, he pretended to be calm so as to avoid his fourth uncle from thinking too much.
Upon hearing this, Li Fuan immediately turned around and grabbed Ziheng's shoulders. "Ziheng, how could you kick your sister? She is so young, what if you hurt her?" "Wow, I didn't mean it."
The harsh tone made Ziheng feel very aggrieved, and tears fell down. "I really didn't mean it."
"Uncle, don't blame Ziheng."
Li Qingfeng explained, "Ziheng likes to kick around when he sleeps, he didn't mean it. And today is his birthday, so forgive him this time." Speaking of Ziheng's birthday, Li Qingfeng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something very important.
"Ziheng."
Li Qingfeng turned his head and looked at his son. "Come here."
Ziheng wiped his tears and walked to his father.
He looked down at the bump on his sister's head and felt extremely guilty.
"Dad forgot to buy the cake."
Li Qingfeng smiled ingratiatingly. "How about I make it up to you in a couple of days?"
"No."
When Ziheng heard that the promised cake had not been bought, he immediately stopped feeling wronged and blamed himself. Instead, he angrily swung his arms and shouted without letting anyone refuse, "I want to eat cake. But Dad forgot to buy it today." Li Qingfeng promised sincerely, "Dad promises you that I will buy it for you in 2 days, okay?"
No.
Ziheng shouted 3 times in a row to express his anger.
He even stamped his feet and jumped.
Seeing this, Li Qingfeng could only quickly agree in order to prevent the situation from getting worse. Okay, don't make a noise, Dad will make a cake for you later. Ziheng then put away his angry expression and looked at the bump on his sister's forehead. Li Fuan pulled Ziheng over and comforted him. Ziheng, Grandpa will kill a chicken for you later.
Can we not eat the cake? Not good.
Fourth uncle, don't kill the chickens.
I've already told you to keep your chickens for laying eggs.
Seeing that the bottle was empty, Li Qingfeng stood up, put the bottle down, and put Ziyu on the bed. For safety reasons, Suyu was placed in the middle of the stone bed and surrounded by quilts and clothes to prevent her from turning over and falling under the bed.
Although Suyu can't make a comeback now.
Uncle, please help me look after the child.
I'm going to dig something up. Li Qingfeng picked up the hoe and looked at Ziheng. Do you want to come with me?
Yes.
Ziheng immediately ran to his father. Li Fuan was puzzled. Where are you going? Didn't I just say that I wanted to make a cake for Ziheng?
There is no flour at home, so I'll dig something back to use as a substitute.
After saying that, she took Ziheng's hand and left.
In fact, he was already worried about leaving Suyu in the care of his fourth uncle, but because this trip was only to work at the foot of Dongshan Mountain across the creek, he could see the condition of the hut with his naked eyes even without concentrating and using his supervision, so he left Suyu in the care of his fourth uncle. This way, fourth uncle's self-blame can be alleviated to some extent. At the same time, he can also take care of Tsuyu. Just after crossing the stream, we walked about 10 meters along the mountain path and then stopped.
Ziheng was puzzled. Dad, why don't you leave?
Li Qingfeng stopped, turned around and looked at his daughter who was lying in the hut counting her fingers, then looked at the vines in the bushes nearby, and said, Dad is working here, you just stand here and watch, don't run around, understand?
Oh.
Ziheng didn't think about running around, but when he saw a lot of grass and flowers around, he couldn't help but catch them.
Li Qingfeng did not stop him.
After all, the child had the ability to heal himself, so there was no need to worry even if he suffered minor skin injuries. He walked into the bushes, found the root of the green vine, swung the hoe, dug hard, and the hoe was completely embedded in the mud. With another gentle pry, a large piece of soil was turned up, and something that looked a bit like a giant sweet potato emerged from the soil. Li Qingfeng let go of the hoe, walked forward, grabbed the root of the vine with his hands, and pulled it gently, pulling the thing out of the soil.
Chapter 60 Discovering Pheasant Eggs.
This thing is very large, light yellow all over, slightly off-white, and looks like some kind of yellow and white sweet potato. But the size is far beyond that of sweet potatoes.
Because this one alone weighs nearly 10 kilograms.
And very few sweet potatoes can reach this level. I dug out the big one and put it aside, then went to continue digging in the bushes next door. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 40 or 50 kilograms of this thing were dug out. Because Li Qingfeng's vision can reach underground, he will feel the bottom before digging and only dig the big ones.
Although weighing 10 kilograms is just an exception, weighing 5 or 6 kilograms is very common. He put these things into a snakeskin bag and returned to the mountain path. Ziheng, let's go back. Dad, wait for me.
Ziheng ran out from the depths of the mountain path, holding two round objects in his hands. Dad.
Li Qingfeng saw the little guy's excited look and couldn't help but laugh. What are you so happy about?
Dad, look. Ziheng ran to his father and stretched out his two little hands. I saw a round, green-brown egg held in the small palm. This egg is smaller than an ordinary egg, and looks only about the size of a slightly larger red date. Li Qingfeng took the egg from his son's hand with a look of surprise and asked, Ziheng, where did you find this?
There. Ziheng pointed to the bushes behind him and jumped up happily. There are many more. There are still many?
Li Qingfeng became interested. Let's go and take Dad to see it. Ziheng immediately jumped up and turned around to lead the way. Li Qingfeng followed his son along the mountain path for more than 10 meters, then bent down and went into a bush on the side of the road. Ziheng is not tall, but he can move freely in the bushes.
But Li Qingfeng couldn't do that.
He walked through the bushes with his body hunched, and he felt that he was not as flexible as his son. His great strength seemed to be of no use at this moment. Apart from being useful in breaking the vines that blocked his way forward, the rest was really mediocre. However, under the guidance of his son, they soon arrived at the center of the bush. Ziheng pointed to a clump of loblolly trees in front of him and said happily, Dad, look, there are so many eggs.
In Ziheng's concept, all eggs are eggs.
Li Qingfeng looked in the direction his son pointed and saw a nest made of dry grass and dead leaves in a dense clump of loblolly trees in front of him.
This nest is quite big.
It doesn't look like a bird's nest, but more like a chicken coop.
There were a lot of eggs in the nest.
A rough count revealed that there were more than 10
pheasant eggs.
Li Qingfeng laughed along. Son, you are awesome.
You found so many eggs.
Seeing the feathers in the nest, Li Qingfeng was basically certain that this was a pheasant nest.
These eggs are all pheasant eggs. Ziheng clapped his hands and jumped for joy. Dad, can we boil eggs for dinner tonight?
Of course. Li Qingfeng crouched down and crawled into the magnolia bushes, took off his shirt, carefully picked up the eggs and wrapped them in his clothes.
He only picked up a dozen eggs and left 3 or 4. Chickens are accustomed to their own nests.
If all the eggs are taken away, they may lay eggs somewhere else. But if you leave a few eggs here for it to find its way home, it will come back here and continue laying eggs. So, taking all the eggs at once may seem like a profit, but in fact it is a loss.
It would be wise to leave a few eggs here for the pheasants to build their nests.
Maybe I'll be able to come here and pick up a nest of pheasant eggs soon. Thinking of this, Li Qingfeng quickly took his son away happily.
It is not good to stay too long. If the pheasants come back from foraging and see humans, they will most likely be scared away.
Back on the mountain path, Ziheng clamored to see the eggs. Li Qingfeng had no choice but to let him take a look. Did you see it?
Did you see it well? Can we go back quickly?
Otherwise, the baby will look for his daddy later. He looked intently at his daughter lying on the bed. Although she wasn't crying yet, he could tell from her somewhat impatient expression that the little girl was probably tired of lying down and wanted to move around.
Ziheng looked up at his father and asked expectantly, "Will you make me a cake when we get home?"
Yes. Li Qingfeng carried the eggs and picked up the heavy snakeskin bag and walked back.
Ziheng quickly followed. Is it chocolate cake? No. Is that a strawberry cake? No. What kind of cake is that? Tell me. It's just cake.
What cake?
Dad, tell me. Egg cake.
Li Qingfeng lied. Do you like cake made with this egg?
Eggs? Cake? Ziheng thought he had heard wrongly.
He suddenly stopped and looked at his father's tall back in surprise.
Is it a cake made of eggs? He asked. Yes.
Li Qingfeng looked back at him. Hurry up and catch up. Ziheng followed his father in great surprise, his whole little body jumping for joy uncontrollably.
Eggs. Cake. His two favorite things can actually be eaten together?
Although he had never eaten cake made with eggs before, he had only eaten cakes made with chocolate or strawberry. But he thought, the eggs are so delicious, the cake is so delicious. Cakes made with eggs must be more delicious.
That must be the most delicious delicacy. Celebrating a birthday is really the happiest thing.